Wolf Harvest by J.S. Michael. Narrated by the author. Brought to you by Emerald Books. This book is dedicated to Mom and Dad for all your support. To Matt Poe, Kyle Strum, and Johnny Schill for showing me the meaning of friendship. And Michelle L. Williams for saving my life. Prologue. One of the most recognized experts in the field of zoology, Dr. Amel Farhid had been raised in the remote northern province of India. He didn't have to travel to the nearest zoo to study exotic wildlife. Rare creatures seldom seen throughout the rest of the world could be found right in his backyard. From their small three-room house, his father would take him 2 miles down a long dirt road to the larger community. His father's work shift coincided with Amel's school schedule, and they spent their free time together trekking the open grassy plains of their homeland. An array of dry vegetation colored moist green to pale yellow spanned the Ganga and Brahmaputra rivers, which ran parallel to the distant Himalayan mountains. He recalled the day they came across a gathering of villagers shouting excitedly in the middle of the road. Curious about the commotion, Amel and his father found their neighbors huddled around a furry little rodent, a long, slender-like weasel with a slightly larger build, locked in mortal combat with, to Amel's surprise, a king cobra, the most feared serpent on earth. From a safe distance, the spectators encircled the combatants. Confused, Amel tugged at his father's shirt.
Papa! Papa! Why does the rat not run away? The snake can kill him.
The rat will not run. The rat is not a rat. It was once, but through evolution, it became a mongoose. Like all other children, Amel had learned to fear snakes from his parents. They contained great poisons within their fangs, striking at a speed faster than the human eye could follow. And this snake did strike at the mongoose, again and again, lashing at its snarling nemesis like lightning. He was unable to tell if anything moved until it already had. It wasn't so much a test of strength as a contest of speed. The danger sent chills up his spine. The snake was quick, but his opponent was even faster. With each thrust, the reptile's fangs failed to penetrate, its curved head finding only dust-flavored air. Amel had never imagined something so small and cute could match something so fearsome and lethal.
What is a mongoose?
Amel asked. Many years ago, there were only rats and other rodents. The snakes preyed upon them, but through generations, the rodents developed ways to avoid the serpent. Some learned to climb trees and become squirrels. Others learned to live underground as gophers. Then, some evolved to become the mongoose. It taught itself to be stronger, faster, and more cunning than the very animal designed to kill it, he said, as the beautiful yet deadly dance of teeth continued. Amel noticed the rapid advances beginning to slow. That's what the mongoose is doing, he thought. The snake expelled more energy in its attack than the mongoose was using to evade. Lunge after lunge had worn him down until in one swift strike, the mongoose sidestepped, then counterattacked before it could recoil to a defensive position. The mammal bit deep, just beneath the serpent's jawline. Exuberant cheers erupted as money exchanged hands. Whipping and whirling, the cobra contorted its body in a desperate attempt to break free. But the mongoose held firm, refusing to relinquish his grip as he let the serpent continue the futile struggle until finally going limp. When the cheering died, everyone returned to their business. The mongoose dragging its supper into the yellow, grassy field. And now, the hunted has become the hunter, Amel's father explained as they continued along their path. Everything in this world changes. Those who conquer learn to change with it. Those who don't become a memory. He made certain his words found resonance within his son. They did. Chapter 1. Eyes Open. The sweltering summer came to a quiet end as the cold crept in. Moist green leaves dried to red-brown, carpeting the forest floor. The midday sunlight through the forest canopy dwindled. Snap! Amy heard the sharp break of a tree branch, the sound that alerted anything within earshot to their presence. Her long golden hair, tied into a secure ponytail, whipped against her back as she spun around to scowl at Sam, who gave an apologetic look. Arching her brow in annoyance, she raised a finger to her lips. She quietly turned to follow Dr. Amel Farhid, a tall, heavy-set man in his 50s. He carefully trekked the deciduous forest southeast of downtown Pittsburgh. Ah! Amy exhaled in frustration, looking back at Sam, who again seemed embarrassed as he stepped on another twig, making an even louder crack. Sam was African-American and a solid 6'2". He was lean though muscular, and his skin was a very dark hue of brown. He'd been working with Farhid's research team for a little over a week, wondering how the other two could move so easily without making a sound. His attention drifted, causing him to break another twig. Though no one looked at him this time, Sam could feel Amy's annoyance. She was tall, 5'8", skinny with naturally blonde hair. She had large blue eyes with a brow that seemed to be thoroughly examining everything she saw. Her narrow cheekbones and full lips gave her an appearance of classic beauty, except for the fact that she wore no makeup. "Can you tell me why we brought him?" she whispered to Amel. "It's 36 degrees out. Do you know anyone else willing to walk through the cold and wet on the weekend for no pay?" he asked. "We're not going to get anything done if he keeps scaring off the animals," Amy said. "First day out with you, I'd wish I'd brought an elephant. Patience, you'll get there," said Amel. They stopped at the edge of a ridge, and Amel raised his hand for silence. Using the hill for cover, they bent low, peering down at something. There was an open hole at the base of a decaying tree. The tracks had led them right there. A pair of four-legged animals emerged from the opening below the rotting oak. "I don't believe it," Amy whispered. Amel pressed a finger to his lips. A coyote with a dark brown pelt came out along with a giant white wolf. Kneeling right beside them, Sam's eyes widened. The giant wolf nuzzled the female coyote with tenderness before heading off into the woods. "It's an Alaskan white wolf. That ain't normal, right?" "Except for a few preserved sites, wolves are extinct on U.S. soil. This is like finding a unicorn," she said, gaping in awe. Then turned to Amel. "How long do you think we've got?" "Not sure. We'll have to move fast. They should be heading to the reservoir for water, then possibly to hunt." Amel gathered their bag of equipment. "Sam, you stay up here and keep an eye toward the river. If you see them returning, don't yell. Text me. It's on vibrate. We'll drop everything and come back to you." He pulled on a pair of blue latex gloves. Amy followed him down the hill toward the den. Lifting the shrubs camouflaging the hole, Amel pulled the surface wood to reveal 3 coyote-wolf hybrid pups curled together within the hollowed-out burrow. "Oh," Amy cooed at the sight of the babies twisting their pinkish-hued bodies from the sudden arrival of daylight. Tiny stub paws covered their squinted eyes. There were 2 males and 1 female, the slightest fuzz of transparent fur covering all 3 of them. "Stay back," Amel cautioned. "If they get our scent on them, the parents may reject the children." He carefully grabbed one with his gloved hands and set him on a small portable scale taken from his bag. Amy pulled out a pen and a clipboard, ready to write. 7.27 ounces, he said as she scribbled down his findings. Pulling out a tape measure, he ran it across the cub. "Neck, 2.1 inches. Waist, 3.3, he continued. When finished with the first one, he gently set him down before documenting the others, their bodies shivering at his touch. From the top of the ridge, Sam watched in fascination as one by one they plucked each cub. From the corner of his eye, he swore he saw something, a small twitch in the bushes a few feet away from Amel and Amy. Was it their parents? He thought. Are they coming back? But he quickly dismissed the idea. If it were them, they'd already be under attack. Concentrating, he saw another cub, tiny and not yet old enough to stand. It crawled on its stomach, from the other side of the tree away from Amy and Dr. Farhid. He wanted to shout down to the others, but there was no way of knowing how far away the wolf was. Then a slight crackling sound emanated in the distance. It was the dead tree just above the burrow's entrance. Half its trunk started splitting from top to bottom. The other 2 didn't notice, keeping their attention on the other cubs. It was ready to fall. Tracing the direction of its descent, he saw the escaping cub right beneath it. Sam didn't know why, but he got up and headed quickly down the hill to the baby wolf. As they finished examining the litter, Amy turned around. "Sam," she whispered harshly, "what are you doing?" Moving fast, he answered her question as they saw the tree collapse. It was too late. The thick branch came right down on the pup. It let out a high-pitched shriek, tearing at their eardrums. Sam lifted the hefty log, scooping it up in his bare hands. His light gray fur was carpeted over pinkish-hued skin. Heavily bleeding, a piece of bone stuck out of its rear right leg.
Oh my God!
Amy suppressed a scream. I saw him on the other side crawling away. Sam cradled the cub, which was now whimpering.
He must have thought we were predators and there was a back way out,
she yelled before putting her fingers to her lips, remembering she had to keep her voice low. A pup this young shouldn't be using survival instincts before it can walk, Amel said, amazed. Incredible. Give him here. Gently, Sam handed him over. That's not going to heal on its own, said Amel. We can take him back, Sam suggested. We're not allowed to retrieve wild subjects, Amel reminded them.
He'll die out here,
Amy cried. First rule is not to interfere with nature, he told his students.
Nature didn't do this to him. We unhinged the tree. We did this,
said Sam. Looking him in the eye, Amel could see Sam wasn't going to back down. Exhaling deeply, the professor looked down at the cub. Then the strangest thing happened. The little pup opened its eyes, and as it did, they noticed that the left one was blue as the cloudless sky. The right was green as a spring grass. The most distinct case of hectochromia Professor Amel Farhid had ever seen. You shouldn't be able to do that. They're blind at this age. He's too young. Amel took a moment to think. Pack up the gear. We'll return him when he heals, he ordered, placing the pup in Sam's hands. Amy gathered the equipment.
We might not find his family again,
she said. We should. The tracking chips are in his siblings. What concerns me is he might not be welcome back. Having been exposed to us, if he isn't, he'll surely die. If we leave him here, he's dead anyway, Sam replied as Amy hoisted the second bag, offering it to her teacher. But Dr. Farhid didn't take it. He stood motionless, staring intently behind Sam. Grrr. A heavy, feral growl erupted over his shoulder. Its deep bass curdled the inner ear. Turning slowly, Sam saw a 6-foot-long white wolf glaring at them, teeth bared, muzzle dripping wet with hunger. Its eyes were hollow malice, boring through these strangers cradling his son. Move away slowly, Amel said in a serious yet calm voice, never taking his eyes from the lethal predator. Sam and Amy obeyed, stepping as if on thin ice, gently carrying the cub. Sam looked around for anything to use as a weapon, making sure to stay between Amy and the wolf. The cub's father crouched, keeping in step after them, then paused to look back to the soft yelps made by the female coyote. Ignoring her, he continued his pursuit. When I tell you to, run, Amel ordered in a low voice as they moved back. We can fight him off, Sam said. Do as I say, Amel directed. I'm not leaving you alone, Amy spat. I've dealt with wolves before, but not if I have to worry about you. Now get ready to run. The wolf closed in, poised, his eyes alight with fire. Go, now! The wolf leapt, jaws open. 2 years later. Thunder clapped amid the thick haze of storm clouds foretelling the imminent downpour. A single drop splattered a gray forehead. He was awake. The same dream Coda had been having most of his life. Fear, pain, being carried off, his father's frenzied growls wailing in his ears. Stretching out his limbs, allowing the blood to circulate where it needed, he looked up at the sky through the brown rusted metal gates serving as a roof within the bowels of a bridge just west of downtown Pittsburgh. Hills of rock, dirt, and scattered jagged slabs of stone decorated his dark hideaway. He crawled out from a small tunnel just large enough for him to fit. Following his usual route, he navigated miles of oak, pine, open fields, and stone paths with no danger in sight. He passed an open field where a group of two-legs in bright orange vests and jackets used flat slabs on the ends of long sticks to scoop up the earth. Some stopped to point and hoot at the coyote-wolf hybrid walking by. Coda paid them little mind as he pressed on, finally arriving among the stone and wooden caves of the two legs. Habitual structures stacked next to one another, row after row, separated by fences and stone paths with yellow lines that ran down its center. Hiding in the bushes near one of these structures, he saw 4 young children on a corner. 2 males and 2 females. They stood around talking to each other. A boy and a girl with golden blonde hair, seemed close in age, stood in front of what appeared to be their home. A woman resembling their mother emerged to give each a small brown bag. Coda stiffened as a large dog about his size ran out, licking their faces as all four giggled. He was an athletic Labrador retriever. His hair was short and reddish-brown. His light blue eyes sat between two floppy ears. The mother tried to get a grip on his collar, pulling him back indoors. But the dog had sniffed the air, then suddenly he jerked his head across the street to look directly at Coda. Behind the bushes, the coy wolf crouched low. The dog stepped into the street. "Hey, you! I see you there," the canine called. "Get out of here!"
Jerry!
The mother said, tugging his collar. He seemed ready to sprint over to fight the coy. "I have your scent," he barked. "Don't you ever come back here!"
Jerry, come on! What's gotten into you? She asked.
The children stood motionless, mirroring her concern as a large burly man with brown hair came stomping out the front door. "What the hell is this?" he bellowed at his wife, passing the children.
I think there's something over there. It's got him really worked up,
she said apologetically, putting more effort into pulling him back, but the dog refused to budge, not wanting to leave them defenseless against the intruder. "Oh, for Christ's sake!" The husband grabbed the dog by the collar, yanking him in one swift jerk as Jerry let out a high-pitched whine of agony. "I have to be at work in 10 minutes!" His children's features scrunched into massive agony, holding back tears.
It's all right,
the mother whispered in a cooing voice, patting each softly on the shoulder as the father practically threw the dog back into the house.
He's just having a rough morning. It's going to be okay.
They tried to compose themselves as she shot a panicked look up and down the street, praying that none of the neighbors had witnessed the scene. The homes on the block were spaced far apart, separated by a generous number of trees and bushes. The coast seemed clear. She gave some final coddling words before rushing back inside. "Two legs," Coda shook his head. Just then, one of the largest metal beasts the coy wolf had ever seen approached from the end of the street. Extremely long and yellow, with scattered writing on the side, it slowed to a stop, exerting a sharp huff and a hiss. A large red octangle-shaped tongue stuck out of the side as two long vertical flaps in the front collapsed open like a mouth. One by one, the children marched inside without hesitation. "If only my dinner could be as forthcoming," he muttered, crossing the now empty road, continuing the pursuit to slake his appetite. Chapter 2. Tiny Arms. The Harvest Festival was a success. The student volunteers had worried about the forecast. They would be drenched in the early hours, but by a stroke of luck, the downpour had vanished by 10 a.m. on the dot. At 10:45, people began to arrive. By 11:30, it was crowded. Sam had to rush to the main office to have the facility unlock a nearby building, since there weren't enough restrooms for everyone. Though the internet was a reliable place for spreading the word, that didn't stop these young academics from giving out flyers, hitting up coffee shops, grocery stores, and public libraries to persuade the local community to celebrate the end of summer. Sam had woken up at 5 a.m. to set up tent poles for the farmers' market. Retirees displayed homemade jewelry, ornaments, lawn decorations, paintings, and quilts. One retailer made the 13-hour drive from Portland, Maine, in a rented truck so he could provide the Pittsburgh natives with crab and lobster fresh off the salty Atlantic shores. After helping set up the final tent, Sam felt his outdated iPhone vibrate with a text, and he was 90% sure who it was from.
He's on the move. Wheels up in 10. Amy.
"Hey, Steve," he called to his classmate. "I got bounced early. Think you could finish up?" "Sure thing, man. Did you eat?" "Well, been a busy day." "Here." Steve tossed him an apple from the next stand over. "If you're going to see her, you'll need to keep your strength up." Sam gave a weak smile, trying not to condone the criticism of Amy. He made his way through the crowd, taking a few bites. The explosion of flavor made him realize how hungry he was. The festival stood at the end of a steep road leading down to the main boulevard where all the cars pulled in. As he passed, something barely noticeable caught his eye. Right outside the last tent, at the edge of the festival, sat a dark blue baby carriage. The white pristine wheels at the bottom began to roll on the uneven pavement. Sam realized the baby's parents had forgotten to put the brake on. His mind registered this before he even knew what he was seeing. Years of tracking in the wild with Amy had sharpened his senses to a knife point. His eyes followed the carriage's snail's pace. The pavement was steep enough to let gravity drag the stroller closer to the edge. leading down to the busy traffic. He could hear the soft coos coming from it. Nobody seemed to notice the infant drifting toward the steep hill. He thought of alerting them, but they would see a 6'2" muscular black man pointing to their baby. Interpretations could get jumbled. The adorable 5-month-old girl stared into his eyes as she reached her tiny arms out to him. She bellowed a high-pitched sound that seemed to be half shriek of excitement, half laugh of pure joy. Inside the tent, the father stepped back, watching his lovely wife besiege the sample tray. His beloved's eyes rolled in ecstasy at the sensation of every species of apple: Honeycrisp, Gala, Fuji, Opal, and Winesap. They turned suddenly to the excited cries of their baby, then stepped out to check on her. With their usual round of adoring caresses and murmurs, they returned the child to her usual calmness. Looking around, the mother wondered how this half-eaten apple ended up jammed beneath the carriage's wheel. The Siwicki Hills was an ideal foraging ground filled with berries and scattered vegetation to stave off the madness of hunger. Kota sniffed the air for the musk of anything edible, stumbling across a scent he did not expect. He found himself upon a long, narrow patch of low-cut grass. It was the kind where he had seen two legs carrying large bags of oddly shaped metal sticks, using them to whack tiny white eggs several yards into the air only to follow and hit them again. Out of all forms of behavior from their world, this activity was by far the strangest he had ever witnessed. Making certain there was no one in sight, he sprinted across the grassy field to a neighboring cluster of trees. A few feet within, he found her, a purebred female Weimaraner with a slight shagginess to her gray fur. She had a slender, muscular build and a pair of floppy ears dangling from the top of her head. It would have made her adorable, except that the entire left side of her face was horribly mangled and scarred to the point of being grotesque. From nose to neck, a pile of blackened twigs was matted permanently to her face. At her feet lay a dead, plump goose. Black feathers draped its head and neck. A combination of white and gray covered the midsection she had already half consumed. "Raya," he called out. "What are you doing here?" "I'm eating. What do you think I'm doing?" she growled, standing defensively. "No, I mean, what are you doing here? You said you were moving north of downtown. A new coyote pack took the Penn Hills. I had to push further west." "Another one? That's the third since summer's end." Frustrated, Kota threw his head back, ignoring her aggressive demeanor. She could posture all she wanted. He knew Raya wouldn't fight unless challenged, something he didn't plan on doing. He was hungry, not stupid. "Neighborhood's getting crowded. Speaking of which, what are you doing here?" "This has been my new hunting ground for over 3 months." "Oh." Her eyes widened. "I didn't know." "Yeah, like you didn't smell my markings," he scoffed. "Okay, fine, I did. But I'm starving. Did it ever occur to you that you might actually get more food in a group?" "We've been over that, Kota. I tried it with your family, and it didn't work. I want nothing to do with your alpha." "That makes 2 of us." "What do you mean?" she asked. "I mean, I'm no longer with the pack. Got my own place elsewhere," he said, careful not to disclose the bridge's location. "Why do you think I changed my hunting ground?" "And the others?" she asked. "Still at the den." "You should have taken them with you." "They're safer there," he confided. "For!" a voice shouted in the distance. A little white egg landed on the low-cut grass near the forest that concealed them. They could see a pair of 2 legs approaching. They were riding a tiny metal beast with no windows and a thin roof. They've crept their way toward the coy wolf and dog. "Don't go west of Fair Oaks, and we won't have a problem. Deal?" he asked. She deliberated as they closed in. "Deal," she resigned. Grabbing the goose by the neck, Raya led the way further into the woods for better concealment, the 2 legs pulled up, examining their white sphere. One pulled out a metal stick from his bag and swatted it high into the air, landing on a patch of even short grass that had a long flagpole protruding from it. Climbing back into their wheeled pet, they gave chase. "Why did they do this?" Raya asked. "I have a theory," Kota said. "I think the 2 legs who were born slow or mentally defective are placed in these fields and given those sticks and eggs to amuse themselves while the superior of their species are elsewhere performing more complex tasks." "That actually makes sense. I mean, look, they need those beasts to travel over a patch of grass. Can't they just walk?" Raya pondered. "Exactly. Anyone who does this must have some kind of handicap. Koda's stomach painfully reminded him of the stench of blood still rife in the air. You gonna finish that goose? He asked. Raya flashed the coy wolf a smile before walking off with the mallard. Worth a shot, he grinned. "For!" someone yelled. Thunder rumbled. A steady roar cut through the cold wilderness. Gusting winds drew the dark clouds in closer. Brown leaves descended from the trees like rain. The van made its way along a hillside road. The path ahead was obstructed by thick forest. Amy had everything organized immaculately in the van's custom-made shelves in the back. Detailed road maps draped the rear doors with scribbles in different colors of ink in various places. "Hey, can we pull over?" Sam asked, bobbing up and down in the back, pointing a blue pencil to a hanging map. "There's a major storm coming," Amy replied. "I can't stencil going 35 on a dirt road." He grasped a ceiling strap to keep himself level. Peering down at the tracking system, her screen displayed the image of Subject 7, labeled in Scotch tape below the iPad. "Sure you don't want to wait for a sunny day?" he asked, reaching the passenger seat. "No, this is the kind of storm we've been waiting for," she asserted. "We?" Amel wants to document where they would go in extreme weather. "By having us drive through a thunderstorm? You want to know that bad?" A steep pothole sent the van into the air, giving Sam a brief sensation of weightlessness. He fell back to the cushioned seat and struggled to get his belt fastened. "No, I want to know," she said. Feeling his awkward glance, she peered down at the iPad, switching the screen to the weather tracking app, My Radar. "The storm. How far is it?" he asked. "Far? It's right on top of us," Thunder echoed her words. "We almost there?" He gripped the seat tighter. She switched her iPad from weather back to the tracking software, then turned a sharp right onto a desolate road leading deeper into the forest. Driving over a slick patch of dirt, the van skidded a few feet. "Hey, you want to slow down a little bit? I'd like to live to get struck by lightning," he said as a distant thunder rumbled. "We gotta beat the rain," she argued. "Why?" "Radar works by sending a beam of light at a specific frequency into the atmosphere. Objects, like rain, obstruct the path of the beams. If it comes down before we get to Coda, we won't be able to locate him." "Okay, so we can't track him in rain," Sam shrugged. "Next time, just say we can't track him in rain." A spot of light popped onto the digital radar of the iPad fastened between the seats. The signal just broke through the murky weather, and the device seemed to be revealing that they were about to pass their target. She hit the brakes, flinging them as close to the dashboard as their seatbelts allowed, grinding the van to a halt at the road's end. A violent crash erupted from the rear as something collapsed onto the vehicle's floor. "That sounded expensive," he said as Amy unbuckled and leapt out. It was a retired news van converted from a 1995 Chevrolet Express. Spacious enough to transport 8 people, the rear seats had been removed. Inside was radar, scanning equipment, along with a few other essential items: tent, flares, flashlights, hatchet, and a first aid kit, and a tranquilizer pistol for self-defense. "Why do you stop?" he asked, leaping out after her. "I can't read the compass while we're moving. I have to get the last location before the rain falls," she answered, feeling the first drop sprinkle her shoulders. The radar was perched on a 2-foot-high shelf. Amy checked the screen app readings off the tracking chip they'd inserted in him. She checked Google Maps on her phone, then jotted down the coordinates. Latitude, 41.3047. Longitude, negative 79.2235. "Signal's weak, too much interference. I can't get an exact location," he called through the shrieking wind. Dropping to her knees, she set the map on the ground, wedging its corners beneath each leg to keep it from blowing away. She switched to the compass app on her phone, marking their current position, drawing a line on the map to the coordinates she'd written down, circling the location with a black pen. She wrote beneath it only one word: Coda. Chapter 3. Rotting Oak. Separating from Raya, the coy wolf fell to his backup hunting ground further up the northern hills. There was little water, which meant less game to hunt. But today he was lucky to find some field mice and a gopher. He'd sniffed the gopher's scent, surprised, and ambushed it. The coy had met others of his kind who relished eating their food alive. He never relished in a prey's suffering. He preferred his meals dead and still. Thanks to the mice and some vegetation, he staved off his hunger long enough to bury the gopher in his food storage spot nearby. For saving. Caught prey in the cold ground would be safe from rivals and the elements, especially when food grew scarce and the long snows came. These buried carcasses would keep him alive. Arriving at the dead, hollowed-out tree, Coda dug his claws in the dirt, making space for his new catch. Then he felt something. His ears pricked up. A cold breeze brushed his fur. He set down the gopher and took a few steps. He knew this feeling, an instinct he had been raised not to ignore. Then the scent reached his nostrils. Something was coming toward him. He tensed his body into a defensive stance. It was coming fast. The coy wolf moved further up the hill, stashing the gopher behind a distant tree. Safely concealed, he could hear the soft patter of feet running along the forest floor coming straight at him. He ran behind a patch of nearby trees, making sure to be downward. Then, out of the thicket of bushes came a fox, large for its kind with a dark yellow coat and black-tipped ears. He dashed past the coy wolf in a blur. Galloping in his pursuit were 5 bloodthirsty predators. Coda thought the fox would keep moving down the hill, but it went straight for his hollowed-out tree, scaling the rotting oak in seconds. The pursuers surrounded the thick trunk. They were 2 coy wolves and 3 coyotes, one of which was exceptionally large, bordering on 4 feet in length. "Get down here!" screamed the coy wolf leader. He was a distinct dusty light brown. The female coy wolf behind him was jet black. The other smaller members kept in a tight formation in case he attempted to run again.
No thanks,
the fox called down.
I like it up here. The view and lack of carnage agrees with me.
He tried to mask just how out of breath he was. Coda's fur stood on end. A month's worth of hard labor was buried there. If any of them caught a whiff, he'd not only lose his spoils, but his hiding place as well. The smaller coyotes tried to climb but couldn't make it past the lowest branch. Unlike them, the fox had retractable claws. They made another few clumsy attempts before giving up. "If you think we're leaving, Fox, think again," the leader stated. "We'll take shifts, day and night, until you starve. You're not getting out of that tree alive."
That's okay. Actually, this is one of the most comfortable trees I've ever escaped to,
he called down, wedging in between a pair of thick branches.
Wow, you guys don't know what you're missing. I can see the Ohio River from here.
Keep talking, filth blood. Your death gets slower with every word. The storm drew closer. The distant thunder rumbled. Coda couldn't have this. At any moment, they would smell the food or eventually him. He could leave and hope they wouldn't find it. But he'd worked too hard for this setup. He couldn't give it up to a bunch of backwoods outsiders who had nothing better to do than pick on one measly fox. Taking a deep breath, the young coy strolled down the hill toward the assorted pack. Excuse me," he said. They jumped at the sound of his intrusion, lowering themselves into a defensive stance. Some growled.
Who are you?
The dark female asked. "I live here," said Coda. "You've claimed this territory?" the large coyote inquired. "That's right. Step in any direction, you'll smell my markings. So, I would appreciate it if you took your business elsewhere." They looked at one another, glancing around, sniffing the air, trying to detect any other animals in the immediate area in case Coda might have reinforcements. But they sensed nothing looking to their leader. "We'll just get our fox and be on our way," the large one said. Coda praised them. He was half a foot longer than the other 2 coyotes, a little longer than the dark female. The large, stocky coyote was about equal to his size. Though outnumbered, Coda was pretty sure he could win if it came to a fight. That is, if he took the big one down first, and quick. There was one other advantage. The fox had led them on a long chase. They were clearly out of breath. Must have been sprinting for miles, while Coda was fed and rested. "This is my territory. That tree's my property with whatever's in it, and I do not suffer intruders," he said calmly. They paced close together. Coda took note that they'd fought before as a unit. The large black female stood furthest away. She appeared less threatened and more curious about him. There was something in her eyes, something gentle. He wasn't used to eyes like hers, not in the wild. "We've spent half the day tracking this fox. We're not about to walk away," the leader declared. "Who said I'm letting you walk?" Coda glared. The fox looked back and forth between the pack and the lone coy wolf. A long moment passed as both sides stared in unwavering conviction. The crackling thunder came again, louder than before. "Dramatic, isn't it?" the fox murmured. "This is your last warning," the leader said, readying himself for battle. "Leave now before—" Not giving him a chance to finish, Coda closed the distance, landing on the side of the large one's neck. The strike was enough to knock him to the ground, and bruising his windpipe as he continued straight for the leader. They collided, tumbling together, rolling along the uneven, unforgiving terrain over sharp, scattered sticks, stones, and shrubs. Getting to his feet, Coda gauged the others. The two coyotes had given the pair a wide berth. The female was nowhere in sight. Then the large one regained his senses. Coda went for him in a combination of leaps, lunges, and teeth, searching for a vital spot. Fast for his size. The coyote kept pace, and they were snapping and clawing at one another in ravenous hunger. Snarling, he tore and slashed Coda's leg and shoulder. Changing tactics, Coda fell back as the leader returned to the fray. The smaller coyotes gathered their courage, moving behind their comrade, ready to join in the next melee. The alpha looked back, growling for the others to move in closer. "Shada!" he cried out, noticing the female's absence. Taking advantage of his distraction, Coda lunged, sinking his teeth deep into the leader's throat. That familiar taste of blood flowed upon his tongue like a burst dam. The now terrified alpha staggered before falling to the ground. He braced himself for the others to descend upon him. They would never get a better opening. But then he heard someone shriek to his right. Coda turned to find the large coyote's face covered in blood. He was screaming in agony. The yellow fox was now on the ground near the coyote, who was staggering, wailing, his left eye sealed shut. A stream of crimson seeped steadily from the lids. It took a second for Coda to realize what had happened. While he was finishing off the leader, the fox had sneak attacked the large coyote from behind, tearing his left retina, blinding him permanently in that socket. Frightened, the other two smaller coyotes ran off. Seeing that he was alone and suffering intense trauma, the large coyote retreated from sight, unsteady on his feet from the sudden lack of depth perception. The fox looked at Coda, keeping a safe distance in case he attacked. His entire mouth was painted red with blood. "I don't know about you, but I feel like lunch," said the fox. His attitude perplexed the koi. This upbeat demeanor following the adrenaline-fueled carnage. "If you don't clear out of here, lunch is what you're gonna be." "Hey, what's with all the animosity? I'm not the one who attacked you," the fox countered. "No, you're the one that led them here and the reason I'm feeling sore all over." He felt more and more aware of the ache in his extremities from the first blows the large one had dealt him. Awful lot of inconvenience to go through for a dead tree and a fox. You could have just walked away. You know, the traditional reply for one who saves your life is usually thank you. Really? I thought crippling the big one while you took out the leader was saying that. Or at least we're even. This is pointless, Coda thought. Every second he spent here with this nuisance increased the chance that the fox would detect the food in the tree. He turned to leave, but paused, looking back at the yellow fox still there, whose expression remained pleasant. Why were they chasing you? A few miles back, I spotted a deer that had gone lame, hurt just enough for me to bring it down. Soon after, this pack came and ran me off. After they'd eaten, they left one of their own to guard it as they followed the trail of a second one. Too hungry to hunt down something new, I snuck up, killed their guard, ate what I could, and took off. It appears they gave up the chase and found my handiwork a lot sooner than I thought, then dogged me all the way here, he explained. I didn't think a fox could do that. Do what? Kill a coyote? Coda eyed him skeptically. In my world, everyone knows foxes are scavengers, not fighters. Oh, really? Is that all you've heard about my kind? That you're sly tricksters by nature. You have no honor, no family, you lie, steal, track others to their homes, eat their children, and seduce their mates. Coda expected to see the fox upset by this. Hopefully not in that order. Are you saying none of that's true? Not all of it. Coda wasn't sure what to believe. He had heard stories about foxes, but never actually conversed with one. This creature wasn't fleeing. It had aided him, leaping on the back of an enemy 3 times its size. Well, like you said, we're even. You can go now. Coda turned away. Are you by any chance going to eat that entire gopher by yourself? What gopher? Coda looked back.
The gopher, the one you had in your mouth and stashed behind that tree before I got here. I assume it will be easier than digging up all the food you've hidden beneath the dead oak. Rolling his eyes, Coda exhaled. Yes, I was. And now it appears I'm going to have to add your big mouth to the pile since I can't have you stealing my food. He turned, poised to strike. Huh. I'm sorry you see it that way. There's some advantages to having a fox in your corner. Coda praised the bushy-tailed scavenger. He didn't seem scared or nervous, still relaxed. How did you know about the gopher and the food? You hid it well, but why else would you risk your life over this tree? Unless you had enough buried in it to feed a pack. Plus, I could hear you scraping your claws against the dead bark and moist soil. You could hear me? Exactly. Just like how I know we're being watched. And you clearly don't. His ears contorted away from his head independently in a 120-degree arc. The koi stiffened. 200 feet over your left shoulder. Don't worry, she can't hear us. She? He exclaimed. Yes, the dark female koi wolf who fled the fight. Good thing, too. If she'd stayed, I am pretty sure you and I wouldn't be here having this delightful conversation. Don't look. Coda fought the urge. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a patch of black fur concealed in the bushes. Holding his gaze for too long, she disappeared as he turned to take a few steps closer to her. Forget it, she's gone. What does she want? Couldn't tell you. I was wondering if maybe you wanted to share the storage spot. Share? He repeated slowly as though the fox was speaking a different language. Yes. If there were two of us storing food, we'd double the amount. Fewer predators would come if we both marked the territory. Besides, I bet a sly fellow like you has places all around. Trusting me means you'll only risk one spot. Or maybe you won't bring anything and just rob me. Then you could just track and kill me, the fox retorted. You seem to be okay with that outcome. Coda looked at the dead alpha coyote just a few feet from the tree. I could offer you some things far more valuable than food, the fox continued to push. Such as? Asked Coda. Information? Like what? Like about the human world, said the fox. Human? Coda asked. Oh, I'm sorry, you call them two legs, but their actual name is Hu-Man. Those metal beasts that swallow and spit them out are called cars. Those stones and wooded caves they live in are called houses, or buildings, if you want to get technical. And inside of them is usually enough food to feed a pack for half a season. How do you know this? It's a long story. But if you help me guard the food I catch while I'm in the area, I'll tell you more about them. Remembering the delectable smells concealed by the plastic metal containers, Coda knew there was truth to what the fox said. All the swirling senses memory conjured touched his senses. You know, don't you? You've smelled it. The fox read Coda's expression. I don't trust you. So, I don't trust you. What's your point? The koi wolf couldn't help but smile at him. Restock the hole tomorrow. If you add food, you've got a deal. If you take any, I'll track you down and finish what he started. Coda gestured to the dead alpha, his tone calm, as though stating a simple fact. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to drag this flea-bitten carcass far away enough so a mountain lion won't sniff out my tree. What's your name? Coda. Yours? Blush, the fox said, walking over to help him. They each bit one of the animal's hind legs. Nice to meet you, Blush mumbled with the limb in his mouth as they dragged the dead coyote. Chapter 4. Steel Wings. Blood, Amy said. She knew the smell the moment she stepped out. Looking around for any sign of danger, Sam pulled a short rod from a clip attached to his belt. He pressed a button, and the rod protruded into a 12-inch blunt melee weapon. Pressing her fingers to the small red drops on a large, dry brown leaf, she noticed it was still wet and figured it hadn't been there long. Following the bloody paw print several yards away from the large rotting oak, she saw a dead animal. Koi wolf? Sam asked, relieved its color fur wasn't Coda's. No, a coyote. What happened? Firm bite to the external jugular. Died of suffocation in under a minute, she stated as she examined the carcass. Had to be Coda. Maybe. I'm picking up a lot of tracks. Looks like an entire pack was here. She surveyed the area. These are Coda's, all right. He's heading back down the mountain.
You think he's hurt bad? Sam asked.
Thinking, she turned back to the dead coyote, opening its jaws and bringing her face so close Sam wondered if she was about to give it mouth to mouth. No. If the coyote had caused life-threatening trauma, his mouth should be reeking with blood. I think what happened was that a pack invaded this territory. He fought and killed this one as the others ran. And he left without sustaining serious injuries. She pulled out her iPhone to take pictures of the area.
You sure?
He retracted his billy club, fastening it back onto his belt. She pointed to the bloody paw prints leading away from the scene. The paw size and distance matches Coda's radius. He wouldn't turn his back on an enemy, so more likely the pack fled and he left afterward. These tracks are evenly spaced. There's no sign of limping or staggering. These bloodstains are growing fainter, not thicker, which means if he's wounded, it's not severe. 3 years with her had desensitized him to her gifts. She could read the forest like Sherlock Holmes could read a crime scene.
These are kind of small.
He indicated the tracks near the dead tree. Is that a fox? She asked, perplexed. There were 5 bulges in the dirt, a large one centered on the bottom with the 4 smaller ones above in rows of 2, angled slightly outward. Above each of the top 4 bumps lay tiny punctures in the dirt, indicating claws.
Could be another coyote.
No. Coyote prints are round and smooth like stone. A fox is jagged like pebbles. She showed him a side-by-side comparison on her phone. Smiling, Sam shook his head. She was right. The subtleties were minuscule, but she had immediately recognized them. Coda? Coyotes? And a fox? Amy observed. What happened here?
Maybe she can tell us,
he said. Amy turned to see a long, slender coy wolf with black fur several yards away. The coy wolf stared back at them. Adjusting herself, Sam made sure to stay between them and their visitor, his hand resting on his blunt weapon. It's okay, she whispered. The animal seemed relaxed, cocking her head sideways as she looked at them. Amber eyes popped like spotlights against the jet-black pelt. Then she turned the gallop away.
We got that one on record? Sam asked.
No. She must be new.
Think she smelled the blood in the air? That's what brought her?
One of these tracks is consistent with her size. She could have been here earlier.
Maybe she was in the fight, Sam speculated.
I didn't see a mark on her. She could have run when things got ugly, then doubled back to see who came out on top. We just happened to be here, Amy surmised. The rainfall elevated from light mist to plucking drops. We should leave, she said. Gathering the equipment, they packed up and made their way down the dirt road which had softened to mud. The storm settled over the region. Wind, rain, and lightning combined to make an ominous symphony. The area around Pittsburgh International Airport was a rare find. Coda's family had stumbled on it 2 years earlier. The soil, plant coverage, and geography made it the ideal hideaway. He stepped up his pace as drops pounded through his gray pelt, the gopher dangling soggily between his fangs. If Coda didn't get dry soon, it would be ruined. Leaving the main forest, he needed to sneak across the stone canvas where metal beasts sped along. This black slab would have yellow lines running parallel down its center. The metal beasts the 2 legs rode in used these line passages to get from one destination to the next. For lack of a better term, Coda had called these strange surfaces stone paths. To reach the den, Coda had to cross right when it was clear of metal beasts, or he could be killed by one of them slamming into him as he'd seen the remains of others who couldn't spot one in time. When he reached the other side, he found something unexpected and very unwelcome. Earth movers. The name his kind gave to the metal beasts that removed more soil in 1 hour than he could in a lifetime. They had dark yellow exteriors with colossal metal appendages that could sink deep into the ground. Coda had seen this before. Taken as a cub from his family, he'd wandered through the wilderness to the place of his abduction only to find it empty. The trees had been ripped up at the roots by the long claws of these monsters. These earth movers were now only a few yards off the stone path, but from the looks of it, they were pushing towards his family's current home. The 2 legs operating them had left to find shelter from the storm. When crossing the stone path, something made Coda pause. An uncomfortable feeling had nagged at him for the past mile, telling him to turn around. Shooting a quick look back, He saw her. The dark female coy wolf from the invading pack on the other side of the stone path. All this time she had been following him. Before he could do anything, a metal beast drove between them. The headlights illuminated her amber eyes like candles in the night. And then she was gone. He surveyed the tree line, searching for her, unsure why she was tracking him. He felt certain he could take her down in combat, but as he was still sore from the previous brawl, he'd rather not risk it. Leading her to his family wasn't an option. He put on a manic burst of speed, making his way through the wet thicket, careful not to let the food in his mouth snag on anything. He ran along a nearby damp trench. The rain had flooded the trench's long base. If he ran far and fast enough in the water, he could mask his scent and lose her. Galloping several yards, he steered left, making a beeline for the den. Sam ordered his usual, a Philly cheesesteak. Amy got a double cheeseburger with fries, onion rings, and enough ketchup to fill a cocktail glass. Never had he seen a girl consume so much junk food and stay so thin with such a clear complexion. Sometimes he didn't even think she was human, but dismissed the thought since he knew a lot of people at school felt the same way due to her off-putting robotic persona. Many of his peers had often complimented him as easygoing, a good listener, and very charming, whereas she was anything but. Rain rattled the diner as they finished the meal at their booth. Amy looked through her binder of data sheets. Mel's not going to be happy we broke the backup heat generator when he stomped on the brakes, Sam said. We needed a new one anyway, she said, not looking up from her notes. Sam looked back down to write in a blue personal notebook. She glanced up, watching him jot something down in black pencil. You carry that thing with you everywhere. What are you writing? Nothing important. He put the book away. So, you excited to finish your dissertation? He asked. Kind of. Kind of? This species is multiplying at an alarming rate. Most of the world doesn't even know they exist. I'll be excited when it's published and distributed, preferably to people with influence and funding in the scientific community, she said. You will. Just takes time is all. Rolling her eyes, she looked back down to her notes. So, got any plans for the holidays? He asked. Same as last year, she replied, still looking through her notes. What did you do last year? Stayed in. Caught up on reading. Might go to a movie. Ain't you gonna see your family? Mel said they're in Europe, right? My mother and little brother live in Paris with my stepfather, Amy said. You not going? No. Plane ticket too expensive? He asked. So, are you heading back to the basketball team? Amy looked up at him. Sam froze, shocked by the unexpected change of subject. As long as we're asking personal questions, she gave her colleague a piercing stare. When he said nothing, she threw a wad of cash on the table before getting up. We'd better get back, she said as she headed to the van, leaving Sam with an amused smirk. He flipped the blue notebook closed, leaving the waitress a generous tip, then following her out into the rain. The cavern sat beneath a complex system of thick roots feeding into the surrounding trees. It offered protection from the elements and was well fortified in case of attack. The inside was bone dry despite the unrelenting rain. It was nearly 6 yards in diameter, plummeting 3 feet deep. Dirt and tree roots made for a sturdy roof. With the loss of the den of his birth, Coda's mother had moved them further into the wild after 3 months of aimless wandering day and night, dodging danger of every kind. Her instincts had guided them here. The squeeze through the entrance wasn't as tight as last time. He must be losing weight. The inside was enormous. A circular disc-shaped space dug that way to make enough room. Scattered craters made for comfortable individual sleeping quarters. Heavy musk told him who was here as he set the dead wet varmint down. Hello, sir. He nodded to his stepfather, Lent. Lent was a burly coy wolf perched at the far end of a large, spacious corner. There was a distinct dark gray to his hair that was especially shaggy for his species. Matching Coda in height and width, he was a bit more muscular, with a few extra pounds in his gut. He sent a low huff to his stepson without a glance, continuing to gnaw at a spot where his right leg met his shoulder, probably picking off a recent flea infestation. Coda's mother, Thema, sat by his side, curled in a comfortable ball. Her dark brown pelt hung loosely off her. She was alarmingly thin. You could see the outline of her rib cage as he approached. Coda gave the top of her head a small lick. Hey, Mom. You're hurt. She noticed the red spots that were unmistakably wounds. It's nothing. bumped into some bad thorns. You were outnumbered, she stated. It's over. I won. I'm fine, he said in a soft, reassuring whisper. Did you eat today? Not yet. I brought a gopher. After your father has some, she said. Come on. He's consumed half the fleas in the county. You've been feeling weak for days. You know the rules. Looking him in the eye, she conveyed to him that the subject was closed. Hey, Mutt, Coda barked to Roan on the other side of the den. Hey, Howler. These were nicknames they'd given each other since they were pups. Roan was enormous. At 6 feet long, he was 24 pounds of muscle and the main reason the den had been dug so wide and deep. His hair was shaggy brown with golden highlights. He wasn't a coy wolf like the rest of them, he was a coy dog. His mother had mated with a Great Dane, hence his enormity. It's good to see you. Been a while, he spoke in a slow, calm manner. 2 weeks, said Coda. Yeah, that's right. You brought a possum and 2 rats and a whole beaver that day. He wagged his tail. It was really good. There was something vacant in Roan's voice, as though his mind wasn't always there. He bobbed his head at the happy memory. Glad you liked it, Mutt. I saw Raya, he said, changing the subject. Really? How is she doing? Oh, you know, still alive, still surly. I miss anything around here? Where's Kalo? Roan's face fell. What is it? Kalo, he... What? Exiled. No. Coda turned his head to the far corner. His sister Nay lay in her designated area of the cavern. She stopped crying an hour ago. What happened? Outside the burrow, Len caught them. Doing what? He saw her kiss him, Roan said. Aw, fern pelted, he cursed under his breath. What was he thinking? I don't think he was thinking. Roan didn't recognize that the question was rhetorical. It was 1 lick on the cheek. Len came over ready to kill him. She was screaming. She didn't want him to, so he was banished. Roan looked over his shoulder at their temperamental alpha. If he had heard them, he was acting oblivious, still chewing at his shoulder. Coda shook his head, feeling tired. Make sure everyone gets a piece of the gopher, he said, turning to his little sister. Nay was a spitting image of her mother, her fur the lightest brown. The only difference was that she had a broader face with narrow eyes, making her look fierce. Strolling up, Coda made sure to give her space. She looked impassive, lying flat on her stomach in the dirt, chin resting on her paws, facing away from everyone. We were so careful, Nay whispered. At least he's alive, Coda said. I shouldn't have let it happen. You gonna be okay? I hate him. I want to kill him, growled Nay. You push him now, and he'll kill Kalo, Coda said. Then I'll leave too. We'll leave tonight and never come back. And go where? Somewhere, anywhere, away from him. With what food? What shelter? Do you even have a water source in mind? What about your hideaway? We can hold up there until we get settled. 3's a crowd, Coda said. He held back what he really wanted to say, that she was still a child, not yet fully grown. He recalled the violent run-in with the invading pack, and his imagination ran rampant with endless horrific possibilities. He didn't want her to leave, not yet, not until he knew she was strong enough. Maybe he was selfish, but she was the only sibling he had left. Being her older brother justified it, at least in his mind. You want my support? Keep your cool. Be patient. Wait for your opening, Coda advised. How am I supposed to know when that is? Asked Nay, hopeless. You don't know it. You never know it. Just like Mom taught us. He gestured to Thema, who was curled up gnawing at her share of the gopher, oblivious to everyone else. You feel it, Nay said, giving a small nod. To trust their instincts, as their mother had raised them to do, meant letting go of anger and desire, being at peace before taking the next action. Make sure he's okay, she whispered, fighting back tears. The young coy wolf had enough worries of his own without having to play guardian angel over 2 reckless kids in forbidden love. But he could never deny those large, sorrowful, green eyes. Where is he? Coda asked. Same place, she whispered. Coda knew where. Get something to eat, he said.
Gonna be okay?
Roan asked. I'll be fine, Coda said. He appreciated Roan's concern for him. He realized it had been a while since they saw each other outside the den. I'm going out on a big hunt in the next couple of days. You want to come with? Yeah, I'd like that. I would like that very much. Roan wagged again. Do you think Raya could come with us? I told you, Raya hunts alone, Coda said. That's how she likes it. You should invite her. We haven't seen her in a while, could you? Shaking his head at his lovable cousin. All right, Mutt, Coda exhaled. If I see her, I'll ask. The next time you come, you better bring more than just one small animal, Lent stated as he approached the exit. Coda stared coldly. Don't give me that look. You're the one who decided to leave. If you want to visit, bring something that will benefit the group. No, you decided. I didn't argue. Big difference, Coda reminded him. By the way, the two legs are plowing into the forest. How's that for contributing? What? Lent was taken aback. Everyone turned to the coy wolf, all except Thema, who focused on her food as though she heard nothing. Their beasts are plowing off the stone path. They're heading straight towards this den. Are you sure? Nay asked. As sure as the sunrise, declared Coda. He marched through the pouring rain to the place where Nay and Kalo had first met. Nay had snuck out one morning in search of scattered vegetation, but secretly she wanted to see the flying metal beasts ascend into the sky. She pressed her nose right against the wired fence as the engines roared. That's when she found him. Kalo was a coyote the same age as her. They had both been there for the same reason, to watch the steel wings lift off and descend. By dawn, neither noticed the metal birds, only each other. The next morning, Lent had screamed at her for staying out all night, questioning what she was doing and where she'd been. It was Kodo who had covered for her, telling his belligerent alpha that he was the one who took her to the forest beyond the borders. Said he was teaching her techniques of hunting and survival, claiming it was about time she learned. So enraged Kodo would do such a thing behind his back, Lent nearly attacked him. It was only Thema who had held Lent back, so instead he forbade Kodo from living in the den. That was the reason he slept under the bridge. He could visit, but never without tribute, hence the dead gopher. As bad as Nay felt for putting her brother in that situation, she could not forsake Kalo. So, the following week, Koda brought him to the den as a +1 with a hefty amount of hunted game. Koda gave him all the credit for the bounty. It wasn't a complete lie. Kalo had a gift for sniffing out edible vegetation, and, with Koda no longer a resident, it meant more work for the alpha to shoulder to make ends meet. He persuaded Lent to allow the coyote to join, but he had one condition. Nay was off limits. Lent declared that she was to wed a coy wolf, or if possible, a wolf, betrothed to power that would protect her, which the alpha did not find in this young suitor. Kalo agreed, just to be near her, so he had faked a platonic association in Lent's presence ever since, only to sneak off with her at any opportunity. Koda knew it wasn't going to work. Sooner or later they would slip up and it would end in tragedy. But being young and in love, they would hear none of it. Koda came to a stop right before the gate to find his would-be brother-in-law's nose pressed to the steel wire, watching a 747 touchdown on the smooth field of stone with a heavy, distant thunder. Kalo was a purebred coyote, big for his kind with a narrow face and large eyes. Thin dark gray fur covered him. Drawing closer, he saw the rain washing away the bloodline crawling up the back of his neck, tracing all the way to the top of his head. No doubt where Lent had latched his jaws when he'd caught him. Are you okay? I'll heal, Kalo said. That's not what I asked, said Koda. I won't stay away from her. I'd rather die, he wept. You almost did. I'm such a coward. When he saw the kiss, I should have told him right there. Professed my love. Let him kill me. I said nothing. Kept my mouth shut, and she pled me out of his jaws. He looked at Koda, eyes crazed, filled with torment. I was happy. I could have died right there, Why didn't I? You knew how much it would hurt her, and that's more important to you than your own life. So basically because you're an idiot, said Coda affectionately. Another small aircraft rolled past them. Any idea where you'll sleep? My family's moved on, said Kalo. I didn't go east with them. I suppose I could try one of the forests to the west. Might get lucky and find a hideaway. You might, but we'll never know because you're staying at my place, he exhaled. Really? Yeah, it should hold us both. Besides, I may need your help. Coda hid his annoyance. Not thrilled with giving up the one private sanctuary he had. With what? Finding a new place to live, said Coda hesitantly. For us? For everyone. The two legs are plowing into the woods. The den won't be safe much longer. Is any place safe? The forest is filling up. There's less food and more predators fighting for resources. The two legs push in further every year. And even if we found a place, what about Lent? Cross that bridge when we come to it, said Coda. I want to kill him. I should kill him. He's got to sleep sometime, Kalo blurted out. You could. But you don't think I can? Nope, you can't. Lowering his head, the coyote knew his friend was right. He was far too small to take him in a fight. Could you do it? He asked. No, I don't think I can, said Coda. He banished you from your home. For protecting her, protecting us. Always reminding you how much lower you are than him. You're telling me that isn't reason enough? It was never my home. Chapter 5. Kennedy. The wolf, the dog, the coyote, and the fox. Amel Farhid's voice echoed through the classroom addressing his students. Most hung on every word. The professor looked the same as he had that day in the woods, with one distinct difference. A black patch covered his left eye. They are all evolutionary descendants of the family Carnage, a group of carnivores that emerged 35 million years ago. Quadrupeds formed into what we call the wolf, the most widely distributed land-based mammal on the planet. Like humans, wolves have made every continent their home. We've covered other plants and animals in our studies, but this one will be the focus for the rest of the semester. They were domesticated by humans before agriculture even existed. The wolf, who tolerated the proximity of humans, gained a free meal by providing companionship. They could avoid the long, strenuous tradition of tracking prey by overcoming an inborn psychological barrier and showing affection and kindness. Thus, the dog was created. As this occurred, our attitudes about them changed. We realized their olfactory and auditory sensors were far superior to ours. They would give us early warning signs of enemies who would evade and plunder and assist in hunting big game. Through generations, wolves transformed not just their behavior, but their appearance as well. Most notably, their size. Domestication made them smaller. Requiring less food, dogs began molding themselves to suit us. As tameness increased, they grew thicker and softer hair which felt more pleasing to caress. Even their floppy ears exist solely because we find them adorable. The class laughed as he paced in front of the computer projector, displaying graphs, pictures, and visual anatomical references. In the 19th century, humans began hunting wolves. The calories required for a wolf to live meant that they targeted cows, goats, sheep, endangering a farmer's livelihood. Shooting, traps, and poisonings drove this animal to near extinction in America. By the 1920s, the wolves, once hated by coyotes, now saw them as a preferred mate due to their ability to live off less calories and tolerate a more varied diet. In addition to their far more adaptable behavior, they could operate almost anywhere, from the forest to our own backyards, even in metropolitan areas of major cities. Many pupils seemed engrossed in the lecture. Others used their forearms as pillars to hold their heads up or peek at the screens on their phones. In the front row, Amy stared down at her papers. Laid out was a map of the forest regions of the Pittsburgh area. On it, she placed dots, dates, and times of day. Next to each dot, a different name was labeled, Sheba, Rigless, Zen, Bocap, Coda. 20 rows up in the very back, Sam scribbled in his blue notebook. So this will be our final before the winter break, Amel continued. A new species of hybrid possessing the best qualities of both their ancestors, living among us in growing numbers. The bell rang, and the students filed out. There was a stack of stapled paper packets on the table near the door. There's no mention of the coy wolf in any of the textbooks, so I want you to take one of these. They are credible online references. You should look them up. They will be on the final, he called as they each grabbed one on the way out. Sam, Amel called after him as he made his way down the stairs. Amy was the only other student who remained seated, still looking down at her notes. Ahem, Amel coughed as she looked up. I know you already have the entire course memorized, but I would still appreciate it if you wouldn't chart our subjects during class. Okay, she replied, getting up and bundling her papers. Last time out, we discovered something. It looked like... Amy, we talked about this. All work related to our research will be discussed on office hours. I know, I just thought if it was urgent, you'd want us to let you know immediately. I have precious little time to prepare for my next class. Is it really something that can't wait until 6 p.m. today? Amy tucked her papers away. No, it can wait. I look forward to hearing from it. Could I have a moment with Sam? She looked perplexed by his request, wondering what Amel could have to say to Sam that he couldn't say to her. Without a word, ignoring the reference packets, she left. Once they were alone, Amel asked, What were you writing back there? I saw the colored pencils. It's kind of personal, said Sam. I hear you're not going to be playing this season, Amel said. Yeah, answered Sam. You took us to the Final Four last year, had the second highest scoring average. Look, my coach and I have been through all this. I'm catching up on my credits. And you have yet to select a major? Amel stared right at him. Just trying to see what I like. Sam was unable to meet his gaze. It's been 3 years, Sam, noted Amel. Oh, come on, teach. My parents lecturing me enough, replied Sam. That's not why I wish to speak with you. You have signed on to continue my study, he said. Yeah? Why? Finish my science credits. Something you can do in any other science class that requires a fraction of the work. He still couldn't meet Farhid's eye. Sam, I told you 50 times already, you are not responsible for what happened to me. I know. Then, do you want a career in zoology? I don't know. Sam, all you had to do was 6 months. Why are you still here? He paced the room for a moment. I ain't ready to drop it yet. Is it cool if I stay? I wish to give some advice. As an old man who's seen a bit, he stepped closer. No matter what you do in life, have passion for what you do, or you're wasting your own time. And time is something you never get back. Nodding, Sam reached for his backpack and pulled out the piece of paper he had been writing on, setting it face down on the desk before leaving. Amel turned the paper over. It was a drawing, a close-up of a face stenciled in black and gray, taking up the entire page, the face of a wolf. What made it distinctive were the eyes, fierce and soulful. Only the irises were different colors, the right one green and the left blue. Coda blinked throughout the day after getting only half a night's sleep. He'd forgotten how much Kalo snored. Wishing for more rest, he pushed forward, close to the two legs' dwellings, exploring new territory. Most areas were far too populated to pass unseen, while others led to dead ends. There was one trail that looked promising, but it passed by a backyard with a puppy who couldn't have been more than a few weeks old. Hi, hello there. What's your name? Do you want to play? The pup asked in a series of enthusiastic yelps and squeaks, jumping up and down. Coda ran before the kid alerted his masters. No way he was getting through there undetected. Retracing the previous day's steps, He tried an alternate route to the south. It led him near the home where he'd seen that long, yellow beast swallow those children. This new path seemed ideal, running along rows of backyards. There was good tree coverage most of the way, a few bushes for concealment, but one sight or smell from any pet would sound the alarm. "You!" a voice came as Coda passed. "Get out of here, filth breed!" The coy wolf was no stranger to these slurs, the natural reaction of every slave dog. The chain-link fence between them was a little over 4 feet high. He noticed something familiar about the dog. He was the reddish-brown lab retriever from the other day, who had showered the two-legged children with affection before his master yanked him inside. "I told you to stay away! I'll kill you, savage!" The coy wolf's sleep-deprived ears rang from the incessant barking. He marked the fence with his scent by urinating on it. "I'd like to see you try," Coda grinned. The dog barked more, pressing his front paws against the metal links. Suppressing an urge to fight, he turned back to the woods. "Pipe down, damn you!" screamed the same large two-legged male from before, marching inside. The frenzied canine quieted immediately. Coda gave the dog a smug grin before continuing along the line of fences. Making his way down, he heard something in the distance. Meow. In the next yard, a slender black cat with yellow eyes sat on the top balcony of an ancient, brown, 3-story house. She looked down at him curiously. Coda had never seen a cat up close. The felines in the wild did not come near his kind. Her gaze pierced him, felt eerie. Aside from the cat and dog, the rest of the path seemed quiet. Everywhere else was either too crowded or too exposed. If he mapped it out just right, he could have a secure passage from his lair to the new hunting ground. An hour later, he made it back to the rotting tree where the yellow fox sat waiting for him. "What are you doing here?" He hadn't expected the fox to actually show up. "Wanted to know if you'd like to grab lunch." Blush pointed his nose to a large paper bag next to him. "How did you know I was going to be here?" The fox twisted his black-tipped ears, showing off his ability to move each one of them independently. "You heard me coming?" "A mile away. You hungry or not?" Coda could feel a rumble in his stomach. "Never hunted with a fox before." "Nope, no hunting. I already brought some grub. Hope you like fast food," said Blush. "Actually, no, I don't. I like my food slow. It makes it easier to catch," Coda said. "Trust me, you'll like this. Perfect timing. It's still pretty warm." He tore the bag open, and a steamy, mouth-watering smell burst out. "What is that?" asked Coda. "McDonald's," said Blush. Coda had never imagined anything could taste so delicious. Took every ounce of his self-control to make sure the fox had an equal share. He had similar delicacies going through trash cans, but never had he tasted anything so fresh and warm. He debated whether to mention the dark female following him, but thought it best to withhold that information. For now. After the meal, they sat comfortably, feeling bloated. "So, you staying in the territory for long?" Coda asked. "Not me. I'm heading up north," said Blush. "I hear it's cold up there." "Oh, you bet your gray fuzzies it is. This means less two legs and more of us." "Us?" Coda asked. "Yeah, us. 4 legs, 2x2s, gallopers." Coda couldn't help but chuckle. The fox seemed to really enjoy humor. "What about you?" Blush asked. "What kind of predator risks his life for a fox?" "I didn't risk it for you," Coda retorted. "Okay, what kind of predator risks his life for scraps of food beneath the fox?" Coda gave Blush a very scrutinizing look, wondering if the scavenger was criticizing him or simply just curious. The fox seemed oblivious to his piercing glare. "The kind that knows if he lets one invading pack hunt on his territory, they could thrive, breed, and take this land. I did it to survive." "Is that why you don't consider me a threat? Because my kind doesn't travel in packs?" asked the fox. "Yep. Although I'm still reserving judgment on whether or not you're a threat." "Why don't foxes have packs? Wouldn't you be more powerful in a group?" Coda wondered. "We're not designed that way. Wolves keep their opinions to themselves and let the leader decide everything. We don't do that. Probably why we're not very popular. If there's one thing no one wants, it's a lot of opinions." "Then why give them?" Popularity's overrated," he shrugged. "How did you get this?" Coda pointed to the red, white, and yellow bag. "I waited outside one of their buildings, the one with the golden arches. And then an adult two-leg and her child sat outside at these tables to eat. Then when the adult went back inside to get some ketchup, leaving her son to guard the food, I swooped in, grabbed the bag, and then jackpot.
Jackpot?
It's something the two-legs say when something good happens, explained Blush.
How do you know what the two legs are saying?
Are you kidding? Their language is easy. They make the exact same sounds for every word they say. Coy wolves, dogs are the real challenge. It's hard to read subtleties, inflections, body language, facial expressions, tone in the barks, howls, and yelps. Wow, I don't know how you do it. But the two legs? Easy peasy.
How are you able to get close enough to learn it?
Spent my childhood in one of their homes down south. Listened day and night as they made noises at each other. I guess I just picked it up. Plus, I had help.
What kind of help?
One of their gods taught me.
Gods?
Yeah, gods. They have millions of them in their homes on these large black windows they hang on their walls that light up, sometimes in these small square pads they sleep with, even in those little flat smooth stones that they carry around in their pocket. You know, the ones they always press to their heads. Tells them what to wear, what to eat, when to laugh, how to act, live, love, who to hate.
And oh, do they obey.
He laughed. Even teaches you how to speak.
Really?
I listened as it taught their children. Came on every day at the same time. Let me think. How does that song go? The fox paused to think. Can you tell me how to get to Sesame something? Well, anyways, it went like that.
Never heard of a fox living with two legs.
It's a new thing they picked up.
Why aren't you with them now?
I decided to set on my own and find my own groove. Plus, the South is no place for a guy like me. If you think the two-leg hunting is bad up here, it's open season on our kind down there. Be very quiet if you know what I mean.
He winked. Coda looked confused. The fox regained his focus, driving back to his original point.
So, using my knowledge of their world, I trekked north until I made my way here.
Did your masters mistreat you? Coda inquired.
No, they were great. All the play and exercise I could ever want.
He smiled. So, then, why leave?
I'm young, single, in my prime. I want adventure, excitement. Females mostly.
Females?
Yeah, you know the ones I mean. They look like us, but prettier, smarter, a little crazy. Come on, well-built fellow like you. Bet the she-wolves up north would eat a city boy like you for breakfast. Figuratively.
I don't have much time for that. Got my own family to look after, Coda said.
Food for thought.
The coy wolf couldn't stop asking him about the human world. The fox was a treasure trove of useful information. He knew how their metal beasts function. He understood their inventions, the governments ruling them, national borders, and what animals they preferred to eat. What really caught Coda's attention was when the fox mentioned the trucks used to haul away everything they didn't eat. Blush explained the entire process of what happened to their thrown-away food, where it went, how they disposed of it, the landfills it ended up in. Why not just snatch it from the plastic bins before the trucks get there?
Won't work. You can't get into those things without knocking them over, making noise, leaving a big mess. Sneakier critters than you have tried. They were caught, killed, or the humans just locked their trash up more securely. The garbage dump is your only window before they turn it into fertilizer to regrow more food.
Where do they keep these places?
I don't know, I just got here. Speaking of which, I better get back before I get evicted from my new pad.
Blush gave him a nod before turning to leave. Wait, Coda called. The fox stopped, looking back at him. How do you learn the two legs language?
Easy. Just listen.
Chapter 6. Natural Loners. The looming cold forced the students into the commissary. Reminiscent of a high school cafeteria, Sam's group of friends was mostly former basketball teammates along with many of the more popular students of the campus. They sat together at a long table in the center of the dining hub. His natural charisma and athletic stardom had earned him a seat with the illustrious crowd.
Over here,
Shauna called to him. Their group, which had formed over the past 2 semesters, was an assortment of pretty girls, buff jocks, and trust fund kids. Some came and went, along with the occasional drama, a grand central station of lingering teenage angst. Sam sat next to his roommate, Ben, a slender yet fit Caucasian boy. He was about 6 feet tall, with thick, dark brown, wavy hair and a wide Cheshire cat grin.
They shared a 2-bedroom apartment a few miles from campus. Ben had debated whether to write about the romances, breakups, and jealousies they'd witness. After all, he'd slept with most of the girls in their group. Sam had cooked breakfast for every one of these ladies. Ben and Sam liked the same movies, video games, and jokes, and they played off each other well. Shauna scooted rather aggressively to make room as he squeezed in, forcing the entire line of pretty girls next to her to slide down a few inches on the long bench. Shauna was a light-skinned Latina with long, flowing hair, tall, with a body that curved in all the places that turned men's heads, which her wardrobe did nothing to conceal. This kind of attention often made her very symmetrical face break into a glamorous, toothy smile, right between 2 prominently dimpled cheeks she wore as well as her outfits. She was the unelected leader of the group, and every girl in it was an approved member of the entourage. Amy had once seen them pass by while she and Sam unloaded the van and pointed out how everyone seemed to shop at the same stores. After that, Sam couldn't help but notice that the next few girls to join the group started wearing the exact same brands as Shauna. The only person who hadn't dated anyone in the clique was Sam. Though several at the table had tried, he respectfully declined, using homework, volunteering, team practice, or the animal study as an excuse. It wasn't that he didn't want female companionship, he just didn't have the time, and he wasn't the kind of guy to just hook up and never call back. If his mother ever found him doing that, she'd drag him out of bed, marching him straight to the girl's home in his pajamas to apologize for his behavior. "So, you coming out on Saturday?" Shauna beamed. "What's happening?" He turned to her puzzled. "Dude, we're all going out, remember?" Ben gestured to Shauna and the rest of the girls at the table, hoping he would take the hint. "Last weekend before the holidays? You're still coming, right?" No response. "Well?" Sam was still unsure of what to say when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Amy marching straight up to him. Everyone grew quiet. Though she put no effort into her clothing, makeup, or posture, several guys sat up straighter at her entrance. One even timidly murmured, "Hey." Shauna sat up more statuesque, giving the blonde a piercing stare accompanied by a look as though something smelled bad. Amy seemed oblivious to her as well as everyone else. She looked only at Sam with an expression of sheer boredom. "ML wants to see us today at 5. "What for?" "He didn't tell me. I just got the message." "Does this mean we're not heading out tonight?" Muted gasps erupted from the girls, thinking that this meant a date. "Don't know, but I'll gas up the van just in case," said Amy. "Hey, Amy. Have you been?" Ben interjected with a friendly smile. She gave her signature expressionless stare, letting a full 2 seconds pass before saying, "Fine." Then she turned back to Sam. "See you at 5," she said and marched away. "Well, that was rude," one girl said, looking around the table. "Who was that?" Someone I work with." Sam checked his phone for the time. "A complete weirdo. She has no friends, doesn't talk to anyone, never wears makeup, just stumbles around modeling for the Salvation Army. I actually feel kind of sorry for her," Shauna said dismissively. "Oh, too bad. She spent a little time at the mall. She'd be really pretty," another girl speculated. "Some people are a lost cause," Shauna retorted, shooting her a look which said, "Shut up now." "Ask Sam. He spends more time with her than anyone. I don't know how you can stand her." He didn't reply. There were some charming qualities about his colleague he enjoyed, intimate details she'd let slip over the years. He had no right to tell them anything personal about her, and he knew it wasn't cool to disrespect someone behind their back. What does it matter?" Ben shrugged. "Wait till next semester. You're gonna wish you were back out with her when the coach has you running that court 11 hours a day." He patted Sam's back as some former teammates laughed, nodding in agreement. His phone read 4:15 p.m. Math class was at 6. Whatever ML wanted to see him about, he hoped it wouldn't take more than an hour. The others continued to discuss their plans for the Thanksgiving holidays. He wondered what Amel wanted to see them for. He had never called them out of the blue like this. "Gotta bounce," he said, picking up his bag. "We found a new pack up the northern trail," Amy said. Amel had found her and Sam, waiting for him as he entered his office. "We were tracking Coda when he came across it, but couldn't verify. It was one of his storage spots. I think he might have fought a coyote for it," Sam interjected. We also found another set of prints, something smaller. We're thinking maybe a fox. It must have picked out the scent of Coda's food supply and followed him, Amy added. Or maybe the fox went with the coy wolf, said Sam. There's never been a documented case of cooperation between foxes and coyotes, Amy said. A coy wolf ain't a coyote, asserted Sam. Foxes are natural loners. They're designed for stealing and scavenging, not hunting in groups. He was tracking Coda, insisted Amy.
Sam, Amy,
Professor Farheed interrupted. These debates could go on for a while. It was exhausting to even stay in the same room when they got like this.
there's something I need to tell you both. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the Board of Regents. They're deciding not to renew the department. The budget cuts for this past year were even harder than anyone foresaw. They're shutting us down.
Silence fell as devastation came upon them. No surprise to Amel. Can't we get more funding? Sam asked.
Believe me, I've tried for 6 months, called everyone I know.
But these hybrids, you've seen the numbers, how fast they're multiplying. 10 years from now, they'll flood the East Coast. They're already halfway to the Pacific. Amy swayed unsteadily. Amel knew she wasn't going to take this well.
Like most countries, this one's reactionary. It spends money when a problem is happening, not when it is a few years away, mostly,
Amel explained. So, who will be monitoring them?
The department's transferring to the University of Toronto, said Amel.
Toronto? Only a few dozen cases have been reported there. We've identified hundreds from New York City to Washington, D.C. alone. Amy looked close to tears.
The deal's already gone through. I'm transferring everything by the 1st of January. The data, the equipment, the van.
Sam leaned against the desk. What if we kept gathering data? Wouldn't that cast a wider net? He asked.
A good idea. Only Snag is coming up with the $200,000 to fund it.
Amy folded her arms, clutching the stack of papers tightly to her chest.
It's done.
Amel looked at her.
This is what happens. Sometimes the rug gets pulled out. You pick up what you can and you move on. You should both be very proud of the work you've done. Take this week off. Have a break. You don't have to worry about finishing the rest of the month.
Contemplating this, Sam looked over to Amy, who seemed lost in thought. Without a word, she grabbed her bag and papers before running out the door. Not knowing why, he took a few steps in pursuit.
Leave her be. She doesn't do well with drastic change. She needs time to adjust,
Amel explained, massaging his eye patch.
You know, you've worked with her for longer than anyone. After 3 years working together, what do you two talk about?
Talking ain't really our thing.
Do you know anything about her?
She's smart. Loves animals. People, not so much.
And that does not bother you?
The professor wondered. With all the classes, basketball, crowds, some peace and quiet feels nice, said Sam.
Does she blame you for my eye?
Think she wants to, said Sam, looking down at his hands. Amel went over to his desk, writing something down on a small piece of paper.
I would like for you to do me a favor. Do you have any plans tomorrow night?
Not sure. Amel ripped the paper from the notepad. Cancel them. Chapter 7. Beyond Measure. His meal and chit-chat with the fox had taken most of the afternoon. It was late in the evening by the time he returned to the bridge. Kalo had nudged what jagged rocks and boulders he could to make the place roomier. Coda didn't mind the company. His 3 months of isolation had started making him stir crazy. He didn't even like Kalo that much. When the coyote had first approached, his eagerness for approval stank of desperation. It made Coda want to throw up. Kalo often inquired about the den by the airport. Coda kept the information vague. The last thing he needed was for him to do something stupid like try to sneak back to see Nay. If Lent caught the coyote, he'd kill him for sure. Breaking his sister's heart and leaving an ugly mess the coy wolf would have to clean up. If Lent knew Coda was sheltering him, he would banish him for good. Or maybe just kill him. No, Coda had a plan. Nay was almost at an age where she could set out on her own. Until then, he convinced the coyote to lay low for the time being. With the 2 legs plowing toward his family, The clock was ticking and there was no time for young love. He didn't want to tell anyone about the fox or the female koi wolf following him. That could create further complications he didn't need. He set out to check on the progress of the earth movers. The sun had set by the time he made it to the airport to find his worst fears confirmed. They had pushed another 100 yards closer. Dozens of thick logs lay on the side of the road, stacked in an orderly pile. He could smell the fresh soil and exposed roots. The atmosphere of the den seemed somewhat more relaxed than his last visit. Roan sat with Nay in her personal area playing a game called Smell. The players would sniff each other to determine where they'd been or what they'd eaten. Guess right, you gain a point. Guess wrong, you lose one.
The east side of the airfield?
Nay guessed as she strained her face in concentration.
Loss,
Roan said.
Hey, Howler.
He turned to Coda.
Hey, Mutt.
Coda set down his tribute. What's the score?
6-11, me, going to 25,
Nay said. 25? Where have you guys been today?
All over. With you and,
him gone. Roan hesitated on Kalo's name, glancing over at Lent and Thema, who were in their own corner whispering to each other.
Now that we're short-handed, we've been pushing further out.
Nay couldn't hide her sullen expression at the near mention of him. Coda felt his heart lodged in his throat at the sight of her pain. He wanted to tell her Kalo was safe with him, but decided against it. Though it would cheer her up, the temptation to sneak off to him would be insurmountable, not to mention dangerous. How much did he get?
6 squirrels, 2 raccoons. We split them evenly,
Roan answered. Really? That's it? Coda asked.
a little vegetation,
Nay added.
Pickings are slim. Everything's starting to hibernate.
If it stays this way, we're not going to last the winter,
Roan said.
You brought more this time?
Lent rose from his corner, sniffing the 2 possums on the ground that Coda had brought.
Not much.
Can't carry more than my mouth holds. Should I make 2 trips next time? Asked Coda. This family must fight to survive the coming cold. You want to share in the spoils. You'll put up more of an effort, Lent directed. I don't want your spoils. I'll catch my own food. I'm only here to visit. Can't have you popping in here whenever you like, while I'm trying to keep everyone here alive. I could be more helpful if you allowed me to stay, Coda said. You could, if you learn to follow orders, said Lent. I don't follow orders I don't agree with. Exactly your problem, Coda. You refuse to listen or coordinate. A true pack member follows commands whether he agrees with them or not. If everyone acted like you, there'd be chaos. One day, another pack may come, and if we don't fight as one, we will fall as many, Lent said. I appreciate your wisdom, sir. I only wish it applied to any other aspect of our lives besides reminding us that you're in charge. You know I could banish you permanently, he warned. And all the food I bring goes with me. Not that it matters anyway. Considering the metal beasts are closing in on the den, said Coda. What are you talking about? They're plowing further in, straight for us. You're certain? Asked Lent, not hiding his skepticism. I told you before I've seen it. You would too if you went a mile east to the stone path. 9 trees are torn down already, said Coda.
They may miss us and might not even reach the burrow,
Nay said, Roan nodding in agreement. Even if they do, we'll be compromised. We'll have fewer ways to spread out and maneuver, said Coda. And when the 2 legs get here, they'll scare away all the food. Make it 5 times harder to come and go. Will we just sit here and starve? Coda said. We? So it's we now? Asked Lent. Pressing his rank, Coda knew that Lent was trying to get him angry enough to lash out at him like a child. But there was more at stake here than Coda's pride. Okay, Coda exhaled, trying to keep his temper down. Not we, you. What are you going to do when they get here? We'll observe their progress, see how deep they push in which direction they head. The western path is still a mile away. They could give us a wide berth, said Lent. But why risk discovery? You could find a new place and move everyone, Coda suggested. Like you said, winter's almost here. There's no place left to shelter us. We've combed the forest in every direction. Where would you have us go? Lent asked. Near the two-leg settlements to the west, Coda said. The two-legs? Lent laughed. You would have us live among our enemy? The ones who hunt us, kill us, drive us off our land? You wish to move our family right into their backyard? It's the last place they'll ever expect to find us, right under their noses. We can't. They'll kill us, Roan interjected. Not if we're smart, Coda said. We move at night. They never do. We learn the safest paths, stay away from anyone with a slave dog to warn them. But can we really live there? Roan asked. There's vegetation, canals of flowing water, food they throw away that we can eat. The smell attracts smaller animals we could hunt. None of our rivals will want to nest close to the two legs. We won't have to fight for it, Coda went on. No, we'll just die for it, Lent said. You'd rather we die out here? Roan asked. I'd rather have a plan that wasn't insane, dreamt from childish whims, said Lent. Whims? Repeated Coda. As a child, your fascination with the two legs was irritating. When you were taken, everyone gave you up for dead, except your mother. Then you found your way back, and I'd have killed you right there because I could see it. We all could. They tainted you, a stain that would never wash away. It was only out of my love for your mother that I let you live. I raised you, taught you, but no matter what you do, you're still a child who only does what he wants, yearning for a world you don't belong to, as reckless as your father. He risked everything, living so close to them, and now you want to do the same to everyone you've got left, Lent said. Fire ignited in Coda's eyes, every word like daggers in his chest. Stepping forward, he was on the verge of striking Lent, even if it meant his own demise. Lent cracked a smile. He'd been hoping for this. Think you can finally take me, boy? Bet your life?
Lent!
Thema gave her maid a harsh stare, which she seldom used. Stopping them in their tracks, no one spoke. No one needed to. Lent's comment about her son's biological father had crossed a line. Everyone knew it. Coda left the den, getting a good 20 yards away from the tense environment as he let the cold night wash over him. The forest was silent. His breath fogged the air. He was ashamed of how he let the old alpha get to him. What hurt the most was the possibility that Lent had been right. Coda's interest in the two legs, his impulse to save the fox when he could have walked away, his instinct to flee, which led to a broken leg, his abduction, and the loss of his father. Everything about him felt defective. Someone was coming toward him from behind. He could feel her presence. I'm sorry, he whispered. Thema sat next to her son. I know you don't like it when we fight. His voice hushed, childlike, used only for her. I know you love him. But they are coming.
Yes, they are.
She gazed out into the black forest night. Then why didn't you back me up?
When we wandered this land all those years ago, I guided Lent to this very spot. I told him this was where we'd spend the rest of our days together. Without a word, he agreed, and we've been here ever since.
That's why he won't leave. You prophesized it. And you're never wrong, said Coda.
After the two legs took you, after your father left, my instincts told me to stay. But I couldn't. There was too much pain there. So I left. That decision led me to the vicious coy wolf who found us. He killed your brothers and took your sister and me against our will. Never even told us his name. Only tore at us when we denied him or tried to run. For several weeks, I was his, until I listened to my instincts, led him in a direction that felt right. That's when we happened across Lent, who challenged and killed him and then took me for his own and protected Nay. I was his and I loved him. I still do. Not the deep inferno I had for your father, but a calmer, gentler love that has brought me some semblance of peace from the agony I thought would never leave. I settled us here, then you came back, and Lent took you in. Soon after, my little sister found us. She was severely pregnant, and she died giving birth to Roan. And here we are.
She stared into the black forest.
When we obey our instincts, listen to our gut, we fulfill our destiny, complete our harvest.
Coda never liked hearing about the harvest, the personal quest all creatures must take in their life's journey, where only their intuition can point them. Are you saying I'm not fulfilling my harvest?
I'm saying you don't believe in it,
said Thema. Why do I have to believe in something I can't see just to live my life? Because others tell me, therefore I have to?
I'm saying you don't accept who you are, she said.
And who am I?
Only you can answer that.
This magical gift you have to see the path in front of you. As far as I can see, it's brought us nothing but misfortune and misery. Coda was getting confrontational. Well, right now, destiny is plowing its way right to our doorstep. So if you have anything useful for me, your last living son, now would be a good time to share. She looked up to the stars and then back to the dark forest ahead. And a faint smile emerged.
You will take a journey,
she spoke in a low voice.
Reach a great distance. Face many challenges. You'll be tested beyond measure. But if you succeed,
she trailed off, still staring into the darkness. Coda said nothing. He didn't move. She was having a vision. An image her instincts knew to be true. What? He whispered. What will happen if I succeed?
You'll fulfill your harvest,
she said. When? When will I make this journey? She looked him in the eye.
The day Lent dies, and I leave you forever,
Thema whispered in a heartbroken voice. She turned back to the den to be with her husband. Thanks, Mom. At that moment, Coda realized just how busy the forest truly was at night. He sensed the flying metal beasts blaring in the distance. Chirping crickets wailed as owls coordinated their nightly hunt. The air grew colder. He gazed into the darkness. Crunch! The sound was unmistakable. Something just ahead had crushed a dry leaf. The sound snapping him back to reality. He was being watched. His nose sniffed, but he found nothing in the air. Who's out there? He called, getting to his feet. With over 95% of his pupils possessing grayscale receptors, his exemplary night vision scanned his surroundings. He saw rock, bushes, trees where humans would find only purest black. The problem was his retinas. They lacked a form of indentation, making it difficult to focus on motionless objects. Then he saw it. Those glowing amber eyes. Instantly, he knew who they belonged to. With a sudden burst, he ran at full speed. Fed up, he was going to find out who she was and why she pursued him. From her rooftop apartment in Crafton Heights, Amy had a perfect view of the Ohio River, coursing through downtown Pittsburgh. Endless lights of houses, cars, buildings, and street lamps glowed brighter than the night sky, which was coated in a soft blanket of purple and orange illuminating the fresh pollution. She paced the living room of her one-bedroom apartment. No paintings or posters dressed her walls, only plain white plaster. No extravagant decorations, just a decade-old television, a couch, a coffee table, one bookshelf, a small sewing machine, and a cheap, battered Toshiba laptop on a fold-out desk. She sat there researching Toronto apartment listings along with university admission requirements. Next door, the faint sound of festive music mumbled through the wall, interwoven with jumbles of her neighbors' exuberant conversation. Fidgeting, she jerked her head between the screen and a notepad, scribbling her findings urgently. Her cell phone fired off and she jumped at the interruption before reaching a trembling hand for the device.
Hello?
An older woman's voice answered on the other end.
Hey, Mom. Hi, Amy. How are you? Oh, well, Philip has had an extension in Paris, so we'll be spending the holidays here. Oh, that's good,
Amy said in a poor attempt to sound enthusiastic.
How's everything going with you? How's the animal thing? Well, the funding for the department's been cut. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. What does that mean for you? Actually, I might need to transfer schools. Everything I've done is being shipped to Toronto, and I was wondering...
Amy trailed off, apprehensive.
I was wondering if maybe you could help me out.
A silence lingered.
Just the first tuition installment and the first month's rent. I can find part-time work and pay my own way once I'm settled. Amy,
she interjected into the soft, heartfelt voice her daughter detested.
Sweetheart, Philip won't give you any more. Things are kind of tight at the moment. Getting his company started overseas has us already dipping into our savings. Okay. I'm sorry, honey. I know how much this meant to you, but you could take a semester off, find some work, save up, and then maybe we could assess your next move. Okay. Maybe there's another field you could intern in, something that pays immediately, that you could move up in. Why don't you finish veterinary school like we talked about? You like animals. You have all this knowledge. I'm a zoologist, not a vet. You're 2 years away from your master's. I know you have a plan, but you have to learn to adjust when things get in the way. Not try to make everything fit your expectations. I understand. Look, how about you fly out to Paris and join us for Christmas? I know Cody would love to see you, and we could discuss the matter with Philip. Maybe we could work something out. He doesn't want me there. Amy, have you ever tried to get along with your father? Stepfather, she corrected. You know what I mean. He wants me to be normal. He just wants you to be happy. I am happy, she tried to sound reassuring. You haven't had any friends since you were 12. You haven't told me about one person you've seen socially since you've been to college. This is not a healthy lifestyle.
The worry in her mother's voice elevated.
You get some friends, and so will I. Amy, don't. He doesn't let you have a social life without him. You aren't allowed to have any of your own friends. And him being your husband justifies it. You have no right to lecture me.
Amy's self-control was fading.
No, it's not about me. Your brother hasn't seen you in 5 years. Cody's almost a teenager. He's growing up. You're his sister, and you don't even know each other. You mean half-sister. That's how Philip introduces me.
She paced the room, her breathing rapid, pulling a free hand to the stomach of her own shirt to tighten the fabric into a white-knuckled fist.
You know, you don't exactly make it easy for us. You don't even try to take an interest in anyone else unless they want to talk about animals. Is this going to be the rest of your life? Yeah, it is. Those animals either love me or try to kill me. They're honest. They don't smile or pretend to care, waiting for their turn to talk while trying to make others hate themselves for not being what they want.
She screamed into the phone before chucking it out her open window. Next door, the music pumped through the walls even louder. The partygoers laughing in a unified burst. Taking a moment to get her breathing under control, she entered the kitchen, pouring herself a glass of water. She lifted the curved rim to her lips, taking one small sip, followed by a second, then a third. Crash! She threw the glass across the room, which shattered into shards against her living room wall. Following it were all the dishes on her counter, then a small box of miscellaneous items at her feet. Wildly letting loose, it flew straight for her coffee table. The items sputtered every which way as the box hit the power button on her television, switching it on to a romantic scene from a classic black and white film right as the two leads went in for the passionate kiss. She rushed over, yanking the 32-inch flat screen from its stand, ripping it out, cord, cable box, and all. Then she threw it with everything across the room as it crashed hard above the couch. Sliding down the nearest wall, she was on the floor, clutching her knees tightly to her chest. Her forehead fell into her palms as she sobbed, every facial muscle contorting into spasms of anguish. She tried to control her manic gasps that came in random bursts. Bang, bang, bang. The pounding came from the other side of the neighboring wall.
Hey! Will you shut up?
A faint voice hollered. Amy paused, hearing everyone next door continue their jubilant laughter. Her next bout of sobs came silent and uncontrolled. Chapter 8. Spoils. Crack! Something fell from the sky, landing right next to Coda on the sidewalk. Spooked, he scampered from the sudden impact. A barely audible sound came from the small rectangular stone as he inched his head closer to the mysterious device. Hello? Amy, are you there? He had no idea what those noises were. Giving it a few sniffs, he continued after the female coy wolf's scent. She gained a little distance on him in the woods, but her trail was still fresh. It led him to the stone paths and structures of the two-legged world that now surrounded him. Not a living thing in sight. No running metal beasts. Just the quiet ones that slept in rows on the edge of the stone paths. Glowing orange bulbs atop branchless iron trees lit his way. It was eerily silent. No footsteps could be heard anywhere. Turning the corner, he pondered what this was. Could it be a trap? Payback for killing her pack's alpha? Was this why she'd been bird-dogging him? To find out where he lived? What allies he had? The best way to hurt him? Was he about to be surrounded and killed? He couldn't explain it, but something told him to keep going. The trail led to an empty lot. A square patch of dirt littered with heaps of trash enclosed by a chain-link fence. Slowly, he moved toward a rustling noise behind a large mound. He stopped in his tracks. "What took you so long?" Raya asked. "Your dinner's gotten cold," the dark female said in a soft, throaty voice. This was the last thing he expected to see. They were sitting together over a pile of sandwiches. One portion had been set aside. "What? You what? Raya? You know her?" Shocked, he thrust his head between them. "We've met," she replied. The females grinned at one another before finishing their food. Raya knew this female koi. How? When? His mind raced with questions. "Who is she?" he demanded. "Hey, jerk. She's standing right here. Why don't you ask her?" "Hello, Coda. My name is Seda. Raya's told me a lot about you. She and I crossed paths when I was tracking you, and we became acquainted," the female koi said as she stood up. "And why are you following me?" This time it was her turn to look somewhat confused, and a little embarrassed. I didn't know how to approach you since you didn't follow the proper protocol." "What protocol?" "When you challenged my alpha to combat." She hesitated. I'm the spoils." "Spoils? What does that mean?" He strained to hold in his temper. Raya watched, trying to stop herself from laughing. "Coda, I belonged to the alpha of my pack. I was his property. When you killed him, you inherited everything he owned, and that includes me," she explained calmly and slowly, with no sign of emotion. His eyes grew wide as it sunk in. "Coda, you are my alpha now. You're my master." She bowed her head. Benjamin Pratt was the ideal roommate. He never touched any of Sam's things, gave space when it was requested. He was a charismatic southwestern Tennessee boy from a well-off family. Sam had fallen in with him his freshman year. They had sat together in marketing class, and they both had been looking for a new living situation. Their living space had seen a slew of house parties and private get-togethers with friends that came and went. Sam was an excellent cook, and Ben could rival the very best of bartenders. Ben's dog Rudy lived with them. He was part Rhodesian Ridgeback, part Labrador Retriever. Ben had brought him up from his family's ranch back home. A muscular beast 4 feet in length of about 48 pounds of muscle. His fur was dark gold, almost bronze. But the most appealing thing about him was his face. Large, soulful eyes and a mouth that expanded into a wide, infectious grin when he was happy. Which was often. His face was capable of a broad range of other expressions too. You could tell when he was bored, curious, confused, angry, even concerned. Though Rudy had belonged to his grandfather, Ben had helped raise him since he was a puppy. Training him like a drill sergeant to fit his own laid-back lifestyle, at first, Sam worried that sharing a 2-bedroom apartment with a massive canine would be problematic. But as long as Rudy got walked twice a day and played with at least 3 times a week, he seemed content. Sam wasn't used to animals. They weren't allowed in the apartment where he grew up. "To the right! To the right!" yelled Sam. "Don't need to scream, sitting right next to you," Ben said. Their thumbs rapidly punctured the buttons to the controllers of their Xbox 360. They had been playing online multiplayer of Borderlands 2 for 3 hours. They sat on a 3-cushion sofa. Empty beer bottles of various brands surrounded them. Rudy was curled into a half ball between them on the middle cushion, his chin draped over one paw, eyes shifting from the screen to the young men clicking furiously. "So, you gonna call Shauna tonight?" Ben asked, not taking his eyes from the game. "Nah, man," Sam said. "Really? You know she wants you." "She ain't my type." "Have you seen her? She's every straight man's type," Ben declared. "I've been out with girls like those. She knows she's fine, expects everybody to bend over backwards for her. That's the way she's always had it," Sam stated. "In a couple of years, we're going to be invisible to girls like that without a Ferrari or a timeshare. Let's enjoy our youth while we got it," reasoned Ben. "I am enjoying it," Sam riddled Ben's avatar with digital bullets. "Yeah, what now?" he bellowed. "If you say so, man. But word's getting around campus. People are starting to ask questions about your sanity." Ben looked at his 4-legged friend. "Rudy, Heineken," he called. The dog headed over to the kitchen, trotting back with a green bottle in his teeth. Ben took it, using his t-shirt to wipe the neck, then pried the cap off with a bottle opener. "So you really don't care?" "She dated 2 of my teammates, played with them to see how much they liked her, and then ditched them for someone with more friends and money. She's a girl. I'm tired of girls. I want a woman," said Sam. "Kind of funny you don't want drama, considering who you've been spending most of your time with," mumbled Ben. Sam hit the pause button. "There's something you want to say?" "Hey, you're my boy. Whatever you want to do, I got your back. But no basketball this season? Going to the woods every week with the pretty blonde everyone thinks is a basket case? You don't hear it, but people talk. So, let them talk. First time ever, I'm doing what I want to do. She don't play games. When she got something to say, she says it. Feels good." "Respect, man. As long as you're happy." Sam felt something nudge against his leg, and he saw Rudy. The dog had gone to the kitchen to fetch him a Corona. He had been drinking them all night. "Thanks," said Sam. He grasped it as Rudy placed his chin on his knee. The dog's eyes rolled with pleasure as he was stroked from the top of his head to the back of his neck. "I appreciate you helping me walk him. Well, he grew on me. It's too bad he's all cooped up in here." "Yeah, but I didn't have much choice. My grandfather passed. There was no one left to take care of him. I wasn't going to let my dad ship him off to some shelter. He's family. You'll still be able to watch him for Thanksgiving, right?" "It's all good. I got him," Sam reassured him. "Thanks. Wish I wasn't heading back to Nashville, but my sister's hosting in Manhattan, and 4 Legs is a crowd. You know, you should take him out with you and Amy sometime. He's chased down plenty of deer and rabbits. Tracking coyotes should be second nature," Ben suggested. "You ever go hunting with him?" "Yeah, once, when I was 15. Saved us from a cougar," Ben said in a hollow voice. "Really?" Sam asked. "Oh, yeah. He stood between us and it. Big cat had 20 pounds on him. He didn't flinch. He just held his ground, growled, and chased it away. Bravest friend he'll ever have." Ben seemed dazed, keeping himself from getting choked up. "You okay?" Sam asked, noticing Ben's expression turn sullen. "Yeah, I just remembered that trip. It was the last time I was with my grandfather." Ben straightened up, recovering himself. Sipping his Corona, Sam continued to stroke the back of Rudy's neck. "You doing anything tonight?" he asked, changing the subject. "No," Ben replied. "What's up?" "There's this thing somebody wanted me to check out in the city. Want to tag along?" "Will there be beer?" "Yeah," said Sam. "Then let's do it," Ben decided. He smiled, picking up his Xbox controller as they continued their pixeled siege. "I'm your what?" Coda shook his head. Not sure he heard her right. "It's the law.
You inherit from who you kill. Would you like the sandwich we saved for you?
She asked. My mother's a coyote, and she never told me that rule, Coda stated.
She's not from here. Coyote law is different out west,
Raya said. Well, these aren't the rules I live by, so I release you, Coda retorted.
I'm sorry?
The dark coyote asked. I'm no longer your master. Have a nice life.
But we're bonded. We were the moment you shed Malphus' blood,
she insisted. Well, I'm unbonding us, Coda declared.
Where am I supposed to go?
Somewhere. Anywhere. Pick a direction. It's called free will. Give it a try. She continued after him, matching his speed, but keeping a bit of distance. Raya watched in amusement. Stop following me, he turned and snapped. She halted.
I could be useful. I can track, hunt, and fight. Nurse you if you're injured. Won't you at least give me a chance to prove myself?
She fought back, the desperation creeping into her voice. No! He started to leave, only to feel her following again. This time he marched straight up to her, growling. Do I have to kill you to get rid of you?
If that's my alpha's wish.
She calmly held her ground, bowing her head in earnest devotion. He was taken aback by this sudden gesture.
If you hurt her, I'm going to chew your hind legs off and laugh as you bleed out trying to crawl away,
Raya warned. Wouldn't it be easier to just say I'll kill you? Coda asked. He had never seen Raya care about anyone but herself.
It would, but I like my opponents to know just how slow and painful it's going to be,
the she-dog said. You're a true poet, Raya.
Why do you care? Because she brought me food, offered me kindness, and hasn't asked anything in return. Her code is to follow you. Mine is to repay her kindness with protection. Don't you have a code?
Of course. It's called kill anything that stops me from doing what I want.
My life is yours to spend, Alpha.
Seda bowed her head again in submission, which made Coda stare at her, bewildered. Raya let out a giggle. Why don't you take her? Coda asked Raya. You obviously like her.
First of all, I can't. You won her. Second, I don't want to. And third, I haven't been this amused since I watched a raccoon and a possum fight to the death over a hot dog. Who got the hot dog? Seda asked. Oh, no one. I ate the winner.
Come on, try her out. What else have you got going on? Or are you scared to take a little responsibility in your life? Yeah, coming from a lone stray, that hurts, he retorted.
If you'd like, the three of us can go hunting tomorrow. I came across a trail of river otters in the forest 2 days ago. It was near a narrow stream. Can't be too hard to pick up their scent,
Seda suggested. Raya and Coda looked at each other, then to the female koi. Coda didn't like his options. Stuck with a stranger he didn't trust or having to fight Raya to the death. Neither sounded appealing. But wanting the day to be over, he conceded. Well, if you're gonna stay, you might as well be useful. Come on, let's go, Coda ordered, signaling them to leave the open lot. Hold it, he said. He turned, walked back, and grabbed the sandwich. Now let's go, he mumbled through the food. How's the transfer coming? Amel asked. He'd come through the door of the office so quickly that Amy had jumped from her chair. She'd been in the lab all night researching her options.
Fine,
she replied. What are you doing here so late?
I couldn't concentrate at my place. It was too noisy.
She quickly closed out the website of apartment listings on her desktop. Well, it's the weekend, he said.
I've got about half the subjects logged.
She booted up the datasheet as Mel stepped behind her. The screen displayed charts, graphs, maps, and summaries of the hybrid animals they'd been tracking. Wrigless and Zen are still in their regular zones. Sheba's mobile again, so she must have given birth by now. But Bocap's been awfully still. Hope he's not dead. Coda's new route from the river to the airport seems consistent. I see, said Emil.
Can I ask, how exactly are these animals going to be tracked all the way from Toronto? The satellite can barely get a lock on their thermal chips half the time. The only way to get accurate data is by using local radar with equipment in the field.
Oh, they won't be tracked, said Emil flatly.
What?
The lab will be monitoring a whole new set of subjects in northern Canada. They'll be wanting our data to help flesh out their research. Not to mention compare differences in their behavior.
Their behavior? She asked.
Yes. Theories have developed about discrepancies between wolves, coyotes, and coy wolves from different environments. Some believe coy wolves and coyotes are coordinating in packs to gain more food. In fact, due to human population growth, many animal species are cooperating as never before in recorded history. It's a new scientific field. They want this theory tested.
I see,
She said. Amy, do you know why I chose this field?
I assume because you like animals?
No, that's why you chose this field. I chose it because I wanted to understand people better. These creatures are a reminder of what we still are. In spite of iPhones, medicine, and social media, deep down we're still animals.
But animals don't have philosophy, religion, or a moral code, she reasoned.
How do you know? Did any of them tell you that? Asked Amel.
There's never been any evidence of conscious personal ethics.
Nor has any proof shown they don't have these things. When I chose this field, it wasn't because I liked it, it was because I was finally able to connect with life. It gave me a way to contribute to the world around me and feel good about myself doing so.
Amel, I'm fine with who I am, she said. He x-rayed her with his functioning eye.
It's been 3 years. All you do is study and work on this project, and of course, you have Ellen. But nothing else. You should be out getting into trouble, being stupid. It's the only time in your life you're allowed to be. Gathering her things, she rose from her chair.
Trust me, Amel. You don't need to be like everyone else to be stupid.
Do you know why I let Sam join our project?
Because a star basketball player might draw more funding?
That was one benefit. But I was hoping he might rub off on you a little.
She did a double take. Why?
You are one of the most efficient people I've ever met, and his grades have improved from your example. Many of our past associates have quit because of your rigid, tactless, and insensitive tendencies. I hoped actually, you'd pick up on some of his charm.
Amy exhaled deeply. That was the last thing she wanted to hear. You really don't blame him for your eye?
Not one bit. You saved an injured cub that would have perished. Dwelling over my lost depth perception helps nothing. If you spend the rest of your life looking back at what you've lost, you'll miss everything lying ahead that you could have gained. Silence lingered between them.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do now, she confessed.
You're young, white, and beautiful with a 4.0 GPA. Anything you want.
Don't do that, Amy pleaded. Don't act like my life is supposed to be easy. Oh, I swear I'm gonna punch the next person who gets in my face and tells me that.
Amy, you're a compassionate person who understands every species but her own. Sam is a young African-American man living in America. I'm a handicapped Muslim living on Earth. No one's life is easy. It doesn't exist.
Feeling a lump swelling in her throat, she stormed out, leaving her papers and bag behind. Chapter 9. High Heaven. Wow, you are beautiful, Nay told Seda, staring at her in awe. How do you get your fur so shiny like that? Oh, it's easy. Soak in the morning, brush against mint leaves for 2 minutes, then let it dry, said Seda. Really? Mint trees or mint bushes? Either one, the greener the better. Are we hunting or what? Coda snapped. They'd all met outside the hideaway beneath the bridge. Since he could not get rid of his newfound servant, he had decided to test her usefulness. He also assembled everyone he knew to accompany them, just in case this was a deception, luring them into danger. What he hadn't counted on was how well she'd get along with the others. Coda slowed his pace, letting the others move ahead so he wouldn't have to listen to endless grooming tips. He drew closer to Roan and Raya, marching to the rear of their formation. Have you been, Mutt? He asked Roan. Pretty lonely, Howler. First, you're driven from the den, then Kalo. There's no one left but Nay. Kalo was kicked out? Raya asked. The conversation between Seda and Nay grew silent. The memory of her exiled love left her unable to speak. Coda stepped closer so only Raya could hear. Yeah, they were finally caught.
Ah, Lent. Who is he to tell someone who they can be with?
The she-dog declared. He's the alpha, Roan answered, not realizing that her question was rhetorical. I don't know why you let that grumpy old flea bag run things, said Raya. Because if I can't take him in a fight, neither can you, said Coda, closing the subject.
So, where's Kalo now?
She asked. There, he pointed his nose to the forest ahead. Just past some thin foliage, they could make out the shape of something on 4 legs with light gray fur. Nay broke into a sprint, closing the distance as they collided, rolling along the ground together until she wound up on top, licking his face as though it was made of sugar.
Kalo, where have you been?
She moaned. Wait, ting, for you, he spouted between tongue lashes.
So, that's Kalo,
Seda asked. The group stood back, giving them space.
Yeah, that's him. Think he's actually grown a little,
Raya observed.
Oh, that is so romantic.
Seda looked to Coda, who shrugged. If you say so.
Don't you feel happy your sisters found that kind of love in her life?
Seda asked. As your master, I declined to answer. Hey, guys, we're burning daylight. Could you do that once we've caught some food? Preferably before I've eaten it, he passed, not looking at them.
By the way, where are we going? Nay asked, climbing off Kalo. He didn't tell you?
Raya asked.
He just said to meet here,
Nay said. Kalo followed while looking curiously at the newcomer.
Oh, by the way, this is Seda,
Nay introduced.
It's nice to meet you, Kalo. From Nay's enthusiasm, you seem to be an adequate lover.
She smiled. Thanks. He looked awkwardly at Nay, who seemed embarrassed.
She's not from around here.
So, where are we going? Nay asked again. Catch some otters. Seda led them to a remote part of the forest, familiar to anyone but Raya, who said she'd been there a few times, but didn't know the area too well. This made Coda nervous. He wouldn't take his cautious eyes off Seda. Meanwhile, the others caught Raya up on what she'd been missing. Kalo told Nay how Coda had taken him to the bridge. She gave her brother a steely glare for lying to her about knowing where he was. It had been a year since they all had been together, but it seems as though no time had passed. Kalo made the same jokes. Roan laughed. Nay pretended to laugh. Raya responded with a better joke, usually aimed at him. They swapped stories and recounted adventures about the game they'd caught, past dangers, and random encounters with strangers of both 2- and 4-leg variety. Curiously, Seda stayed silent the whole way. Coda stayed right behind her as she led them. You're quiet. His statement was almost an accusation.
Everyone's having such a nice time catching up. I didn't want to interrupt.
You're okay with interrupting my life, but not their conversations?
From what your sister and Raya told me, doesn't sound like I interrupted much.
What do you mean by that?
You live alone, you hunt alone, you make no attempt to join a pack or form one.
Maybe I like being alone.
No one likes being alone.
It wasn't long until his nostrils found the otters, along with that of the natural spring water where they nested. Coda ordered them to run in silent formation, split into 3 groups, and circle the prey. He kept Seda by his side. Closing in on the riverbank, they surprised the family of 11 mostly full-grown otters. They tried to run. A few swam to escape. It was a free-for-all. Somehow, the 7 hunters managed to catch 9 of them. An impressive haul. Raya snagged 2, crippling one and then instantly moving on to another. The pack ate 5 by the river. Coda said they'd bring the 4 that were leftovers to a storage spot, not wanting to spend most of the day getting there. He showed them his newest shortcut through the suburbs.
I had no idea there was a path here,
Raya said. They passed the endless rows of backyards.
Lent would never let us get this close to the 2 legs.
Nay took in the world around her.
Where does he think you are now?
Seda asked.
In the forest, hunting with Coda, which is actually true. I just didn't specify where or who else was present.
She smiled. In the distance, he could see a chain-link fence of the Labrador retriever who always barked when he passed. He didn't want him barking with the entire group present. If the dog alerted the humans, they'd be in danger. Let's move away, Coda ordered.
Why?
Raya asked. If the 2 legs catch us passing, this route is useless. It won't be safe.
But I was hoping to say hi to Jerry,
said Seda.
Who?
Nay asked. Jerry, the dog who lives here, she clarified. Before anyone could speak, she trotted over to the reddish-brown male dog lying on his side. Hey, Jerry.
Hey, Seda.
Jerry pushed himself up from the grass. Oh my goodness, what happened to you? She tried not to shriek in surprise at the large, ugly bruise atop his head.
My master didn't like my barking, he said.
That's horrible. She didn't even try to hide her heartache as Koda approached.
You! He stood up. What's he doing here?
What am I doing here? What is she doing here? How do you two know each other? Asked Koda. When I was tracking you, I passed by, and he started barking at me. I said hello, and we hit it off, she explained.
Is there anyone in this region you don't know?
Yes, you.
Seda, get this filth blood out of here, or I swear I'll kill you both, demanded Jerry.
With pleasure. Koda turned to leave, then paused to look back. Seda didn't move. Are you staying or going? He asked. So now you want me to come with you? Seda asked.
I want you to make up your mind, Koda said firmly.
I'm going to make sure he's all right first. He's actually really nice. Knows this area better than anyone, and he gave me good navigational advice. He lives in this house with 2 adults and their children, she explained.
Don't tell them about me, yelled Jerry. Yeah, looks like they're taking such good care of him, Koda gestured to his wounds. Why are you with him? Jerry asked Seda.
Oh, he's my alpha now.
I'm sorry, what?
He won me in a fight.
No, he didn't. Jerry stared at her dumbfounded. That's what I've been saying, Koda agreed.
I don't believe this.
Jerry shook his head.
I know, right? She's totally out of his league, Raya said, coming up to them.
Who are you? Asked Jerry.
I'm Raya. What happened to your head?
I bumped it. What happened to your face? She won't tell us, no matter how many times we ask,
Ron said as Hine and Kalo joined them.
Who the hell are all of you? Asked Jerry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jerry, this is Koda, my new alpha, Ron, his cousin, Nay, his sister, Kalo, her intended, and this is Raya. She... Seda trailed off. I'm just here for the otters, Raya admitted. Oh, right, Seda realized. Hey, we should offer him an otter.
I don't want an otter, said Jerry. I'm not giving him an otter, Koda stated.
We could. We caught way more than we needed, Nay added. Plus, they're really good, Seda said.
I'm not wasting an otter on a slave dog, Koda said.
Just give him the stupid otter, Raya said, annoyed.
I don't want the filth-blood's otter,
said Jerry.
But they're really good, Ron said.
She already said that, Kalo told him.
I know, that's how good they are. Look, if you give me the otter and I eat the otter, then I'm stuck with a rotting otter skeleton. My master gave me this wound for barking. You think I'm gonna leave a carcass outside his door that'll reach to high heaven? Jerry barked.
You might want to keep it down. Don't want your master seeing a horde of wild animals out here, Kalo suggested.
No one's home, he said. What's a high heaven? Ron asked.
As the debate continued, Koda took a few steps away from the group. He didn't like the dog and he didn't want to be here or stuck with Seda. He was feeling that the whole discussion was a waste of time, but he didn't want to shout orders to them with the humans all around. It was Seda who got the food, and though she pledged to serve him, he knew this food wasn't really his to give. How could she have affection for a dog? A domesticated animal that lived with 2 legs, their enemy. This was reckless. She was putting them all in danger. Wasn't she raised to know this? He asked himself. What really annoyed him was the dog getting attention from her. He didn't like it. He felt ashamed of himself. Worse than ashamed. He was acting like Lent. You know, you could bury the skeleton, spoke an unknown voice. Stepping back, Koda looked up to see the house next door. Perched in the same spot was that female cat on the balcony that overlooked both backyards. She was completely black with a patch of pure white fur decorating her chin and upper neck, and lemon yellow eyes.
Excuse me, what?
Koda asked. Oh, if you buried the skeleton, his masters won't find it. The scent won't attract the other predators, which means I'll be able to sleep better, she told them.
Fine, Jerry said in defeat. Throw me the otter.
Roan lugged the dead critter over. Who are you? Koda called up to her. The cat said nothing, just turned around and strolled back inside.
Who is that?
Nay asked. I don't know. 5 years, and that's the first time I've ever heard her speak, said Jerry. Really? Roan asked. Until now, I didn't even know that was a female. Let's go, we're losing the light, Coda said. One by one, the others left as Roan and Kalo picked up their remaining prey. Only Seda stayed behind as she and Jerry looked at one another for a moment.
This path is safest to travel. You can bark if you'd like, but if you don't, we'll be in your debt.
Jerry looked off in the distance at Coda and the strange new pack of misfits she had taken up with. Rye appeared directly back at them. Just promise me none of them will hurt my humans.
They won't. I'm sorry they're hurting you.
Is that Coda fella really your alpha?
Yes?
I don't like him. She pressed her nose against the gate, touching his, gave a smile, then left to join the others. Chapter 10. Diversion. General calculus had become easier. Understanding the concept of hyperbolic derivatives was less burdensome than solving exponent and radical equations. 2 more chapters of integrals, and Sam would fulfill all the math credits he needed. The requirements for a bachelor's degree meant he didn't need to move on to Calculus 2. And with the zoology project, his science credits were nearly met. 31 courses already finished, and he had only 9 left, which meant classes in management, statistics, physics, political science, and economics. He wasn't entirely looking forward to some of them.
Think you passed?
Turning, he found Shauna smiling at him. I'll know when I get the test back, he said. They made their way down the crowded hallway.
You did fine. Haven't failed an exam once.
First time for everything.
What drives me nuts is when will we ever need to determine the function, velocity, or tangent line of anything after we graduate?
She asked. Think of it like going to the gym. Most people don't make a living as athletes, but we exercise anyway. Same thing for your brain.
Too bad studying doesn't make you look as good as the gym does.
I don't know. When it comes to a paycheck, I'll take a fat stack over a 6-pack any day.
You'll have the best of both worlds, the rate you're going.
She giggled, flirtatiously slapping his upper arm.
So, you busy tonight?
Yeah, I got a thing with Ben.
What is it?
Kinda doing a favor for somebody. He didn't want to admit it was for Professor Farhid. I already said yes.
Oh, I understand.
She turned to leave. You want to come? The words sprang out of his mouth.
Really?
She looked back hopefully. Yeah, sure, Sam said.
Great, I'd love to. When is it?
8 tonight. We can come by and pick you up, he said.
Sounds good. I'll see you then.
She turned to head to her next class down the hall. Sam's smile faltered. He didn't want to give Shauna any misconceptions that he wanted to be more than friends, nor did he know where they were going. Professor Farhid only wrote down an address and a time. Back in his part of the forest, Coda finally allowed himself to relax. He invited them all back to the bridge in the late afternoon. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. Raya had other plans. She took off, agreeing to meet them later for another hunt. Coda agreed. Despite the others' protests, he didn't want to press his luck. He knew she preferred her space. He understood her need for it. Seda started after her, but he called her back.
Yes, Alpha,
she said. Don't call me that, snapped Coda.
Yes, Coda.
If I ordered her to jump off a cliff, do you think she'd do it? He whispered to Roan. Yeah, probably, Roan said, then his eyes widened. You're not going to, are you? Coda paused. No, I'm just trying to figure out why her last alpha didn't. As the sun careened over the high hills, they passed through the forest into grassy fields and scattered trees. It was obvious how desperate Kalo and Nay were to be alone. He told them to take the remaining gophers back to the bridge. He, Seda, and Roan would rendezvous with them later that night. They were gone in the flash of an eye.
How long since they've seen each other?
Seda asked. 2 weeks, Roan answered. You'd think it's been 2 years, Coda huffed.
You're quite the big brother to be helping them,
Seda said. They'd sneak off anyway, only to get caught like the morons they are.
Well, I think it's sweet when the smart looks out for the stupid.
Really? Because I call that obstructing natural selection, joked Coda. His plan was to bring the otters to his storage spots. There they'd collect enough food for everyone to eat during the winter. How much have you got buried? Roan asked. 3 rats, 2 possums, and a small bunny, said Coda.
You must be quite a hunter,
Seda complimented. Oh, he is. He's the best in the region. Roan proudly wagged his tail. Ignore him, said Coda. He's practically been feeding our whole family for over a year, whispered Roan.
Really?
Coda kept his eyes forward, feeling Seda's stare burrowing into his back. Absolutely. See, our alpha, he can't run like he used to. So, since Coda quit the pack, he's been bringing tribute any time he wants to visit us. And he brings a lot, said Roan. Not according to Lent, Coda muttered.
That is so adorable. You're still taking care of your family, swooned Seda.
Can we talk about something else, please? Requested Coda.
What was he like as a puppy?
Seda asked. Don't make me come back there. The stone gravel pit at the bottom of the hill was a circular field of rocks about 60 feet in diameter. The spot lay hidden beneath a pile of dirt. Its gray, chalky complexion matched the rocks, camouflaging it.
So this is why you killed my alpha? To protect your food?
Seda asked. Actually, I have 2 more spots like this, disclosed Coda.
Then why risk your life? She asked.
You know, to be honest, I didn't like watching you picking on him.
Who?
The yellow fox you chased up the tree. All over a dead deer, said Coda.
Who told you that?
He did. The fox you tried to take the deer from, that he laid claim to.
Is that what he told you? You think a fox took down a deer by himself?
She laughed. He said it was lame.
Who do you think lamed it? She asked.
What are you saying?
We took down the deer. Our alpha ordered the fox and another from our group to guard it while we chased down a nearby doe close by. The fox killed him, ate most of the deer, and ran off. We tracked him for half a day until we cornered him up that tree.
The fox was one of you? Coda looked at her aghast.
Yes, he joined us a week before. The pack member he killed was the alpha's son.
Are you serious? Asked Coda.
Yes, I would have told you, but I saw you talking to him right after the battle. I didn't know what he was telling you. I was worried you might attack me if I came closer.
Something heavy shifted in his chest. Blush had lied to him. Why? Oh no. Coda ran toward the storage spot at full speed, and Seda tried to keep up. When he got to the gravel field, his fears were confirmed. His food had been dug up. It was gone. Tiny paw prints led away from the stolen plunder, tracks that only one creature could make. Roan was somewhat puzzled why Coda kicked off so suddenly into a full sprint. Then he heard a rustling noise coming from behind a nearby pile of shrubs behind him. Out of the bushes came a large yellow fox carrying a small, brown, dust-covered bunny in its mouth. Who are you? Asked Roan.
Oh, nobody, Blush said, spitting it out. Just passing through. Wow, sure is a beautiful day, huh?
Where did you get that? Roan pointed down at the filthy hair.
You know, it's actually a very interesting story. You see,
the fox paused, and his eyes grew wide with shock and horror as he craned his neck to look behind Roan.
Holy shit, is that a diversion?
He screamed in alarm. Where? Roan spun around, but he saw nothing, only empty forest. Hey, Roan looked back. There's no diversion. He stopped mid-sentence to find this fox sprinting away with the rabbit. Get back here, you liar! He yelled, barreling after him. Coda and Seda looked up to see Roan galloping by. Coda pushed himself to catch up. I think the fox took your food, yelled Roan. No kidding, Coda huffed. He shot past his enormous cousin, eyes surveying the green for a glint of yellow in the distance. He was fast. Pushing through another thicket, they found themselves in a large field. Ahead was a fenced-off two-leg complex unlike anything Coda had ever seen. The fox went straight for it, aiming for a shallow hole at its base, just large enough for him to squeeze through. Dropping the rabbit, He pushed it through the hole with his forehead before crawling inside just as Coda leapt for him. Coda's fangs clamped onto nothing, and his nose smacked against the metal wire. Wow! Lying face down to the other side, Blush panted heavily, his panic beginning to subside. They should have you down at the Greyhound track, he said to Coda between breaths. You'd be 4-1 at least. I could clean up. Filthy double-crossing scavenger. Give me that rabbit, Coda threatened. Sorry, I need to refuel the calories I just burned. You stole from my storage spot. Spots, actually. I cleaned out your other two as well. Coda slammed himself against the fence and tried to jerk his head through the small hole, but its bottom spikes stabbed at his neck. Filthy fern vermin! I spent weeks getting those! Shh, keep it down. You know, you don't want to bring the two legs to this side of the compound, said Blush. Coda stopped struggling and opened his senses, focusing on the strange sight instead. What is this place? Seda asked as she caught up. Do you remember when you asked if I knew where those big metal trucks went? The ones that took the food, left outside by the two legs' homes? Feast your eyes, Blush gestured. There he is! That's him! Roan panted, reaching the fence. Yes, thank you, Coda said. Well, don't just stand there. Pressing his paws to the dirt, Roan began to dig, trying to expand the hole under the fence. The fox glanced over to the female. Oh, hey there, Seda. How you been? Kinda lonely since I lost my pack and you killed my fiancé, she replied. Your what? Roan and Coda looked at her. My fiancé. My alpha had promised me to him. We were to consummate the following week, until the fox killed him and led me to you. You're welcome, Blush said. Why didn't you tell me any of this? Coda asked. You didn't seem very interested in knowing anything about me, she said. Coda wasn't sure what had him more stupefied, finding his food gone or learning this. I don't believe this. Tell me about it. I wasn't even invited to the wedding, the fox said. There isn't going to be any wedding, she corrected. Well, of course, now that there's no longer a groom, Roan added. Why did you kill him? Coda asked the fox. He was a pompous, bigoted, simple-minded brat who let his daddy do all the hunting and fighting for him. 5 days straight of calling me worthless vermin, rodent, and critter. The second we were alone, he turned his back on me, and I opened his throat in one swipe. So it was his own fault, really. You pledged your loyalty and betrayed us, she said. A fox's true loyalty is to no pack but his own, corrected Blush. But your kind travels alone, Seda pointed out. Never said it was a big pack. So, are we killing him? We not killing him? What's going on? Roan asked. Coda seemed puzzled. He took a mental step back, gazing around the compound. What is this place? Payment for the food in the company. You spent your life trying to navigate the two-legged world? Navigate this place, and you'll never go hungry again, said the fox. For a moment, Coda just looked at him, confused. Then the sound of the two legs drew closer, and everyone turned their heads in the direction of the noise. That's our cue. Time to scatter. Keep it real, Coda. Blush took the dead rabbit and disappeared between two beige buildings. The other three made it to the nearest patch of brush, out of sight. A pair of identically dressed two legs emerged, surveying the area, looking around, appraising the woods before turning back. Coda, we should go, said Seda. What is this place, Coda? Roan asked, smelling the pungent aroma from the compound. A smirk stretched across the coy wolf's face. Jackpot. Chapter 11. Blip Blip. Rudy sat by the front door giving his roommates a look that said, I need to go out. The dog's eyes lit up with glee when Sam pulled the leash from a hook on the wall. This responsibility didn't annoy him. He tried to run half a mile at least once a day, and Rudy easily kept pace. He usually didn't put the leash on until they hit the lobby. The dog didn't really need a leash. He stuck to his masters like glue. Recognized cars, never jumped into traffic, didn't bother people who showed no interest in him. Never displayed aggression unless openly provoked. Sit, fetch, roll over. The dog had graduated from obedience school with honors. Ben kept his behavior consistent while teaching him impressive tricks from being able to open latched doors to fetching anything. Beers, keys, shoes, even the TV remote. When it came to education, Sam couldn't help but admire his unparalleled intelligence. With the temperature in the mid-40s, he stepped up their pace from an easy jog to a brisk run. It was an upscale area. Police cruisers sometimes slowed, wondering what Sam was doing in the zip code. They'd watch him for a moment, then continue their patrol. He'd think back to that day in the forest, the day of the wolf attack. He preferred that blood-curdling growl to the blip-blip of a police siren any day. He always kept both hands visible as those flashing red and blue lights sent his heart into a frenzied jackhammer. A middle-aged white woman clutched her purse tightly to her chest as they passed each other on the sidewalk. Damn, he thought. Did she really think he was going to mug her while walking his dog? Taking a deep breath, he practiced one of the meditative techniques he had learned over the years to deal with the boiling rage and sorrow at these far too frequent moments. Sensing Sam's turmoil, Rudy stopped, giving him a large toothy smile. Kneeling down, he caressed the dog. Like steam from a pot, the anguish evaporated. Just then, Rudy turned his head, looking to the far end of the street as though he sensed something. He broke into a run, nearly jerking the leash from Sam's hand. Hey, whoa, boy! Sam didn't have the secure footing he needed to make Rudy stop, and he ran hard to keep up. They turned the corner onto Center Avenue, and Sam saw the last person he expected coming out of the AT&T store. It was Amy with a black leather guitar case in her hand along with a small bag. Fumbling to get through the door, she kept the instrument from slamming against anything on the way out. Sam didn't know what to do. Say hi? Or pretend not to see her and pass by? Deciding on his behalf, Rudy propelled him forward. Amy turned just as the bronze ridgeback leapt right on top of her. To Sam's surprise, she was able to hold up the dog with one arm while grasping the guitar case in the other. The dog licked her cheeks frantically. Who, what? She stammered. Rudy, off! He grabbed the dog by the scruff of the neck, pulling him to the ground. You okay? Disoriented, Amy paused. Yeah? What? Sam? Sorry, he's never done that before. This must be Rudy, she smiled, rubbing him with her free hand. He panted gleefully at the firmness of her touch. Oh, he's so adorable. Man, he really likes you, Sam said. Yeah, animals love me. I don't know you played. He pointed to the guitar case. Oh, yeah, a little, she said. I never thought of you as a music type. 3 years I never heard you play one song on the radio. The music is usually in my head. She kept her gaze on the cheerful dog. Love to hear you play, said Sam. Yeah, well, it's pretty abstract, nothing you'd hear on the radio. She peered around nervously as Sam looked up at the AT&T store she just left. What are you doing here? I was getting a new phone. She held up the bag. What happened to your old one? Did you break it? You lose it? Yes, she said. Well, which one? Both, she admitted. Hey, I'm sorry about the project ending. You doing all right? Oh, yeah. I'm fine. No big deal. She strengthened her grip on the case. Hey, me and some people are heading out tonight. Something Professor Farhi wants us to check out. If you ain't busy, you should come. Oh, thanks, but I have to be somewhere, she stammered, looking around nervously. Listen, I gotta get going. She moved toward the intersection. Sam didn't hide his disappointment. Okay, cool. Guess we'll see you after the holiday break. When she was far enough away, Rudy stopped tugging after her, panting ecstatically from the encounter. Exhaling, Sam walked Rudy back to the apartment. Elsie was born in a pet store, middle child of 8. Not used to being noticed, she was surprised when the elderly woman picked her from all her siblings. The feline didn't know what made her so adorable to her new owner. The one thing that stood out about her was the patch of white fur covering her chin. When the elderly human looked in her lemon-yellow eyes, she saw something inside her. That was when the woman's husband was still alive. The woman had since been widowed. Elsie remembered the lady's husband from when she was a kitten. After he passed away a few years ago, the woman spent most of her time at home drinking and smoking. Health and hygiene took a back seat with the death of true love. She'd often pass out on the couch, not even making it to the bedroom. Elsie would come and nuzzle up beside her, especially in the winter when she forgot to turn on the heat. At first, it alarmed the cat to find a dog living in the neighboring house. She couldn't understand why a human would prefer a dog. Those loud, abrasive, filthy creatures. His incessant barking interrupting her sleep. But after a while, she'd gotten used to her life of leisure as a house cat. She had everything she could ever want. And yet, she had this feeling inside, perched on that balcony looking out into the wilderness, a yearning to know what was out there. It had been an average day. Eat, sleep, and play with her toys. Then outside her windowsill, she saw them again. The male and female wolves who'd spoken to the dog next door. They'd been taking the same route the last couple of days. Peering over to the living room, she saw her owner lying across the couch, an empty cocktail glass shimmering in the window's light, an almost finished cigarette dangling from her fingertips, clumps of ash on the carpet, the last tracks of smoke from the tip seeping out. The decibel levels of her snores told Elsie she wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Taking a few steps toward the ledge, the cat could see the dog inside his living room playing with the children who lived there, a young boy and girl. She heard their laughter through the sliding glass door. The wolves murmured something to one another. The female then gazed up at Elsie.
"Oh, hi there,"
she said. Elsie froze, feeling the impulse to run back inside.
"Thanks so much for the suggestion about the otter." "Don't mention it," said Elsie.
Okay, the dog's fine. He's well enough to play with the kids. Can we go now? Coda asked.
"I can't walk away from the cat in the middle of a conversation," said Seda.
Why?
"Because it's considered rude."
Rude? We're wild animals. Rude is our very definition.
Why are you so interested in the dog?"
Elsie asked. She has a crush on him.
"I do not."
Why else would he want to keep coming back to check on him? Said Coda.
"If we're going to use this route, we might want to make peace with the ones who protect it,"
said Seda. Okay, fine, but why talk to the cat? I don't think she'll give us away.
"You know, it wouldn't hurt to converse with others outside your own species."
The last time I did that, I got ripped off by a fox.
"But he showed you the trash complex."
Which I still have to figure out how to rip off.
"So, is this going to be a regular thing? You coming and going this way?"
The cat interrupted. I'm afraid so, he said.
"Okay, I don't know how comfortable I am with having two wolves in my backyard." "Oh, we're not wolves. We're coy wolves,"
Seda corrected.
"I don't know what those are."
If it makes you feel any better, neither do we, Coda shrugged.
"May I ask your name?"
Asked Seda.
Elsie?" "Hi, Elsie. That's a beautiful name. I'm Seda, and this is Coda."
Elsie knew they couldn't reach her on the balcony, but she kept looking around. She was paranoid this cordial demeanor was some sort of ploy to get her to let down her guard.
"Salutations?"
She paused.
"You're not going to eat me, are you?"
If we were, do you really think we'd take the time to introduce ourselves? Coda asked as he looked to Seda. Can we go now?
"For the last time. You're my alpha. You don't have to ask permission."
Oh, well, in that case. He turned and continued on the path, not looking back.
"It was nice meeting you, Elsie,"
Seda called before following him. In the distance, Elsie could hear them talking.
"You know, you could have at least said goodbye,"
Seda told him. We have to meet up with Raya. I'm not making her wait. I'd rather offend this cat than agitate that dog. Elsie looked down at the strange pair. How long will this detour take? Coda asked. He was forming a plan to heist the trash complex and didn't want to risk losing Raya's help by keeping her waiting.
"It won't be long. I promise."
20 minutes of hiking between scattered human homes, various fields, and the occasional forest brought them to a deep wood west of the airport, a vast expanse of forest he'd never seen before. At the precipice of a steep hill was a hidden cavern with a thin stream trickling down its center. What is this?
"My pack found it shortly before meeting you. I've been staying here since my alpha died. Do you like it?"
It's beautiful. Why are you showing it to me? You told me about the metal beasts plowing toward your family's den. You could take them here. Start a new life, if you wanted, she suggested. And what if the two legs come here? You've never heard of state parks? State what? Coda asked. Wild places they never touch. They keep their structures and beasts away from this land. Why? I don't know. They're two legs. Chapter 12. Ellen Tretchend. So why are we going here again? Ben asked. Professor Farheed wanted me to see this event tonight, Sam explained. I've never heard of a teacher telling a student where to go on a Friday night. Sounds kind of uncool, Sam offered. Lame? I was going to say lame, said Ben. Hey, if you don't want to come, he gestured to the car door. I didn't say that. I was just making an observation. Do me a favor. Save it till we get there, okay? I'm way too sober to punch you, said Sam. Will do. She coming? Ben asked. They were in the back seat of an Uber. Their driver, an obese Asian man, had his eyes glued to his iPhone and ignored them. I just texted. She's on her way out, said Sam. A sudden realization hit him as he looked from her apartment complex over to Ben. Quick, switch places with me. Why? I'm in the middle seat. I don't want to think this is a date. You gotta get between her and me, Sam explained, undoing his seatbelt. Ben unfastened without hesitation. The two awkwardly contorted over each other to switch places. Little higher. Hiya, man, Sam said. Ben pushed himself up, trying to shimmy over Sam and across the leather upholstery. The driver looked at them awkwardly. Want to give me a push? Ben said with his legs still flung over Sam. In one thrust, Sam launched his roommate to the other side. Thanks. Don't mention it. Hey, here she comes. The front door swung open as a statuesque Shauna stepped out into the cold night. Her raven hair was long and flowing. She was wearing a short, spaghetti-strapped V-neck sequin dress with a black leather jacket. The Uber driver's jaw dropped. Seeing them through the windows, she strolled over to the other side of the car, opening the door to the side where Sam was sitting. Hey, scoot over, she said. Sam and Ben looked to one another before moving in unison, positioning Sam in the middle seat again as she shimmied up right next to him. The Buckhead was designed like a classic log cabin. It had tall brown tables with circular stools surrounding the wooden log bar in the center of the large room. Animal heads were mounted on the high walls, deer, moose, buffalo, as well as others. In the corner of the hall stood a stage with instruments set up. The place was pretty crowded. Shauna's glamorous dress stood out. The other patrons wore mostly plaid shirts and jeans. Only 2 or 3 tables were unoccupied. Sam grabbed the nearest one against the wall, far from the stage and toward the back. The sign outside read, Ellen Tretchend. Sam didn't even know what that meant. Here we go. Ben set a Corona in a pint glass as he sipped his rum and coke through a pair of short, thin straws. Say this about the place. Bartenders are cute, said Ben. The bartenders are guys. Sam glanced over. Exactly. The cuter the guy bartenders, the hotter the girl customers, like moths to a flame. That your goal, man? Bartender leftovers? You have to start somewhere, joked Ben. Okay, from now on, when you're around me, you do not refer to men as cute, Sam said. Don't be such a phobe, Ben chuckled, nudging his roommate as Shauna walked up. Okay, so far, love this place. They make the drinks really strong. She smiled, taking a sip of her fruity cocktail. Have you ever been given a watered-down drink? Ben asked. Of course I have. Was it a gay bar? Sam asked. Lucky guess, she laughed. Besides, where else can you find men who will compliment your outfit and actually mean it? Sam and Ben gave each other a quizzical look, then nodded. The lights dimmed along with the murmuring crowd as the band walked on stage. A heavy-set balding man in baggy jeans, glasses, and cheap-looking plaid shirt was holding a mandolin. There was a short Asian woman with a flute, and a thin woman with graying hair and a violin. On a stand in the center of the stage was an acoustic guitar next to a microphone. Then, who should walk up to it? The last person Ben and Sam expected to see, Amy. Their mouths hung open. For a moment, Sam wasn't sure if it was her. She wore makeup. Her hair was clean, shiny, draping over her shoulders. She looked good picking up the guitar and stepping up to the microphone. "This is a song I just wrote this week," she announced. "It's about love and loss." She pulled the strap over her shoulder. The others around her prepared to play. She picked at the strings in a combination of notes that were soothing to the ear, like haunting Irish folk music with an instrumental sonnet. Upon brimming beauty autumn's rise, a woman's stolen kiss she cries. Oh, you know not the secrets bore, so shattered in her bosom's core. For harvest comes, a season's pass, then lay atop December grass. A promise placed there lies to shame, on wakeful wings until he came. So let your breathless soul find the peace they'll never know. This world so dark, the prayers we say, until we live another day. Her voice was soft velvet, woven into the instruments like crochet. The song began to build as the man behind her with the mandolin chimed in. The violins soon echoed. This cold, tense, awkward girl he'd known for years sang with such passion, desire, and yearning. Looking all around, he could see many people were enthralled by the melody. As the song ended, the entire hall erupted in cheers and applause. Sam and Ben joined in. Shauna seemed very perturbed by this sudden revelation. She clapped her palms just twice, and lightly. "I didn't know this was why you brought us," she said. "I didn't either," said Sam. He stared, astonished as Amy played the next song, which was a little more upbeat. He wondered if she could see him across the room in dim lights among the crowd. He doubted it. "Did you know she played?" Ben asked. "Nah," he said, though he remembered the guitar case earlier that day. This was why ML wanted him to come. He wanted Sam to see her play. Once the project shut down next week, they might never see each other again. Shauna's usually pleasant features diminished with every song. "What century is this music?" she asked. When they didn't respond, she seemed bored and began to check her phone. Looking around, Sam saw a group of 4 middle-aged women mouthing the lyrics to one of Amy's songs. She had fans. The band played 7 songs, all originals. The last one was a fast-paced, catchy tune. Some people danced as the gray-haired lady brought out some large bongo drums. The band thanked the audience. Everyone cheered wildly. "Come on, let's go say hi," Ben said, getting up to head for the stage. "No," Sam said urgently. "What?" Ben asked. "Oh, come on. We came all this way," Shauna said. "She never told me about this. She didn't want me to know. We should leave," he insisted. "What are you talking about? She's fantastic. Come on," said Ben. "No, you don't know her like I do. She won't." But it was too late. They were already halfway up the stage where the band was packing up their instruments. Amy was putting her guitar back in its case as Ben approached. "Hey, you were great up there," he said. She froze, horrified. "I love your songs. Do you have any albums?" she asked in mock admiration, flashing a smile. Amy stared in total shock and then glanced at Sam, who looked apologetic. Without a word, she closed her guitar case and headed straight for the door. The rest of the band watched her abrupt departure, alarmed. Confused, Ben turned to Shauna, who shrugged carelessly. Sam went to the bar for another drink. "Even if you dig under the fence, we can't get inside the buildings. There's no way to spot the guards coming and having enough time to hide," Raya said. The stray dog had agreed to help Koda and Seda survey the trash complex in exchange for a percentage of the food they heisted. "Don't worry. We'll find a way in." They were traveling the usual path past where Jerry and Elsie lived. Suddenly, Seda paused, sniffing the air. Her body tensed.
Do you smell that?
What? Coda asked, still lost in thought over heisting garbage.
Smells like smoke.
Panicking, she racked her brain for a way to get out. The cat door to the balcony wasn't an option with the entire second floor engulfed in flames. Its crackling threatened her as she crawled downstairs. She made her way to the front door, furthest from the heat and the smoke.
Elsie?
A faint voice called from outside. Reaching the door, she stood on her tiptoes, pushed the mail slot open with her nose to see a dark female coy wolf from earlier.
Seda, I can't get out,
She screamed in frantic meows.
Hang on. Are we saving her?
Raya asked. Apparently, Coda said. He didn't know how to open the two-leg doors. Raya saw the gray Subaru parked in the driveway. The second-floor windows glowed orange as smoke billowed from every crevice into the night sky. Raya saw the gray Subaru on the driveway.
Help! Help me, please!
The feline begged through the slot, gulping for clean air.
Shut up and listen, Raya ordered. I can get you out, but I need you to get the car keys. What? A small black stone with a metal ring. They make a jingling sound. I need you to get that.
Elsie looked back to the flames spreading across the floor. They were inside the leather bag the woman always carried. It was on the kitchen table. The fire crept closer.
I can't. It's too hot. There's too much smoke. Breathe, breathe, Seda said soothingly. I'm trying, she gasped. Get them now. Get them now or you're going to die. Go now, Raya screamed at her. Quiet, Seda snapped. Elsie, listen to me. This is your home. You've lived here all your life. You know where everything is. You can do it with your eyes closed. Just hold your breath, one step at a time.
She pressed a paw to Elsie's whiskered face. Inhaling as much usable air as her lungs would allow, Elsie headed in. The smoke blinding, she used her memory to navigate the den to the dining room table that stood 3.5 feet high. She leapt on top of it. The smoke drew tears from her eyes like a faucet. As she felt around on the table's surface, her head pounded in agonizing thumps. She needed oxygen.
Clink, clink.
She felt the piece of plastic in the bag and pulled it to her. She clamped her mouth around the ring and headed back to the front door, dropping them through the slot, taking in another lungful of outside air. Did you get it? Seda asked.
Yes, she said.
Okay, give it to me. Raya grabbed the keys through the opening.
Please, don't leave me, the cat cried. I won't. I'm staying right here,
Seda told her. She pressed her nose gently through the slot to the cat as Coda and Raya scrambled to the driveway, which was illuminated by the flashes of orange glowing through the windows. Raya dropped the key fob on the driveway. What are you doing? Coda asked.
One of these buttons unlocks the car. The metal beast, said Raya.
She pressed her right paw to it, attempting to click the button, but to no avail.
Come on, hurry,
Seda called.
Hang on a sec, this wasn't designed for us.
Wait, I've seen them do this, said Coda. He drew on a memory of the two legs pressing down with their curvy digits and the vehicle making a beeping sound. The inferno grew brighter. He slammed his nose onto the fob. The metal beast made a thumping sound, followed by a sharp beep. Its front and rear lights flashed twice as the koi threw his head back in agony. He hopped up and down with the pain of his bruised snout. Though somewhat impressed by his ingenuity, Raya wasted no time leaping on her hind legs and using her paws and pull the car handle toward her. The door popped open far enough for her to climb inside. She wrapped her jaw around the garage door opener. Extracting it from the ceiling visor, she felt the rubber button in her jaw as she clenched it. With a grinding noise, the giant doors rose, releasing a cloud of smoke from inside. Wait here, she told Coda. Taking a deep breath, Raya headed into the toxic cloud to the door that led into the house. To her relief, the door was a horizontal latch and not a circular knob. Elsie, get to the garage! Where the car lives! She barked through the door. She leapt up, stretching her front paws for the latch, but it was stubborn. Every time she pulled down, it snapped back before the door detached. On the fourth attempt, it swung open as she ran back to the driveway, gasping for air. Elsie, the door's open! Run! Raya yelled. In the driveway, Coda, Raya, and Seda watched as the smoke cloud thickened. Their stomachs tightened with every passing second. Elsie, Seda cried, pleading into the pyre. 5 seconds. 10. 25.
Yeah, why not?
Coda muttered, bolting into the smoke-filled garage.
Coda!
Seda screamed as he disappeared into the thick cloud. Behind them, the faint wailing of sirens grew louder. Raya jerked her head between the blaze and the forest.
We have to go. They're coming,
said Raya.
Just wait.
Nearly a full minute passed, and Raya edged to the wood, but Seda stood her ground, not taking her eyes from the garage. Just then, Coda came bursting from the smoke with Elsie in his mouth. Setting the limp-furry body down, he collapsed to the pavement, coughing desperately, water streaming from his eyes. The flashing lights were visible, but the cat's body was motionless, her chest unmoving.
Come on, Elsie. Elsie!
Seda nudged the cat, whispering in her ear. The sirens were 2 blocks away.
We have to go,
Raya said, still wheezing. Coda got up, and they stared down at her. Elsie! Back and forth, he rubbed her spine. Come on, you mangy little furball. You did not just make me go through all that for nothing. Gasp! The yellow eyes popped open and she coughed frantically.
Elsie! Shh, it's okay. You're all right. You're all right.
Seda whispered, tearfully caressing her. The sirens were a block away. Flickers of red and blue bounced off the house.
Coda!
Raya screamed from the tree line.
Just breathe,
Seda said. Coda wrapped his mouth around Elsie's midsection, picking her up. The firefighters braced for the work they had cut out for themselves. Pulling up to the smoking garage, they saw what looked like a wolf with a black cat in its jaws. The animal took one glance at the brigade, then went barreling into the thicket. Next door, Jerry stood against the fence in his backyard, watching the entire series of events unfold. Huh, he whispered.
The mother had returned along with her mate, a 6-foot-long white wolf, about 200 miles south of where he was supposed to be. He stood near his children with a menacing look on his face. Amel ordered them to run as he reached for his tranquilizer pistol. The dart was designed to kick in less than 10 seconds after impact, though the serum was dosed to the weight of a coyote. The wolf was over double that, which meant it took twice as long. The beast charged, knocking Amel to the ground. His leather coat gave him only a small layer of protection from its powerful flesh-shredding jaws. Guarding his chest and face with his arms, he tried to push it off long enough for the sedative to kick in. Losing consciousness, it grew sluggish, but not before digging its paw deep inside Amel's left eye. With an excruciating scream, Amel rolled away like a log until he slammed into a nearby tree. The wolf, only inches from his wounded prey, was closing in when something tackled it. Amel looked up to see Sam's arms wrapped around the wolf's midsection. Sam pressed his chest against the animal's back so its teeth and claws couldn't reach its captor. Frenzied, it bucked and kicked to free itself. Little by little, the sedative took hold until it drifted into a docile slumber. Sam set the unconscious predator on the ground and ran over to Amel, who torn off a piece of his shirt to wrap it around his injured eye. Blood trickled down steadily. "You okay?" Sam asked, panicked and short of breath at the sight of his wounded teacher.
"I'm all right. You just scratched my eye. Are you okay?"
"Yeah," Sam exhaled. Amy, who had witnessed the entire altercation, ran over to help lift the professor to his feet. "We've got to get him to a hospital," Sam said. She helped pull him back to the van.
"Bring the puppy,"
Amel said.
What?
He pointed to the injured cub Sam had set on the ground before pulling off the wolf.
"He'll die if we don't help him."
The pup, who'd witnessed the entire incident, was trying to crawl back to his mother. She stood by the oak near his siblings.
You need medical attention,
Amy cried. She tugged at her teacher's arm, but he wouldn't budge.
"I can walk. Sam, bring the cub,"
he ordered. Carefully, Sam grasped the pup, for the briefest moment gazing into his deep, dark eyes. Cradling the pup to his chest, he headed back to the van, back to civilization, away from the pup's unconscious father, away from his distraught mother who stood by watching as they went west towards the impending twilight. Sam's eyes flittered open. He shot up from his bed. The same dream he'd been having on and off for the past 2 years. Each time as vivid as the last. Reaching for a bottle of water, he swilled a mouthful, staring at the Polaroid picture over his nightstand. It was a little coy wolf pup with mismatched eyes, staring right into the camera. He was curled up on a pile of blankets with a bandaged leg in the science department. Chapter 13. Natural Selection. Coda walked steadily so he wouldn't jostle the cat. He felt Elsie's shallow breathing in his jaws. The family den wasn't an option. Lent would kill her, and there wasn't enough room under the bridge. They were headed to Sada's hidden cavern when Elsie began to wake up.
Please,
she moaned. Her depleted strength made it difficult to speak.
What?
Sada asked, concerned.
Please, what? Kill me,
she whispered.
Please, just do it now. Make it quick.
It dawned on them that the cat thought they intended to eat her. Sada looked at Coda, wondering if they might. They'd never discussed their plans for Elsie. Unable to speak with his mouth full, he set her down on a soft patch of grass. Look, Elsie, is it? Do you really think I would risk burning alive just to get a tiny scrap like you? He asked. She said nothing. Coda suspected the cat was a little disoriented. We're going to get you to a hideaway, where Sada will help you recover.
Me?
Sada asked. Yes. You introduced me to the cat. You made this my problem, plus I'm your alpha, so it's also in order. Picking Elsie back up, Coda led the group to the cavern and gently set her down on a soft spot inside, close to the stream. Raya, Coda said, if I get you food for the next few days, do you think you can spend that time keeping an eye on the trash complex? See what the nightly schedule is?
I think so,
said Raya. Good, we'll rendezvous once a day to coordinate, said Coda.
Where are you going?
Sada inquired. Back to the den. I've got to update the others. Find Kalo and hunt up some grub for Elsie so she can recover. He headed off into the forest before stopping to turn back. What do cats eat? Struggling, Elsie raised her head.
Turkey, chicken, tuna, cooked beef.
Her voice straining to get the words out. Okay, sewer rat. Got it, said Coda. Nursing an injured cat in the wild was the last thing Coda wanted to do, but at the same time, he saw an opportunity. If she recovered, Elsie could benefit the group in a big way. Putting recent events out of his mind, he threw himself into a morning hunt. He ran over a mile to chase down a possum. It felt good to let his frustration out on some prey. With Elsie's house burned to a cinder, 2 legs hovering around it, he couldn't take his usual safe route back. So, he gambled on an alternate path to his hideaway. As he drew closer, he saw that the human dens had more distance between them, giving him more space to maneuver. The only thing stopping him from using the path was that yelping puppy behind that chain-link fence who called out to everyone. His pelt was white with scattered patches of brown, and he had large floppy ears with big round eyes. He wore a decorative collar, cherry red with a small golden disc dangling from it. It jingled as he pranced about the spacious yard. His nose was glued to the ground, sniffing, jerking sporadically. The child spotted him. Coda detected no sight or smell of humans or other dogs nearby.
Hi there,
shouted the little one.
Play? You want to play with me?
He was excited. Coda was taken aback at this revelry.
Wow, you're tall. I bet you can run really fast. How do your legs get so long? Why do your eyes look different? What's that in your mouth? Is it dead? Does it taste good?
Coda spat out the possum. Oh, God, shut up, kid. He didn't want the yelps to alert anyone. As he turned to leave, Sada's words came back to him.
It wouldn't hurt you to converse with others outside your own species.
The puppy stopped jumping to gaze curiously at the koi. Wow, you are hyper. What are your owners putting in your food?
I don't know, but it's brown and tastes really good. Is your food brown?
Sometimes. What do you eat? Coda asked.
All kinds of stuff. Hard, soft, wet, mushy, meaty. But I don't like it when they make me have stuff that doesn't taste good.
Like these white pebbles that they put in and hold my mouth closed, and I have to swallow. I don't like that.
He spoke so fast, Coda barely understood. Slow down. Jeez. No wonder they hold your mouth closed. Do you even know what a conversation is?
What's that? Is it a game? Is it fun? Can you eat it?
The pup asked. Coda shot him a stern look that made the pup sit still. It's how we communicate to one another. I talk, you talk, then I talk again. It keeps going like that until one of us decides to stop talking.
And then what happens?
Then we see each other another time and do it again. Or don't.
So, is this a conversation?
He asked. No, this is you yapping on and on, giving me a headache, while this fence keeps you from natural selection, said Coda.
What's natural selection?
Do you know any other forelegs besides me? Coda asked. He was curious where the child's parents were. It was their job to tell him this.
I've seen others pass by, but none of them want to talk to me.
I wonder why.
So, what's natural selection?
How about we work on your conversation skills, and maybe one day, if we're very, very lucky, you'll live to find out.
Okay.
Coda told the kid about the world around him, the laws of wolves and dogs.
So, you don't have a home or owners?
The pup asked. He had difficulty grasping the concept. No, I'm called a wild animal. You're called a slave. He broke off, thinking before blurting out the word slave dog. You're a sheltered animal. The sheltered live in wooden caverns with humans. They feed you and bathe you, and all you have to do in return is show affection.
Is that all I have to do?
The pup asked. That and not pee inside.
They don't like that? So that's why they keep yelling at me.
In some cases, they'll take you to school. You'll learn how to interact with them more efficiently, stay with them long enough, and some of the sounds from their mouths will start to make sense. And you'll know what they mean. You'll start to live as they live. Their traits and attitudes will rub off on you.
Wow, that's amazing. Will we ever get to play?
No, the sheltered can't play with the wild ones.
Why not?
Sheltered animals are nice. Wild ones are mean. If your owners weren't there to give you food, you would have to hunt, track, fight, and even kill for it. Starvation would be your constant companion. Any day could be your last. You enjoy a free meal while I have to bleed for mine, Coda explained.
So why don't you become sheltered? Get a human master.
Because I can go anywhere I want, whenever I want. If I were sheltered, my owners would decide what I do, what I eat, when I go out, and what other animals I interact with. I couldn't do it. I was born to run.
What if I want to be wild? Go wherever I want,
the pup asked. There are dogs that have been able to. Get your owners to trust you, show them enough love, affection, make them believe you'd never run away. Then the second you don't have a rope on your neck and you're near an open door, run as fast as you can, Coda explained. The pup looked back to the house where he saw the young married couple through the window. Their joy could be heard through the glass as he saw them tumble over the couch in a passionate embrace. Sadness fell upon his eyes. Hey, relax, kid. You're young, fed, happy, and life is good. Enjoy it. The pup lowered his head. Looking around, Coda made sure no one was watching as he leaned in and pressed his nose to the fence. Hey, he whispered. You want to play?
Play? He shot up. Play, we can play.
Sure, just promise you won't tell anybody.
I don't know anyone but you,
said the puppy. That's good enough. I'm going to run from one end to this fence to the other faster than you can.
No, you can't. I'm faster.
Well, let's see you put your kibble where your mouth is. Go, barked Coda. Amel sat in his office as Amy burst in. Ah, I'm glad you're here, said Amel. Something interesting's been happening up north. Several tagged animals from Albany to Ottawa have gone missing. The police and park services don't have the necessary data to... Amel trailed off, noticing she was furious.
You had no right, she shouted.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, you should be. You had no right to tell anyone about me.
I take it Sam caught the show?
Him and a group of stuck-up hypocrites he hangs with. You violated my trust. Do you have any idea how much you hurt me? She glared into his one good eye. Tears began to pool.
I trusted him not to use that information to hurt you, no matter what he thought of your performance,
Amel said. I choose who I tell about my life. That is not your job.
I was trying to help you.
To what? Be like everyone else? Blend into a crowd? Sacrifice my identity for a pat on the head from scornful assholes?
No, to be okay with being different, to not care what anyone else thinks, said the professor.
The girl he brought is the most vicious gossip on campus, she cried.
So, what if she is? Words are just noise floating through the air. They can't hurt you unless you let them. You try to keep everything negative away, but the world doesn't work like that. It's a package deal. If you put yourself out there, occasionally you'll face harsh criticism.
Then what if I don't want to put myself out there?
Your music, your research, everything will come under scrutiny. You must learn to face scorn, failure, and learn from it. Move past it. That's how people achieve success. Running away accomplishes nothing. If you don't play, you'll never win.
Wiping tears from her eyes, she grabbed the bag and papers she'd left behind last time before turning to leave.
Love you too, girl,
he whispered before turning back to his desktop. After playing with the puppy, Coda gave the possum to Raya, Seda, and Elsie as they settled in for the night. Then he went over to his own spot and watched the last light leave the sky and the stars come out as he lay on the soft, desolate field, alone with his thoughts. Counting the stars, he felt a peaceful slumber beginning to take over. Then the thud of soft footfalls disturbed him. Whoever that is dead, Coda threatened out loud. If my alpha commands. He craned his neck to see Seda approaching. Her black fur blended so beautifully with the night. Only her amber eyes were visible. What are you doing here? He asked. Raya said she'd watch Elsie. I wanted to see if you needed company. Do you think I came all the way out here because I wanted company? Coda asked. He expected her to look offended, but she just started walking back to the cavern. You can stay if you want. She turned back, sitting down on the grass, a few feet from him. Your father was a wolf, wasn't he? She asked. Did Nay tell you? Coda asked back. No, I can tell. Coy wolves whose parents were both coy wolves don't usually have features as sharp as the ones who come from one pure wolf. He wondered how much he could trust her. Perhaps it was the drowsiness that made him think, what the hell, why not? My father was a purebred wolf from the far north. He ventured south when a rival pack slaughtered his entire family. Lived his youth as a loner for a few years, learning to hunt, steer clear of two legs. He was enormous with a snowy white pelt, 6 feet in length. Wow, how is it your mother's brown, your father's white, and you're gray? She asked. My mother told me I had the exact color of gray as her father. I got those genes, Coda said, remembering when he was a pup, having asked Thema the same question. The white wolf encountered many enemies and allies, roaming the land alone until he came across my mother and realizing what she was. A seer. Is she really? Her eyes widened. The rarest of the four legs. Instincts and intuition so sharp, so acute, they can see beyond the 5 senses. He kept his eyes on the stars. Instinctual foresight, she said. Yep, and everyone wanted her. A pack of vicious coyotes came for her as a child. Her pack had to surrender her or face certain slaughter. She knew the best hunting grounds, how to avoid rivals. My father killed them to have her. When it was over, she looked him in the eye and prophesied that she was his to have, but not to keep, Coda explained. Then what happened? He said he didn't care. He loved her, and without her, he would never complete his harvest. Harvest? She asked. The wolf's creed, our personal destiny, what all wolves strive to find, he said. And then? She led him to this region and gave birth to me, my brothers, and Nay. Seda shimmied a little closer to him until they were only inches apart.
You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to.
No, it's all right. I was only a few weeks old when 3 humans came into the forest. They ventured into our den while our parents were out hunting. I felt them coming. I don't know how. I was so young. Too young to smell, hunt, or even see. But I knew they were there. I tried to wake my siblings, but they pushed me away. So I crawled through a hidden passage out the back. And as I did, a falling branch crushed my right leg. A moment later, a pair of great big hands freed me. I was lifted up and found myself looking into large black eyes, his hairless pelt as dark as night. He was holding me soft and gentle. There was a kindness in those eyes that almost made me feel peaceful. I couldn't explain it, but my fear melted away. That is, until my parents came back and found us in the hands of these strangers. My mother cried for my father to stop, but he wouldn't listen. He attacked, wounding one before they downed him with a metal spitter and left, taking me with them. His eyes drifted from one star to the next, not even bothering to count. He let them create endless patterns in his mind as he let it go blank. Seda just stared at him.
If the 2 legs took you, how did you get back?
They healed me, then returned me to the same place.
Just like that?
I don't know why or how long I was inside their den. I couldn't see the sky for weeks, maybe months, Coda said.
What were they like?
Strange, but kind.
What happened when you came back?
With my family gone, I wandered the forest. I was alone, a child. No one taught me how to survive. It wasn't until I found a 2-legged house and raided their trash that I was able to eat, live off their leftovers for a few weeks. My instincts kicked in as I grew. It wasn't until I came across my family's scent by accident I found them again.
And when you did?
They had thought I was dead. My father left after my abduction, a wolf his size presiding over a half-breed family. He was attracting too much attention. It was too dangerous. My brothers and sisters begged him to stay, but he kissed them all, held my mother one last time, proving true the statement she made the day they met, that she wasn't his to keep. Seda didn't know what to say to the coy wolf lying next to her, his eyes lost in the past. I found her with Lent. He saved her from another that took her and my sister and killed my brothers. Then I joined the pack, and I lived with them until Roan, Kalo, and Raya came along. Then Lent banished me from the burrow, where I lived on my own until you arrived.
Do you believe in it? The harvest?
Seda asked. My father did, Coda whispered.
But do you?
He took a deep, long breath. It was a question he didn't want to answer. I don't know. I'd like to.
Do you want me to leave?
She asked. He could feel Seda's warmth as she curled up closer. No. Chapter 14. Grey Goose. With the holidays approaching, 38-degree nights did little to keep the students from enjoying the nightlife. There was nothing like blowing off steam with your closest friends in an evening of youthful exuberance and potential debauchery. In their group was Sam, Ben, and 2 other guys, along with 5 girls. Sam hadn't felt like going out, but once Ben dragged him, the atmosphere loosened him up. He had been so busy between his classes, homework, and tracking in the wild, he'd forgotten how much he enjoyed going out with friends. Shauna knew the owner of the club, and had reserved a private table for the group at a fraction of the usual price. Since she brought in girls who looked just like her, hordes of young men would pay admission to follow the sorority inside, some even brave or drunk enough to try for their affections. The club was dark with multicolored lights flashing from many corners of the high ceiling, making its aura vague but navigable. Smooth, varnished dark brown wood lined the walls, It used to be an elegant Irish pub with a full bar on one side and a spacious lounging area on the other. 2 rounds of drinks had the group jazzed enough to dance, so they proceeded up a flight of stairs. The second floor was packed shoulder to shoulder with bodies writhing against one another to the sensual electric beat, pulsing through the surrounding speakers. Making their way up, Sam's shoulders bobbed to the rhythm as the ladies followed. Ben was already dancing in his dorky, stiff way, while the girls formed their tight, protective circles. Sam slid over, showing Ben a simpler, more attractive way to move. The most common mistake to make on the dance floor was to slam down to the beat. Sliding up smoothly to the beat did the trick. Muscles completely relaxed, yet confident, determined motion, moving arms as little as possible. Turning around, Sam saw that Shauna had squeezed right in front of him on the crowded floor. Her white top revealed a generous amount of cleavage, and her skirt raised nearly to those curvy thighs. With matching heels that elevated her forehead to his brow, her eyes locked on his. Her lips parted, her pupils dilated, and she was moving sleek and seductive. Many guys eyed her, and girls were eyeing him because of her. He tried to keep a good 4 inches between them, but she closed the distance in one stride, pressing her chest to his, hands wrapped around the back of his neck, batting eyelashes, flashing that dazzling smile. In that moment, Sam forgot why he was being so distant. He wasn't attached to anyone. She demanded nothing of him. They were 2 young, single people enjoying a night out before the holidays. He tightened his embrace on her waist, answering her smile with his beaming grin. They moved in a hypnotic sway to the hit R&B song. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Ben dancing close with one of the other girls they came with. He gave Sam a nod. Shauna twisted her body around, pressing her lower back into his belt buckle, maneuvering firmly against him. His mind went blank. Only the pure raw motion of pleasure and euphoria firing through him as he let the music direct his gentle pelvic thrusts. They danced to 3 more songs, and by then, Ben and the girls had gone back to the lounging area to join the others. The DJ's playlist had shifted from rapid and energetic to something slow and sensual. Shauna turned so they were again face to face. Leaning in, she gave him the green light to kiss her, but his attention was diverted just beyond his eyeline. On the dance floor right across from them was a girl dancing carnally, her pale skin prominently exhibited beneath the tight black dress that barely passed for PG-13. A wave of shiny blonde hair flowed as she swayed, grinding on a short, skinny 90-pound white boy who could barely dance. It was obvious he found her very intimidating. His hands half closed on her sides. She grabbed his knuckles, forcing them into palms, securing them firmly on her lower hips as she seized a fistful of his shirt, pulling him in closer, planting a smile on the shy young man, then whirled around, revealing her face beneath the neon lights. It was Amy. Stunned, Sam stopped dancing. Curious, Shauna looked over. Her expression became a mask of shock at the sight of the mangy, awkward girl who trudged the halls of the university, now completely unrecognizable. It wasn't only her small black dress, but her makeup. Not the gentle touch-up she had on stage in the Buckhead, but a porcelain doll foundation and ruby red lipstick below the thick eyeliner, which made her look innocent and pouty. Her hair flowed with exquisite shine and definition. Realizing her mouth felt like sandpaper, Amy gently pushed her dance partner away, maneuvering through the crowd and heading back down to the bar. It offered a full water cooler next to a stack of transparent plastic cups. It wasn't until the clear liquid touched her lips that she realized how thirsty she was. Her insides cooled as it trickled down. A sliver of sobriety returned. The bar was a large oval-shaped circle in the center of the main room. Dozens of young men and women packed 3 to 4 rows back waiting for service, waving their cash and credit cards hoping to be next, but only 4 bartenders were able to attend the swarm of customers. The sight reminded Amy of piglets bulldozing one another to reach their mother's teat, but she squeezed in like the rest. "Hey, they should open another bar down here, don't you think?" a tall guy said, standing next to her. He was her age, tall, with handsome features. They should, but they won't, she replied with a blank expression. Why not? Everyone's piled right in front of the windows. People outside can see how crowded it is in here, which makes this place look popular, which is why everyone's trying to get in. It's a business strategy, she said. Wow, you must be in marketing, the guy commented. Not really. Oh, so you here with friends? He asked. Not really, she repeated, not looking at him, trying to catch the bartender's eye. You mean a girl as fine as you just came alone? Yes, she said. Saw you dancing up there. Got some serious moves. I try. Can I buy you a drink? No thanks. Come on, why not? Because I'm buying. A voice came from behind. Amy turned to see Sam squeeze in next to her just as 3 people left the bar. He seized the opportunity, surging forward and gently clasping her wrist. She staggered after him. Why didn't you tell me you were coming out tonight? I would have invited you to come with us, Sam said. She hated being touched, yet made no effort to discourage the grabbing of her wrist. The drink must have dulled her to that irritation. I don't know, just threw this on, and Google told me this was a busy place, said Amy. Not surprised to see him here, she kept glancing, hoping the bartender would get close enough for her order. Well, you look good. What you having? He asked. Jack and Coke, she said. She reached for her purse as he repeated the order, tacking on a Corona for himself. No, I got it. No, I'm paying for myself, she insisted. It's one drink, I can afford it. Sam stared at her for a moment. She looked like the girl everyone led to the front of the line, but inside was still the same stubborn Amy. She grabbed his silk shirt, yanking him to her until her cleavage pressed against his washboard abs. She thrust the wad of cash into his front pocket before downing the drink in one gulp. Oh, that hit the spot. See you on the dance floor. She headed to the other end of the club, passing Shauna, who had seen their interaction and scowled as she passed. Amy didn't seem to notice her. Sam grabbed his beer and took a few steps toward Shauna. Hey. Hey, she replied, folding her arms. I've never seen Amy outside of school, he lied, forgetting about the time he was walking Rudy. Except last week with that folk band, she added accusingly. I'm surprised she even owns a dress. We better get back. The others are probably wondering where we went. Don't you want to dance a little more? She tugged him toward the stairs. Nah, I'm getting drenched. Gotta sit and cool off. Making their way through the crowd, he was surprised to see Amy next to Ben and the rest of the group at their table. Hey, guys, you'll never believe who I ran into at the bathroom, Ben indicated. I love your hair, one of the girls in the group said. Thanks. So, who you here with? Shauna asked. No one. No one? No boyfriend? No group? You just went out alone? Shauna demanded. Sam shot her a perplexed glance, though he knew what she was trying to do. I wasn't gonna go out tonight, but I changed my mind last minute, Amy explained. So, all your friends were busy? Shauna said, emphasizing the word friends. Everyone I know, Amy shrugged, seeming not to care. Besides, why go out with a bunch of people you already know when you could just meet new ones? Yeah, we saw you dancing with quite a few new friends, Shauna said. Everyone shifted their gaze away from the two of them. Amy didn't seem to notice, or simply didn't care. Well, some guys asked me to dance, then another, then a third. You know how it is. It's like dominoes, said Amy. She took a sip of Grey Goose vodka from a glass Ben had poured her from the group's bottle. That's a beautiful dress. Where do you buy it? Shauna asked. I didn't. I made it. What? Asked Shauna. Some of the girls shot straight up at this news. No way. It looks so good on you. How do you do it? One of them asked. Not too hard. I just bought a standard sewing kit and watched a bunch of YouTube videos. Wow, said one girl who had overheard at the end of the couch, looking away from the guy flirting with her. Sure, Amy continued. You can learn anything. Dancing, piano, gourmet recipes. The instructions are all laid out. You never told me you sewed, Sam said. You never asked. He also never asked if you played an instrument until we saw you perform, Ben interjected.
You're in a band?
A guy said.
It's nothing,
Blushed Amy. What? You were great. We'd have told you if you hadn't taken off, said Ben.
Whoa. With all this sewing and playing, how did you find time to hunt animals in the woods?
Shauna asked, taking another sip.
Well, wait, I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Amy asked. She generally didn't recall.
Shauna,
she said, steely-eyed.
Well, Shauna, I don't hunt animals. I track, record, and catalog their movements. Hunting is to find something for the purpose of acquisition. Tracking is following and documenting without interfering. And I would more than love to take road trips to Manhattan, expanding my parents' credit card statement on a $900 Herv ledger, which you pull off so well, by the way.
She gestured to Shauna's outfit.
But I would rather spend $27 on several yards of fabric, some needle, and thread, and save the rest of my $873 for something else like rent, medical insurance, or a Roth IRA,
she said, downing the rest of the vodka before pushing herself to her feet.
I feel like dancing. Any volunteers?
She asked. 3 guys, including Ben, got up in acceptance of the invitation.
Why, thank you, Sam,
Amy said. What?
I'd love to.
She grabbed him by the wrist, pulling him to the stairs as they ascended to the crowded dance floor. Wiggling their way in, she turned and swayed to the music, keeping a little over a foot of distance between them. He busted his moves in a style all his own, slick yet matching his partner's pace. You okay? He asked over the blaring music.
Yeah, I haven't been buzzed in a while. A little out of practice, she said.
Sorry about Shauna, he said.
That's all right. I've always met one like her.
One what?
The girl who needs to be the female alpha,
Amy responded. Really?
Yeah, just like guys ready to pummel each other over the hottest girl here. You think the woods are dangerous? This is the real jungle.
She gestured to the young, inebriated patrons of a downtown Saturday night. You're drunk.
No, I'm not.
You telling jokes, dancing all sexy, smiling. You are so drunk, said Sam playfully.
I think you're so drunk that I look drunk to you.
Her lower leg bumped into another dancer's, causing her to stumble. Sam sidestepped as she fell into his arms. He held her up until she regained her footing.
You see, your drunken dancing made me lose my balance.
She smiled. Need some water?
Nah, I'm good.
You just downed 2 strong drinks. You weighed like 87 pounds.
91.2, but thank you.
Come on, let's go, said Sam.
What? Why?
You're going to pass out if we don't get some food and water in you. Exerting an almost paternal authority, he pulled her down the stairs straight to the exit. Chapter 15. Nothing but time. Coda, Seda, and Roan arrived at the trash site early. Camouflaged by the tree line, Seda had watched the employees arrive after sunset. Meanwhile, Coda and Roan dug a 2-by-3-foot hole to store the food. When they finished, they joined her out of breath.
You big, strong males look a little worn out,
Seda teased. Next time, you dig the hole and we keep watch, Coda retorted. From the woods, he saw Raya approach with Kalo and Nay. His sister had snuck out against Coda's wishes. If Len found out, someone was going to lose their head. But he also knew if this plan failed, they'd be risking massive hunger pains instead. Does everyone know their part? Coda asked. They seemed as nervous as he was. Ready as we'll ever be, Raya said. For over a week, they'd planned this down to the second. There had just been one snag in the operation, but he unexpectedly found the solution in a burning building.
Are we doing this or what?
A voice whispered. They looked to see Elsie perched on a tree branch directly above them. Just waiting on you, Coda said.
Where am I climbing?
She leapt down beside him. Over there. He gestured to the large Virginia pine just a few feet from the razor-wired fence, towering over twice its size into the night sky.
You want me to scale that?
Elsie's eyes widened. That's the general idea, said Coda.
Any chance you could just put me back in the fire?
She asked. Less attitude, more altitude, Coda barked. Exhaling, she surveyed the obstacle before making her way up to the pine. They watched her shimmy upward, agile, quick, and silent. She reached the branch closest to the fence's corner post. She was a little over a foot above the barbed wire. One slip and she'd collide with the serrated thorns, ripping her flesh while falling so far that landing on her feet wouldn't help. In 4 quick strides, she pushed off with all her effort, front legs outstretched as far as they'd allow. She appeared to be floating in midair until gravity's grim reminder set in. Her front paws found the smooth metal top. With immense strain, she balanced herself on a surface no larger than a baseball. She gauged the distance to the closest building. The ledge was 5 feet away, 3 feet below. Crouching, she made the delicate calculations, leaping again, claws outstretched, and only her left was able to find a secure enough grip. They all watched in suspense as the feline dangled from the precipice like a Christmas ornament. Pulling herself up in one great stride, she planted all 4s on the roof. She paced the ledge, peering around, then gave them a signal that the coast was clear. It's time to move, Coda said, emerging from the shrubbery to loosen the soil they dug beneath the fence. Seda kept her eyes on the cat, who would signal if any 2 legs approached, in which case they would drop everything and run back to the woods. Coda and Raya slipped under the fence to the nearest building, the one that reeked of the food it stored. They started digging beneath the outer wall. Coda would crawl under as Raya waited outside. If Elsie signaled a warning, they'd hide inside the building. Coda would pass the food to Raya, who would pass it to Roan, who would run it back to the tree line where Kalo and Nay would store it in the hole they dug. All the while, Elsie would keep watch with Seda on the ground to relay her signal. When everything was done, Elsie would leap to the fence, climb down, then crawl out of the hole with them, covering it back up with dirt. Whatever they couldn't carry, they would bury in the ditch. Sam was happy they were able to get a seat in the diner. It was near closing time. The crowd had already piled in to replenish from their alcohol-soaked evening. The waitress seated them at the last booth and took their orders. "Why do you never order ice?" Sam asked. "Cold water needs to warm to the body's temperature before we can absorb it. This'll hydrate me faster," said Amy. "Oh, yeah, sure," said Sam. She blew a paper straw like a blowgun. It sailed across the table, poking him just above the eyebrow. "What was that?" he asked. "Proving a theory. Nothing gets through that thick head of yours." "Okay, drink that now," he ordered. "This whole charming thing's seriously freaking me out." She sipped her water. "So, what are you going to do now the project's shutting down?" "Honestly, I have absolutely no idea." "Come on, you got prospects." "I'm tense, rude, rigid, obnoxious, with no friends and no social life. Who wants to hire that? I'm low on money, can't afford to transfer to Toronto where the project's going." "What about your family in Europe? Can they help?" "I'm not asking my mom's husband for anything. He hates me. I'm this inconvenient kid who came with the woman he married. Every cent I've cost him, he's lorded it over me. I'll drop out and work minimum wage before I ask him for anything," she said. "Anyone else who can help? Other relatives, friends?" "No one I can ask for money." "Can't be that bad," Sam guessed. "Bad? You're probably my best friend, and I don't really like you that much." She suppressed a sob. "Why?" he asked. "Why what?" "Why don't you like me?" "'Cause you're so together. Relaxed, handsome, popular, confident. And you're good at what I do. It's infuriating. You're everything I can't be. You think I like constantly focus on what's wrong with everything all the time?" A tear seeped out, stained black from her eyeliner. She wiped it away. "You really think I'm handsome?" Amy choked out a laugh. "I'm looking at you through very drunk eyes. I might be severely exaggerating." He felt his phone vibrate. Checking his screen, he read the text from Ben.
Leaving the club. Want to meet?
You ready to go? Sam asked as Amy threw down all the cash, including a tip for their food. Sam typed on his phone. Be right out. Amy got to her feet, struggling to keep her balance, and put on her coat.
You okay?
Sam asked. Yeah, I just need a sec, she said, slightly woozy. They regretted leaving the warm diner when the winter winds from the Ohio River cut right into them. Ben stood outside with the group on the corner. People shuffled out in droves. Drunken wailing erupted in every direction. So, Shauna's having an after-party at her place. You coming? Ben asked. Sam looked back at Amy, leaning against a pole. Her eyes were half closed. She was mouthing the words to a song in her head. I'm guessing she invited. I don't think we want to ask. What's going on with you two, anyway? She's going through a rough time. Just came out to unwind.
She got away home?
Uber, same as us.
So, what do you want to do?
I don't think I can ditch her. He turned back to see Shauna in her black overcoat standing toe-to-toe with Amy. Shauna was saying something to her, but Sam couldn't make out the words. Amy leaned back, then gave her a solid left hook to the face, knocking Shauna to the pavement. Anyone else? She yelled. Sam ran up, the crowd cheering as Amy stumbled into his arms. Hey, Sam? I think I might be drunk. The bounty was more than anyone anticipated. Piece by piece, they snuck their plunder until they could carry no more. Once they filled the hole, they covered their tracks. Coda ordered them to eat as much as they could before transporting the rest of their haul back to the burrow. He led them on the path through the rows of backyards. All he cared about was the shortest route back. He didn't think about what it would mean to Elsie, passing the only home she'd ever known, now a blackened pile of ash. The smoldering odor of debris lingered thick in the air. Her yellow eyes were wrought with grief on seeing what remained. Raya gave Coda a resentful leer for his lack of concern about the cat's feelings. After all, she'd helped them obtain the food. Elsie, I'm sorry, was all Seda could get out.
Maybe we should avoid this path,
Roan whispered to Coda. I'm not giving up a strategic route just because it stirs up bad memories for one of us, Coda declared. Elsie's sorrow deepened. At the edge of the fence, the feline's gaze drifted along its border. Further down at the end, she saw her former neighbor in his yard lying down. Hey, Jerry! Elsie greeted him, walking over. She wanted to see him, speak to him. He was the closest thing there was to her former life. Jerry, it's me. I'm still alive. Her voice trailed off. He was covered head to toe in wounds. Not a few welts on his head and face like last time, but lashes and bruises all over his body. Dried blood formed patches of brown stains smearing his pelt. Glancing up, he gave her the slightest nod before resting his chin back on the cool grass. What happened to you? Seda ran to him.
The mother of the human children. The fighting with her mate got worse. She moved the kids right out after the fire. The father decided to take it out on me,
said Jerry. Everyone dropped their food. Roan, Raya, Nay, and Kalo joined Elsie at the fence to get a closer look, and he showed no sign of concern at their intrusion. Your master did this to you? Raya said, furious. We have to kill him. She looked at Coda. Are you crazy? We're not killing any two-legs, Coda said. Damn right you're not, Jerry echoed, shooting his head up. No human who does this deserves to live, said Raya. If we harm him, other two-legs will comb the forest, find us, and kill us. At the very least, they'll discover we've been heisting the trash site, Coda said. And I won't let you harm my master. Jerry got to his feet. The side he was lying on was just as severely injured as the other. But he almost killed you, Nay blurted. We need to get you out of here, Roan said. No, said Jerry. You'll die, Seda pleaded. We all die. Today, tomorrow, 10 years. It's nothing but time. time you could be spending away from all this abuse, you defeatist mutt, Raya yelled. And then what would I be? A scavenger? A life of sneaking around stealing from humans? With no code, no honor? The food you're carrying doesn't look hunted. No one was using it, Raya retorted. Says you. But I'll die a loyal dog before I turn into a scavenging parasite, said Jerry. In 2 great strides, Elsie leapt over the fence, fury in her eyes. I lost my home, remember? The cat pointed to the burned-out cinder. My whole life was there, same as yours here. I'd be a smoking carcass if these scavenging parasites hadn't risked their lives to save mine. I'm sorry you're hurting, but you do not treat them that way, and don't you tell them they have no honor. Her yellow eyes showed a mixture of pity and rage. Jerry kept his head low. Elsie leapt back, picking up her fish, and continued toward the den. One by one, the others followed her until only Seda and Raya remained. Jerry curled into a ball, adjusting the rope around his chafed neck. Jerry, your compassion is the greatest thing about you, and that is greater than honor, Seda said before turning back to the group, leaving Raya with him. I used to live in a house like this, gave everything I had to the humans who owned me. Raya angled her scarred face toward him. I didn't leave because I hated them, but because I loved them. I'm nothing like you. Before you say that, maybe you should get to know yourself, she stated before turning to leave. Chapter 16. Fizz. The hangover kicked in the second her eyes fluttered open. The world was too loud, too bright, and she ached in parts of her body she didn't even know existed. The bed felt strange. Focusing, she realized it wasn't hers. She tried to remember how she got here, or where here even was. The vague images seeping back into her mind, she pulled the unfamiliar pillow over her head, collecting the hazy thoughts. The last tangible memory was knocking that stuck-up bitch to the pavement before Sam caught her. Everything after that was a blur. Did I have sex with Sam last night? The question terrified her. She lay there frozen, unable to move, struggling. She fired every remaining synaptic neuron her throbbing head could conjure. But nothing. She didn't have her phone to check the time, nor did she see any clocks. If she had to guess, it felt like 11 a.m. At least she was still dressed. If she'd had sex, she'd most likely be naked, or at least in her underwear. She rose steadily. Her head didn't hurt too much, she'd had worse. On the bedside stand was a bottle of water with a note attached. Drink slowly. It sat next to an open bottle of ibuprofen. Amy took 4 tablets. Has water always been so delicious? She couldn't remember. Perspective came with every gulp. It was clearly Sam's place. The walls were full of posters of his favorite musicians that he played on the van stereo. It wasn't a complete pigsty, but there were a few things that could be tidied. Pairs of pants, a few shirts, a hoodie he'd often worn laying on the floor. It smelled like a man's apartment, but at least it didn't reek like a gym sock. She'd had her share of one-night stands disrupted by that odor. Next to his bed was a Polaroid picture scotch-taped to the wall. A coy wolf puppy wrapped in blankets with a thick bandage on his hind leg, one green and blue eye staring right into the camera lens. She couldn't help but smile at the endearing image. Taking another gulp of water, she noticed a different fragrance. Bacon and eggs. It ignited a rumble in her stomach that pulled her from the covers. Balance a little off, she needed a few extra steps to regain it. A mirror conveniently placed by the door allowed her to check makeup and fiddle with her hair, then adjusting her dress to reveal the least amount of skin possible. The living room was well furnished, and a quality black leather couch sat against the white plastered wall. Subtle modern paintings were evenly hung around the room. Soft rock played in the background. Morning, Sam nodded, bringing out a tray of eggs, bacon, and toast with a glass of OJ. He set it on the coffee table in front of the couch. Hey, Ben greeted her. He sat at the far end of the couch with Rudy between his legs. The dog stared at her, panting gleefully at the sight of her, Ben kept a grip on his collar, forcing him to stay seated.
Whoa, hey boy, easy.
I remember you.
She returned the dog's smile, leaning over to rub his forehead.
You can let him go.
He'll jump all over you, Ben warned.
He'll try.
Uncertain, Ben relinquished his grip. Rudy dashed straight for the scantily dressed blonde. She placed her palm where his neck met his chest, shifting her stance, and placed her hand on his lower back as he fell back to all fours. She rubbed the space above his tail while massaging behind his floppy ears. His eyes rolled back in ecstasy and then collapsed onto the carpet. He exposed his belly as she firmly moved her hands from top to bottom. Twisting and contorting, he allowed her to reach every angle, squealing with pleasure.
Wow, I've never heard him make those noises,
Ben commented, impressed. Sam stood there smiling.
It's all about knowing where his nerve clusters are and observing his reactions,
Amy said. She tried to sound casual as the dog settled comfortably next to her on the couch. He rested his chin on her bare leg just below her black dress.
This may sound strange, but what exactly happened last night?
She asked them.
After we left the cafe, I was trying to get you into an Uber. Then Shauna came up and you knocked her to the curb,
Sam said matter-of-factly. Amy's face reddened.
Is she okay?
I texted her. She's pretty sore, but nothing major, he said. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy writing that story, Ben said.
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm majoring in journalism. Got my own blog and everything. My focus is current events. If the college paper ever picks up one of my articles, Ben added.
Rudy broke free from Amy's soft embrace and headed to his master's bedroom.
You get there, man,
said Sam.
He asked to say that.
Part of our agreement as roommates.
Worst thing about writers, they're their own worst critics.
Amy smiled. It was nice to take a break and remember that everyone has their struggles. Rudy came out of Ben's room with a dog leash in his mouth.
Oh, he needs to get out,
Sam acknowledged, putting on his collar and opening the front door.
Back in a minute.
As they left, Amy turned to Ben.
Do you have any aspirin?
Touching the middle and index finger to the side of her temple, she winced at her lingering migraine.
Yeah, but if you really want to take the edge off that hangover,
Ben said, getting up,
you're gonna need something stronger than that.
He rummaged through the cabinets.
Stronger?
Hair of the dog.
Oh, no, I couldn't drink anymore.
Sure you can.
Evens you right out.
Really?
Yes, better than aspirin. He placed a little gin, some lemon juice, sugar, and an egg white into a metal bullet, shaking it vigorously.
I've never had alcohol in the morning,
she confessed. Well, that's the great thing about college, trying new things. Leaving the comfort zone. He poured the bullet into a glass, adding a splash of soda water.
What is it?
An electric fizz. Think you'll like it. And he handed it to her. She took a whiff. The drink had a strong, bitter scent of gin beneath the tart, citrusy kick and the sweetness of syrup. She sipped.
It's good,
she said. I know, right? Ben popped open another beer. So, do you know what you're going to do after the project?
I'm thinking of following it up to Canada.
Sam told me you really know your animals.
He's just being nice. I don't really know as much as I should. At least Sam will finally have a chance to relax without me breathing down his neck.
She lifted the drink again to her rosy lips.
A little hard on yourself, aren't you?
I'm hard on everyone. Hasn't he complained about all the times I've been a bitch to him?
Not to me.
Really?
No, not once. He doesn't shut up about what a great tracker you are, how you can bypass gridlock and find the hidden routes the GPS didn't know existed.
Well, they're called road maps. You can pick them up at libraries.
Libraries?
Ben laughed.
Yes, you remember those. They're like Barnes & Noble, but free.
Sorry, I just thought they died out with VHS in the phone booth, he joked.
Well, I guess that proves newer doesn't always mean better.
She scooped the sugar from the rim of the glass.
So, Sam really hasn't complained?
You think you would have stuck around for 3 years if you did?
I don't know. Girls like Shauna throw themselves at him. Just don't know what he enjoys about running through the woods with an uptight weirdo like me.
What do you like about tracking?
Fresh air, freedom, not having to be a girl in a society that demands I live up to an endless array of expectations.
Expectations? He inquired.
Out there, I don't have to accessorize my clothes, put on makeup, worry about split ends, constantly keep everyone's moods and egos in check while doing my work. Out there, no drama, no mind games. I'm who I want to be, not what others think I should be.
Staring down at her glass, she watched the last of the fizz fade. What does society think you should be? He asked. Amy set her drink down. Taking out her lipstick, she grabbed the 6-inch dark heels beside her. Slipping them onto her bare feet, not bothering to fasten the laces, she pushed off the couch, standing tall, elegant and statuesque. Finding her Merlot shade of lipstick, she brushed a fresh coat across her lower lip in one even stroke, then did the same to the upper one. She adjusted the small black dress to reveal a generous amount of skin. Pulling her hair back, she revealed her definitive collarbone and slender neckline.
This?
She whispered. Ben stood there. His eyebrows disappeared into his curtain of brown hair.
All I see is disappointment when I break this illusion.
She rubbed the black and blue knuckles on her still sore hand. Ever occur to you that Sam might feel the same way? Ben said. You think the same society doesn't look at him and have expectations? Maybe he wants to decide who he is, and that's why he goes out there with you. Just then, Sam came back into the apartment with Rudy. Looking up to see Amy standing in front of the balcony window, the sunshine silhouetting her every detail. Ahem, Ben coughed, subtly letting his roommate know that his mouth was hanging open. Rudy rushed forward, leaping on top of her as they collapsed on the couch. She let out something between a scream and a laugh, pushing the 50-pound ridgeback off.
Haha, did he miss me, boy? My lipstick tastes good?
She laughed as the dog's tongue frantically reached for any part of her. Rudy, come, Ben commanded. The dog turned away from her to go back to his master's side. Sorry about that.
It's okay. It's not the first dog to jump on me.
You ready? Sam asked, holding up the car keys. Grabbing her purse, overcoat, and downing the rest of the fizz in one gulp, she turned to him.
I am now.
Chapter 17. Trapped. In the open field west of the airport, Coda and his allies gathered for a final day of festivities before the harsh cold set in. They feasted on their spoils from the trash site and played games. Tag, wrestling, and tracking competitions. Nay won 2 out of 3 of the tracking competitions, rubbing the victories in the males' faces, though she was clearly sullen that Kalo couldn't be there. At least Lent was in better spirits now that he had a full stomach. Coda and Roan wrestled for a hefty prize of mutton. Elsie and Seda guarded it along with some of the foraged vegetation that would ease their digestion.
I'd rather wait for rain before I use my tongue,
Seda told the cat.
Well, I'm not saying that dogs or koi whales should do it. I simply prefer to bathe myself. I'm kind of OCD that way, said Elsie. Oh, I completely understand the need for a good scrub. I'm just saying I'd like my source of hygiene to come from outside my body, said Seda. It's easier for me. There's no part of myself I can't reach. Wish I could do that. Well, there is a problem. Every week or so I spew a wet ball of fur. That gets old fast, Elsie explained. Really? So why not just use water? Water's too cold. Our hides aren't as thick as yours. Besides, we like using our tongues. Taste is how we remember everything. How often do you bathe?
Elsie wondered.
About once every 2 weeks. I'm not a neat freak, but pretty much when I start to smell myself. I look for a river or watering hole, or when it rains, said Seda. Sounds reasonable. So, does Coda smell bad? Elsie asked. He's all right. Freed you from your former alpha. Could have gone anywhere, done anything, but you declared yourself to him. Must be a little more than all right.
Elsie chuckled. Seda couldn't help but smile.
What are you two laughing about?
Raya asked as she walked over.
Males,
Seda answered. The she-dog burst into fits of giggles.
You don't even know what we were laughing at them about,
said Seda.
Doesn't matter.
Raya looked across the field. Coda and Roan toppled each other for the mutton bone. Their limbs tangled like vines, they let out a symphony of growls through clamped teeth, play-fighting in their game of dominance. Outmaneuvering his cousin, Coda pinned the coy dog, who submitted. He howled in triumphant bravado.
You're right. It doesn't matter. They're funny,
said Seda.
Perhaps that's why we keep them around. Makes life a little less boring,
Elsie said.
Of course, their hunting and protection has advantages too.
An unseen voice came from behind. They turned to see Thema, Nay and Coda's mother.
How did you? No one's ever snuck up on me,
Raya gasped.
I didn't hear a single footstep,
Elsie agreed, impressed.
Easy to move through the forest when you know how to move with it,
said Thema.
But the forest doesn't move,
Seda said.
How can you tell?
Asked Thema.
Because I don't see it,
answered Seda.
We don't see the wind, but it moves,
said Thema.
The wind can be felt,
Seda countered.
So can the forest.
Coda pranced over to them with the prized bone clutched in his maw and set it down. And now, he said dramatically, I shall bestow this trophy to the most beautiful female, the one worthy of such bountiful spoils. He laid the bone at his mother's feet. The others couldn't help but smile at the endearing gesture.
I thank my generous son, who is clearly losing his eyesight. But this lovely gift perhaps would be better spent on more deserving members of our pack.
She arched her head toward the other females. Taking the opportunity, Elsie leapt at the food, feasting ravenously.
Forget the trophy, you pompous coy. I could pin you with one paw,
Raya challenged. I accept you, snooty stray, Coda answered as the others encircled them.
Go easy on him, Raya,
Seda yelped. Raya turned out to be Coda's most difficult challenger. They matched one another in speed and power. Raya zigzagged more than the other adversaries, but Coda was patient and tactical. He'd been trained by Lent to be an experienced fighter, while her technique was sloppy, erratic, and obviously self-taught.
Come on, brother,
Nay called.
Are you going to lose to a female?
This is a female? He asked. Thump! Raya slammed into him as they rolled along the canvas. But Coda climbed on top, pinning her. She couldn't move. Give? Do you give? He asked. Raya struggled with everything she had. Her thrashing grew hard, then harder. Her playful features changed to fury as her teeth found his leg. Right above his paw, she chomped until it bled. He leapt off as she sprang to her feet in a defensive crouch. Everyone stepped back. It took a second for Raya to compose herself, realizing she'd lost control. A deep ache of embarrassment consumed her, followed by a swelling sadness.
Hey, it's okay,
Seda approached. Raya then ran into the woods and out of sight.
Don't,
Seda said as Coda started to pursue her.
Give her a minute.
He didn't know what surprised him more, Raya's sudden outburst or Seda, who claimed he was her alpha giving him an order. What happened? Roan asked.
She must really hate losing,
Elsie said.
It wasn't that. She felt trapped,
Seda explained.
What do we do?
Nay asked. This is why you don't invite dogs, Len stated before turning back to the den, indicating for Thema and Nay to join him. They followed without hesitation.
I'll go talk to her,
Seda told Coda and Roan.
I'll meet you and the rest back at the den.
The female koi ran into the forest right on Raya's trail. Coda took a few steps after her, but slowed to a halt. Are you okay? Roan asked. No, Coda muttered, staring off into the patch of forest Raya and Seda had disappeared. I've got this feeling. I can't shake it. What feeling? Roan asked. That something bad is going to happen. The car ride back to Amy's place was quiet for the first few blocks. She was wrapped in her overcoat, and Sam blasted the heat from the vents. Shielding her from the freezing air, her new phone's GPS directed them to her apartment. "So, Ben seems like a cool guy," she said. "Oh, yeah. Best roommate you could want. Too bad he's moving out." "Really? Why?" "Pittsburgh was the only one to accept him. Now that he got all his credits, he's applying other places." "Oh, well, good for him. He told me he wants to be a foreign journalist," she said. "Yeah, he wants to travel. He's been applying for internships overseas for 2 years now." "What are you going to do when he moves out?" asked Amy. "Find another roommate or get a cheaper place, I guess." Neither said anything for the next few blocks. She felt this was a sensitive subject for him and didn't want to press it. Ellen Tretchend. What does it mean? Sam recalled the name of her band. In ancient Ireland, during Samhain, an army of goblins and demon birds were released through a mystical gateway to lay siege to the land led by a three-headed beast named Ellen Tretchend. Really? Yes. Then the beast was slain by a warrior poet named Amerigen. She continued. What's Samhain? It's a Gaelic festival celebrated in Ireland on November 1st. Marks the beginning of the winter and the end of the harvest. Harvest? Yes. The gathering of all the food grown during the spring and summer. The success of a harvest determined if the village would survive the winter. Are you Irish? My grandfather was. My dad was seriously into his heritage. So when he died, I learned a lot about the country. I guess I feel closer to him. Silly, huh? She blushed. Nah, it ain't. Now arriving at your destination, the GPS announced. Sam pulled the car up to the curb in front of her building. Look. She placed her hand on the car door lever, hesitant, unable to meet his gaze. Last night, I was really drunk. And if I said anything offensive, I just wanna... You didn't. It's all good. Said some nice things, actually, he said. She rocked back and forth as if she didn't know whether to leave or stay. Have a good Thanksgiving, Sam, she said. If you're not doing anything for the holiday, you could come by my family's place. Have Thanksgiving dinner with us, he offered. That startled her. If she had been fully awake, her stomach would have wound into at least half a dozen knots. But the lack of sleep along with the morning chaser had left her more composed. If I'm free, I'll try to make it. She forced an unfamiliar smile before opening the door and walking to the entrance of her building. A group of men turned their heads at the skimpily dressed girl in the cold morning weather. Sam sat in the car and made sure she got safely inside. 1,000 years ago, before the two legs stood tall, wolves were the most powerful hunters of the land. Thema spoke. The pack sat around her, engorged on their spoils. Everyone was fixated by the low, soulful tremble of her voice. The world back then was but trees, mountains, fields, and rivers. Paradise without end. But as time passed, one animal began to change through the generations. They would take the branches from the trees they'd once lived in, carving them into weapons sharper than fangs. They learned to launch them great distances, killing the lion, the bear, and the wolf. Thriving, their numbers grew. They built wood and stone caves to dwell in, digging up the earth, taking over the forest. Their metal spitters, these long metal pipes they held, would be pointed at and cut down everything in their path. They killed many of us. The centuries passed, and the buffalo left. Their horses fled from the metal beasts. As they expanded their territory, prey grew scarce. They shot and poisoned wolves who stalked the creatures they raised for slaughter. So the wolves bred with coyotes, who could live off less and slip past the two legs with greater ease, creating us. And here we are today, watching and learning until the day we retake our land and the upright gods who now rule it. Thema explained as they hung on every word.
Or share it with them,
a voice came. Everyone turned to see Raya.
Hello,
she said as she walked cautiously towards them. You came back, said Coda.
Yes,
she said. Where's Seda? He asked. We spoke and she said she'd meet up with us at the rendezvous point before we hit the trash site. Raya gave the koi a hesitant look before speaking again.
Coda, I just want to say I'm sorry for earlier.
Forget it. He cut her off. Where did she go?
Said there was something she had to do,
Raya explained. Which was?
I don't know.
It's been a long day. Probably best we all get some rest,
Lund declared.
You'll have to start early tomorrow. I'm gonna expect double the food.
What's wrong with the amount we brought earlier?
Nay asked. Winter's setting in, and we have to store more supplies, he declared. Code inhaled deeply, looking at the others. Midday tomorrow, the rendezvous point. We'll meet there. He turned to leave.
Where are you going?
Raya asked. To find Seda, said Coda. The faculty lounge was nothing extravagant, just a place to unwind. There were chairs to sit in, a couch to lie on, a 35-inch plasma TV with all the local channels, and a daily spread of complimentary snacks. Amel often relaxed there doing the newspaper crossword. It had been a 20-year tradition since he grabbed the one from the first newsstand he passed after stepping off the 16-hour flight from Mumbai to New York. His English had improved with every purchase. Gordon Epstein, a tall, lanky, balding man in his late 40s with black, wavy hair and a thick beard, stepped in. He was an English professor and one of the university's academic administrators. Hey, Mel. He made his way to the counter dressing a bagel.
Hello, Gordon.
Sorry to hear about your department, Gordon said.
Well, some days you get the bear, and some days the bear doesn't renew your funding.
Good thing you haven't been chasing bears out there.
Compared to teaching 300 teenagers, bears would be safer.
Any idea what you'll do next?
Not sure.
You don't strike me as the guy who can just sit in a classroom teaching the same thing every semester. Got a reputation for following your passion.
Well, now that you mention it, I was thinking of taking some time to travel to Asia.
Vacation?
Work, to study the societal impact of wildlife. I'm currently shopping for investors,
Amel explained, finally looking up. Any luck?
Not at the moment, he confessed.
Do you think Amy would go with you?
If she wants to,
said Amel. You're not thinking of taking Sam, are you? Gordon asked, half joking. Amel had wondered how long it would take him to bring up the subject.
Don't know about that, but he'd sure be useful.
Has he talked about his plans for next year?
No,
Amel lied. Well, some of the administration are a little concerned.
About what?
Why he left the basketball team and his scholarship to document animals in the wild?
Maybe he enjoys it.
You sure he takes it seriously? I heard it was his negligence that cost you your eye.
That was my error, not his.
There was an edge to Amel's voice. Still, do you honestly think his energy's best spent out there?
The data he's collecting will help scientists for generations. It could help people prevent a future epidemic. That's probably not as important as another trophy in a display case, though.
I'm not saying what you're doing isn't important. I'm just...
Gordon, I know what you're trying to say.
Amel cut him off.
And you can tell the rest of the administration I'm not going to manipulate any of my students.
No one's saying manipulate, Gordon said.
No one is saying it.
Amel sat up to leave. Did it ever occur to you why your funding might have gotten cut?
I assume it's because I'm not the correct race or religion, or that millions from my homeland arrive here every day to do high-paying jobs for pennies, keeping the colors of this nation's rightful heirs blue instead of white. It couldn't possibly be over one basketball player and the millions of dollars from brand sponsors that he could potentially attract, because that would be illegal.
Amel got up, setting the television controller next to Gordon on his way out. Coda followed the familiar trail for hours. A twisting feeling in his gut squeezed tighter with every step, until he finally came upon them. He found Seda gnawing the rope around Jerry's neck, scraping her teeth back and forth. Sitting up straight, Jerry made it easy for her to bite the restraint, showing neither joy nor grief at being freed. Hot anger boiled in Coda's chest. Seda cared about the worthless slave dog. Loyal to his abusers, he wanted to scream, bark, and howl, to command her to get away from him, rush over, scale the fence, and tear him apart right in front of her. But he just stood there until she finally shredded the last lingering strand and the rope fell. They muttered a few words to one another before she gave the side of his face a lick. It was the first time Coda had ever seen the dog smile, though the smile didn't touch his sad eyes. They both leapt over the fence and out of the backyard, giving one final look before heading their separate ways. Coda didn't know why he stalked Seda, his rage boiling over, and he moved silently, shrouded from view as though on the hunt, ready to go in for the kill. Seda made the long trek back, not to the den, but towards the cavern in the park, the one she'd shown him earlier near the rendezvous point they'd meet at tomorrow.
You can come out now, Coda,
Seda said. She stepped dead in her tracks, not even turning around to look at him. And he closed the distance. How did you know I was here?
You weren't going to let me just wander off,
she said. Well, you didn't ask my permission if you could go free a slave dog.
I didn't think you'd care.
Or more likely, you knew I'd say no, he said.
Why?
She asked. Because his problems are not ours. What if he or his masters attacked you? And even if they didn't, you could have drawn attention to us, Coda growled. Her lack of concern over his disapproval infuriated him.
Draw attention? To what?
We're stealing food from the two legs the moment they find out we're done, cut off. And it's back to fighting packs and mountain lions over raccoon and deer. Everything you're doing puts us at risk.
I was helping a friend,
she explained. The dog is not a friend. He is the enemy, said Coda.
How can he be an enemy and Raya an ally?
Seda asked. That's different.
Of course it is. Raya's female,
she said. What's that supposed to mean?
You're not mad because I helped a house dog. You're mad because I helped him.
When you're with this pack, you don't go off on your own. He took an aggressive step toward her.
Unless it's you, she said.
What? He asked.
You just came to the aid of a fox and ran into a burning building to save a cat. How was that not drawing attention?
That cat came in handy.
So can Jerry.
That's not for you to decide, he barked.
You act like I'm some burden in your life, yet you can't stand me being alone for 5 minutes with a dog, she argued.
You reach out to others like it's an ice cream social. This is the wild. One false step and you're dead.
You close yourself off to everyone and everything because you see every problem they might come with. You want to bury yourself in a hole, hide from the big scary world, just like the stepfather you hate. It's pathetic.
She was raising her voice. Being cautious is not pathetic, he insisted.
Caution? Surviving? Do you think the goal of existence is to stay alive as long as possible with nothing happening to you? Because I think the purpose of life is to live, she went on.
If you don't like the way I run things, then leave. No one's keeping you here. Go find another alpha.
I don't want another alpha, she screamed. I want you!
A look of shock sprawled across Coda's face. Why?
Because I'm in love with you, you idiot,
she confessed. The air went out of him, and he felt as though he could have been struck in the back of the head. His mind went blank, and he was unable to tell up from down. You?
Yes. And if you pull your head from your tail for 5 minutes, you'll realize you feel the same. I'm yours. I want to be with you. I want to know everything I can about this world with you. And if you hide in that den, the park, the bridge, then so will I, for the rest of my life. Because I won't ever know how to be anywhere else. The tears streamed from her eyes.
You don't know me, he said quietly.
Look me in the eyes and tell me you feel nothing.
Don't do that. He looked away, his anger returning. Don't you scream you love me and go putting all that on me like I'm a monster if I don't feel the same way.
That's not an answer, she composed herself. I'm not putting anything on you. I'm saying I can't be without you. It's what I am. So you have to accept that or kill me here and now, because there's no other way you'll ever be rid of me.
He turned back to see more tears welling up in her. She watched him patiently as he deliberated. Then, baring his teeth, he ran at her with all the fire blazing within him. Chapter 18. Spitter. It was the last day before Thanksgiving break and classes were winding down. The professors seemed to be more eager to leave than the students. Sam found political science easy for once. When the class was dismissed, he headed straight for the cafeteria, nervous about the social climate he'd face. It would be the first time everyone got together after what happened at the club. At the end of a crowded hallway, he saw Shauna dressed far more modestly than he'd ever seen her, even in winter. She had on a black turtleneck sweater and a pair of large sunglasses covering half her face. "Shauna! Shauna!" he called, but she kept walking, glaring straight ahead. "Yo, girl!" This time she turned, her arms folded. They stood face to face.
Something you want?
She asked bitterly. "Want to know if you're okay?" he asked.
What do you think?
Removing her sunglasses, she revealed an enormous shiner over her right eye. A vivid tapestry of black and blue with a hint of red encircling her pupil. "Oh, wow. You okay?" he asked again.
I'd be fine if you hadn't invited that psycho,
said Shauna. "I didn't invite her. She was already there," said Sam.
Didn't you bring her to our table?
"Didn't know it was a private event."
Didn't know you were going to be leaving with her.
"How's that anyone's business?" he asked.
Oh, come on, Sam. Everybody knows she's crazy. Fidgets, talks to herself, dressing like she's homeless when she ain't out dressing like a hoe,
said Shauna. "Didn't look much different than what you were wearing," said Sam.
Oh, you did not just call me a hoe.
"Didn't call you nothing. Said you were dressing similar."
She's weird, Sam. What are you doing with her? Quitting basketball, chasing animals? You know what people are saying behind your back?
"So, what? I owe everybody an explanation for what I do? Thought high school was over," said Sam.
Wake up. The world is high school. Image matters.
Image matters, popularity matters, getting rich matters, basketball matters. Maybe I'm going to start deciding what matters in my life," he said.
And that's her.
"The work I do with her? Damn right." Shauna stepped back, looking at him as though she were seeing him for the first time.
It's because she's white and pretty, ain't it?
He gave a mocking laugh. "You see, right there. Things don't go your way, you always gotta make it ugly. 3 years I know her, and no matter what, not once, she ain't ever taken it there."
So, that's it? You're just using her to escape the real world?
Shauna retorted. "Last night, when you got in her face, before she lay you out, what'd you say to her?" Sam asked. Shauna looked away as Sam shook his head. "You know, I'm glad she did it. Now the outside matches the inside." He turned away. Lying on his back, Coda adjusted himself. He watched the sky shifting from its star-spotted blanket to the soft orange and purple glow of the early dawn. Sada's head lay on his chest as it expanded and fell with each breath. He didn't think about Lent, the slave dog, Raya and all her demons, the screams of a cat in a burning building, or a mother's foreboding prophecy. the memories of a blue-eyed white wolf grown fainter. The coy wolf's mind was serene. Being with her felt like a half-remembered dream he didn't want to wake up from. And yet, something inside him told him to leave, to wake her up right away and go. He didn't want to, though. He wanted the moment to last forever, never to leave this field. The world felt like an endless expanse of possibilities. Never had he met anyone like this beautiful creature. Kind but cunning, fearless yet shy. Simple though clever. Open to life and meeting others. A constant mystery he felt he'd never unravel. All he knew was that he had every intention of trying. The morning fog had faded. Coda was sore in several areas. Leaning over, he licked some of the spots where he'd made her bleed the night before. Pangs of guilt stabbed at him over his loss of control. She squirmed, and her beautiful amber eyes fluttered open, looking at him.
"Would you like to make love to me again?"
she asked. Not right now," he answered tenderly.
"I thought you were going to kill me last night."
She readjusted her head for comfort. "So did I," he said.
"So, you're not freaked out?"
she asked. "About what?" he retorted.
"That I told you I love you?"
she said. He smirked as he got to his feet. "That depends. Did you say it just so I'd say it back?" She stretched a little.
"No, that's your business. Mine is loving you. I felt it when you defended the fox. That's why I pursued you. Fulfilling my harvest,"
she said. "Okay, you have got to stop hanging around my mother," Coda said. She nuzzled the side of his face. "The only thing that freaks me out is knowing there's someone like you in the world and realizing that you're actually mine," he confessed. Seda turned her head away, embarrassed. She seemed hesitant, as if trying to make up her mind about something.
"Coda, there's something I need to tell you,"
she said uncertainly.
"About that first night we were together under the stars."
She broke off, seeing Coda's head raise in alarm. Something was wrong. His instincts screamed, "Red alert!" and his body tensed. Seda mimicked his stance, dotting her head in all directions.
"What is it?"
she asked. He had no idea why, but shouted, "Run!" It took about 4 strides before it happened, like a wasp's sting, but harder, more excruciating than any insect bite. Seda made a yelping noise. The tree line was less than 30 yards away. The world began spinning. His vision blurred, and his body felt 3 times heavier. He pushed with everything he had to reach the forest.
"Coda!"
Seda screamed. Turning, he watched her collapse to the moist grass. Fighting drowsiness, with all the adrenaline he had left, he ran back, eyes focused in the distance. Near the road, a pair of human males emerged from 2 large white metal beasts holding metal spitters. All that mattered was her. The only option he had was to take them out before they could reach her. He bolted toward them. Momentum and rage helped fight his fatigue. Aiming for the large one, Coda thought if he could tear a vital tendon in his leg, it would give him time to take down the other. He closed in, only 50 feet away when another sharp pain struck, this time in his right shoulder. Ignoring the puncture, he pushed harder and faster, only 30 feet away. The poison strengthened. His legs slowed. The ground, the sky, his attackers swirled into shapeless forms. He couldn't tell up from down until... darkness. Something in the previous night's food had done a number on Raya's stomach. She hacked up another puddle of yellow mess on the forest floor. "Are you okay?" Roan asked, standing a few feet away.
"Next time we go, I get first choice on scraps, or someone's losing a tail,"
she choked out. Taking a few cautious steps, she composed herself.
"I'll be fine. Let's go."
Roan volunteered to keep her company. The offer surprised her, but she didn't object. She actually liked him. He wasn't the sharpest fang in the jaw, but he was a very good listener. She understood why he was so popular. It was nice spending time with him. When he had asked about her past, she was reluctant. So, he told her his story. He was Coda's cousin. Thema had a sister who had set out on her own and had an affair with a Great Dane who lived in a farmhouse in southern Illinois. His mother had to leave when the dog's owners found out about the affair, which was why he never knew his father. Then his mother came to Pennsylvania where she found Thema. Thema predicted her sister would die in childbirth, and only one pup would live. Knowing her fate, she begged her sister to look after him, to tell him about her, to let him know he was loved. Roan was so enormous that he hemorrhaged while he was on his way out. She died, along with the rest of his siblings still inside her. Thema raised him as her own. Raya felt sad for him, yet he was so joyful, appreciating every day he was given. They headed for the rendezvous point to meet up with Coda and Seda.
I don't know what these two legs eat, but I don't think it's very good for them,
said Raya as a wave of nausea returned.
More delicious than anything I've ever eaten. It has to be good for you, said Roan.
Yeah, tell that to my stomach.
The grassy field was just up ahead.
Think we should check up on Coda and Seda?
If you took a female somewhere alone, would you want to be checked up on?
Asked Raya.
I guess it depends, he said.
Coda will be just fine without us.
They continued their destination up ahead, but after a few strides, Raya stopped. Roan took a few more steps until he realized she'd halted.
What is it?
He asked.
Roan?
She cocked her head.
Have you ever had a female? You know, alone, I mean?
She took a small step toward him. The coy dog leaned back.
Well?
You haven't,
she grinned.
Oh my.
Is it that bad?
He braced himself for ridicule.
I'm just surprised.
She took another step.
Someone your size with your power. So sociable. I can't think of any female who wouldn't be interested.
Females want to be taken, claimed, fought for. That just isn't me,
he said.
I see potential in you, Roan. Even if you don't,
she said. This was a new side to her, nurturing, encouraging. It made him smile.
Coda!
Someone screamed in the distance.
Seda!
Raya choked, recognizing its origin.
Come on!
Roan broke into a run. They closed the distance, reaching the grassy field in just under a minute. Looking around, they saw nothing but open space. Putting their noses to the ground, they split into different directions, searching. Far off at the other end of the field, she saw two metal beasts, large, white, and bulky. Before she could give the large vehicles any serious scrutiny, Coda's scent hit her like a slap in the face. It led her straight to the large metal beasts by the roadside. She gave a soft yelp, gesturing for Roan to follow. Before he could ask, a noise erupted from the parked beasts. They looked up to see a human emerging from it with a metal spitter in his hand. The man was tall, heavy-set, and dressed warmly, as though he belonged to a colder region. Raya and Roan froze. The two-legs stared at them, with a somewhat puzzled expression on his face, as if he didn't know what to do next. He pointed the weapon at them, just as a pair of two-legged females wearing tight clothing came jogging along the road. Seeing them, the two-legged male concealed his spitter as he climbed into the metal beast, igniting it with a great roar. Both vehicles set off down the road.
Roan!
Raya barked.
Coda! Seda! They're inside those!
She ran after them, but the effort was futile. The vehicles were too far, going too fast.
Raya, stop!
Roan called as she looked back to him.
Follow me,
he said as he ran into the forest with purpose and a destination.
Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom.
The thudding of the van's motions had slipped him back to consciousness. Those mismatched eyes came into focus just as he heard a voice.
I hear that train a-comin',
someone sang.
It's rollin' round the bend.
He was inside a cage. The cage was in some kind of metal room. stacked with other cages filled with dogs, cats, coy wolves, coyotes, and other animals, most of them asleep or barely awake. "Well, hey there, Rumi. What are you in for?" said the singing voice, a familiar voice. Residing in the cage to his left was a yellow fox. It was Blush. What happened? Coda asked.
Slurring. Yep, definitely got you with the trank gun. Ouch, buddy. I do not envy the massive headache you're in for.
Where are we?
If I had to guess,
The fox raised his ears. I'd say about doing 45, heading to the I-219 north to Johannesburg toward Buffalo. I hope you like wings. Me, I'm not partial to the spicy stuff, but I could sure go for a beef on wick right about now. What are you talking about? You asked where we are. I told you. I don't know what any of that means. Coda tried to keep calm. Do you remember where you passed out? Blush asked. A grassy field, 2 miles west of where you showed me the trash site, said Coda. Well, if you run north for about 20 minutes, you'd be where we are right about now. We're inside a metal beast? He asked. Ding, ding, ding! You are correct, sir, said the fox. Coda thrust his body against the wall of the cage. It made a loud rattling bang, alarming the more lucid animals. The cage was still sealed tight. There wasn't enough room to gain any momentum. I wouldn't, bro. You're gonna hurt yourself, the fox warned. Images of Seda raced through his mind as he slammed against the bars. All the cages were zip-tied together so they wouldn't fall from their stacks. You know the coyote sleeping under you did the same thing? Only he made such a racket, they stopped the van, came back, and put another dart in him. And now, Blush indicated to the animal below, fast asleep, his mouth open, drool pooling out. Exactly what they'll do to you if you keep that up. Where's Seda? The female koi? Blush asked. Yes, they took us both. Where is she? She must be in the other van. Other van? When they brought you in, it was just you. We have to get out of here. Coda looked around frantically. Any ideas? The bushy-tailed critter surveyed the vehicle's interior, assessing their options. Never an Amber Alert when you need one. Unlike high school, college was supposed to be big enough to get lost in the shuffle, which Amy found comforting. The hormonal youths circling their last lap of adolescence weren't here because of a free public education provided by their parents' taxes, but to obtain the tools to achieve a life beyond minimum wage. This meant that the crowd was usually too big to track the drama of other people's personal lives. But today seemed different. People were looking at her. Not everyone. But she was definitely getting glances from many of the other students she passed in the hallways. She knew Shauna was popular, but she didn't think the incident would put a spotlight of this magnitude on her. Suddenly, she wondered just how many new enemies she'd made as a herd of female students approached her. Hi, Amy, one of them said. She recognized the girl from the club. I was just telling my friends about your dress. My dress? What were they doing here? Were they about to insult her? Punish her for hitting their female alpha? The girl held up her iPhone, showing a selfie she'd taken with Amy that night. It felt like she had a long-lost twin smiling back at her on the tiny screen. This elegant blonde posing with two glamorous ladies. Did you really make that? Yes, Amy said. She leaned back a little as the group squealed ecstatically. Oh, the winter ball's coming up. But money's tight with the holidays. We wanted to know if you could help us make our own gowns. She was flabbergasted. These beautiful, popular girls were not only happy to see her, but wanted her help. This had to be a trick. Shauna had to be putting them up to this. Maybe it was an attempt to lure her with admiration, then lure her into some soul-shattering prank. She wasn't falling for it. It's not hard, she said. I just YouTube it. Experts show you step by step how to create any style you want. Really? Yeah, you just need materials, needle, thread, scissors, tape, sewing machine, and an iron. First you draw, then cut, then sew. For the next hour, Amy sat with them in the cafeteria doing something she hadn't done since she was 14 years old. Talk to girls. They hung on her every word as she went over the dressmaking process, giving them tips, like how to trace patterns over brown paper shopping bags. She wrote down links to websites for the styles they wanted, along with the lesser-known fabric stores that offered her better deals. Later, the subject turned to Sam and the exact nature of their relationship. Though she said they were only colleagues and nothing more, the lack of belief was written all over them. To avoid the gossip, she told them he just dropped her off at her home that night, and she hadn't seen him since. They exchanged numbers with the hope Amy would help make sure they were the belles at the ball, come December. As she walked away from the table, it felt weird to smile. The muscles behind her pink lips ached, atrophied from years of neglect. Chapter 19. Her Choice.
Where are we going?
Raya yelled to Roan as they barreled through the forest as fast as they could.
That stone path winds down the hill. If we get there first, we can head off the metal beast, said Roan.
And then what?
Raya asked, gasping for air, trying to keep up. Roan's eyes focused on the path ahead. Having spent most of his childhood in this region, he knew it by heart. The vehicles were headed down an isolated path, and Roan's legs were on fire as he reached the busy intersection. The vans made a left onto the main road, heading straight for them.
Stay back,
he called to her.
What? How are you going to stop that thing?
She yelled.
Like this.
He ran straight into the middle of the road, halting in front of the lead van, which was coming at him at 40 miles per hour, and only 20 feet away.
Roan!
She shouted. A high-pitched whine of screeching tires on dry asphalt erupted. The driver violently jerked the steering wheel, swerving off the road, slamming into a deep ditch. The van flipped over sideways onto its passenger side as it slid to a stop. Every car on the road slammed their brakes, including the second van, which had been following closely behind. Raya ran up to Roan, who was still in the middle of the street.
You stupid idiot! How did you know he wasn't going to run you over?
I didn't.
Every animal in the van screamed and howled in a panic-stricken chorus. Koda's right shoulder ached, bruised from the impact of the crash. The packed cages worked as cushioning from the collision, though. The fox's cage landed right on top of him, and Blush looked just as dazed as the coy wolf.
Ah!
Fox strained his neck.
Oh, what happened?
Koda groaned.
Hope this guy's got AAA.
The rear doors burst open. Blinking, Koda adjusted his eyes to the sudden daylight. The driver of the second vehicle began grabbing some of the smaller cages. Get the fox, the first driver ordered.
Oh, come on!
Blush complained as they lifted him to the second van. Koda noticed the impact of the crash had dented the locking mechanism to his cage. He slammed his weight against the door. After a few attempts, it popped open. The coy wolf leapt at him with all the fury he could muster. Instinctively, the human raised his arm in self-defense. Koda felt his fangs touch flesh. The surrounding two legs screamed in alarm at the attack. Coming to the man's aid, the onlookers beat and kicked Koda away. Ripping off the long sleeve of his captor's shirt, he ran back to the edge of the forest where Roan and Raya waited for him.
Koda, let's go!
Raya called, but Koda wouldn't. He wasn't leaving without Seda. Other people came toward him.
You can't save her if you're dead!
Raya's scream snapped him back to reality. As he retreated, once safe within the forest, they sensed the humans stop their pursuit. The crowd then turned to check on his former captors. Koda focused on the other van. The yellow fox was placed right next to Seda's cage on top of a silver-blue mink. Koda stared into her golden amber eyes right before the doors slammed shut. He wanted to go back, but it was suicidal. The drivers of the van tried to calm everyone down. People were on their phones contacting the authorities. One offered to treat their wounds. Some hung back, recording the whole scene on their phones. Others bombarded them with questions. The abductors acted as though the whole thing wasn't very serious. Gradually, they moved to the other van.
We have a first aid kit in the back,
one of them yelled as an excuse to walk away. Some spectators were starting to ask about the animals from the crashed vehicle, but they had shut the second van's doors and sped off right when the sirens could be heard in the distance. Koda ran through the forest after the van. Raya and Roan were behind him. He hoped against hope he could somehow get to her. Neither could muster the will to tell him it was futile as they kept pace until their quarry drifted from sight. Koda watched it blend with the endless flock of other metal beasts that came and went. Ben and Sam sat outside the cafeteria on top of the curb that separated the main sidewalk from the lawn, where the students often picnicked or played frisbee in warm weather. But today, people were bundled up, sipping hot beverages and smoking cigarettes as they chatted. Through the large cafeteria windows, Shauna could be seen. She sat at the center of their former table with the usual entourage wearing those large sunglasses that half covered her black eye. "Did they know Amy gave her that?" Ben asked, holding out a bag of fruit gummies to Sam. "Yeah, she ain't tellin'." He pulled out a handful. "Just saying she don't want to talk about it." "Huh. Nice touch. If she says the weird girl gave it to her, then she would look weak. But say nothing, you've got a mystery. Makes her more interesting," noted Ben. "Girl can play the crowd," said Sam. "Oh well, popularity's overrated," Ben shrugged. "No, it ain't," said Sam. "Nope, it ain't," agreed Ben. "Well, don't really matter. You only got one more year." "Nope," said Ben. "What?" Sam looked to him. "I got the internship." "No, you didn't. Really? The phone news job? They took you?" "They like my essays." "Yeah, they know good stuff when they read it. So, when you starting?" "Early next year," said Ben. "Europe?" "Maybe. More likely the Middle East." "You serious? A war zone?" "I don't know. Should be one of the safer neighborhoods of Israel. Typing up reports of what's happening." "Just as long as you safe," said Sam. "Out there, no one truly is. At least that's what my editor tells me," said Ben. "So, when you moving out?" "Just after our lease expires in March. Kinda inconvenient, don't you think?" "Not for me, man. I can't afford a pad on my own." "Sorry to have to put you in this position, man," Ben said. "Don't turn down a good job on my account." "Any idea what you'll do?" "Well, could always move back in with my mom." "Why not just go back to the dorms? They'll put you up when you're on the team next season," said Ben. Sam couldn't meet his friend's gaze. "You are gonna keep playing, right?" Ben asked. A few seconds of silence passed. Then Gordon Epstein came up to them. "Hello, Sam," he said. "Hey, Dr. Epstein. I was wondering if you could come to my office today." "Yeah, sure. What's up?" "The administration wants to speak with you about a private matter." Gordon's eyes narrowed on him above his thick black beard. "Okay, when?" "In 20 minutes." "All right," Sam answered nervously. "What was that?" Ben asked. "No idea. I better bounce. Sorry I won't be hanging around the in crowd anymore." He collected his papers, pencils, and the same blue notebook, placing them in his bag as he got to his feet. "It's okay, man. There's other fine-looking girls out there." Ben gave an indicative nod towards the science building. "And more interesting ones." Narrowing his eyes, Sam gave him an uneasy look as Ben gave him an impish grin. "Shut up," Sam said playfully. "That's what happened," Coda told Lent, Nay, Elsie, and Thema. As Nay placed her chin on his shoulder, which was tired and bruised, he looked over at his indifferent mother. "Did you see this coming? Did you see her leaving and only me coming back?" he growled, wanting something to unleash his rage upon. "Yes," she answered. "Why do you do this?" he demanded, throwing his head back. "Why can't you just share what you see with us? Every day you sit there, tell us what to do, what not to do, and you explain nothing. You just expect us to blindly follow your word like you're some four-legged messiah." Everyone in the den stood with their fur on edge. Raya and Elsie waited at the entrance, eyes locked on the tense atmosphere. "Forget the female, Coda," ordered Lent, while gnawing on some leftovers. "You'll find another. We haven't the time for you to dwell on this like a child. There's more food to store. Take what's left of your team, go to the trash site and get more." "That's not gonna happen." Coda stood over him. Lent sat up to his full height. He was almost half a foot taller than his stepson. "Excuse me? We're not going to store more food here, because we're leaving," said Coda. "What makes you think you can decide that?" Lent's expression was now stern. "I told you the two legs are plowing to the den. They've made it another 500 yards closer, said Coda. And I told you we're going to wait and see if they miss us, Lent insisted. Even if they miss us, our terrain will be cut off, we'll lose mobility, we'll be vulnerable. And where would we go? Where is there to live? There's a state park west of here. We found an unoccupied cavern large enough for all of us with fresh water, Coda said, remembering the cavern Seda had shown him. We're not leaving, Lent growled. The young Koi stood his ground. Yes, we are. Today. And you are not coming with us. Say that again? There's no place for you in our pack anymore. Because you wish to be in charge? Lent seemed amused, as if he'd just suggested they were flying to the moon. Because you're ignorant. You've always been. There was no emotion in Coda's voice. Losing Seda had left him hollow inside. Fear and uncertainty now seemed like half-forgotten dreams. Ignorant. I took you in. Taught you how to hunt, how to fight, feed you, protect you. I could have eaten you and saved myself the grief if your mother hadn't begged me not to. You were with her for a year. She wasn't producing you any young. You felt yourself getting old, and that's why you kept me. To be the son you couldn't have, Coda said. Lent leapt at Coda, sinking his teeth into his side. Get off him! Roan shoved him off, standing between them. Ryder rushed in to defend Coda. Everyone froze in fear, except Thema, who just sat there, calm, but more alert. I'm the Alpha. I decide, Lent growled at them. We're grateful for everything you've done, but the world's filling up. Too many threats and enemies. We have to merge with the two-legged world, not run from it, said Coda. They'll kill you all. That's what they do. That's what they are. We're not cubs anymore. The choice is ours, Nay said, supporting her brother. Lent's eyes turned from anger to sadness. Listening to the little girl he had raised take her brother's side was the ultimate betrayal. Desperate, he turned to Thema. Dearest, tell them this is wrong, he said. She caressed his face. I'm sorry, my love. You gave me a life I never dreamed possible. Tenderness layered her words. But this is as far as we can go. Lent felt his heart sink. All aggression slipped away as he realized he was being exiled. We'll see, he said. Looking to Coda, he regained his self-control. With a final kiss for Thema, he stood tall, bloodthirsty look in his eyes. You're an undisciplined child, Coda. Impulsive, reckless, and selfish. You care more about your own needs than anyone else's. To lead, you have to know what's right for others. I do, Lent. And it's not you. We can't live here anymore. Lent no longer held any power over the once frightened puppy he'd taken in so many seasons ago. As they stared down one another, Coda knew this wasn't over. Lent would be patient, watching day and night for when the Koi wolf would be alone. And in that moment, he'd kill him and retake the pack. From this day on, Coda would have to grow eyes in the back of his head, and they both knew it. I wish you luck, Lent said in an ominous tone, moving toward the exit. You're gonna need it, Coda. Then he turned to Thema. My love, I have to leave. I know, she murmured. Are you coming? As I told you when we first met, I'll be with you till the end. A single tear rolled down her cheek. He wiped it off with his chin before turning to leave, giving Coda one last ominous smile. Grrr! Thema's teeth plunged into Lent's throat. Futilely, he jerked and thrashed, attempting to get his wife to release him. Everyone leapt away with panic yelps as they tumbled about the den. Nay gave an ear-piercing shriek. The fight never left the old Alpha, desperate for that extra second of life, to taste one more gulp of non-blood-choked air. Though he knew it was useless, his main artery was open, His windpipe gone. His body was going limp. She watched the light leave his eyes as he looked into the beautiful green emerald eyes of his one true love. His murderer. They all stood in horror, crouched defensively, wondering if she'd gone mad, who she might attack next.
Sleep, my love. I'm yours, now and always.
Her soft voice whispered affectionately, her face covered in blood, wearing a mask of heartache, sorrow, and devotion. She had a choice to make. She chose her son. Chapter 20. Rarer Species. Knock, knock. Come in, Emil called from his desk. Since losing his eye, Emil leaned close into all screens, books, and papers. His remaining ocular muscles worked on constant overtime, fulfilling his mind's hunger for visual information. He also took lutein supplements and upped his vitamin A. He leaned back, squeezing in a few eye drops. Then, focusing, he saw Amy standing in the entryway.
I think I owe you an apology,
she said. For what? He swiveled his chair towards her.
When I yelled at you for sending Sam to see me play,
she answered.
It was your personal business. You had every right.
But it felt good, sharing something I love. Been so long, I forgot I liked it.
How's your hand? He asked.
What?
Heard you've got a mean left hook,
said Emil.
Oh, well, you see.
She didn't know what to say.
It's all right. You don't enjoy violence. I'm sure she had it coming.
He winked.
Part of the reason I hired you was because you're tough.
Was that the only reason?
Well, you also had both my books memorized and threatened to sleep outside my office until I gave you something to do.
They both laughed.
You're the reason I'm not in France learning international finance,
she said.
Well, if it's any consolation, you're the reason I'm not in my homeland trying to save tigers from eradication.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, don't be. You're a far rarer species. It would be a crime to let you go extinct.
Giggling, she wiped at her moist eyes.
Do you need any help packing?
She asked.
No, not really. But I'm feeling lazy today, so go ahead, he said.
He returned to his desktop.
Come, I want to show you something interesting.
What is that?
She peered in closer. A map of the entire Pittsburgh area lit up the screen. On it were a series of glowing dots.
Is that Coda?
Yes. And these were his last coordinates an hour ago.
How did he get there so quickly?
That is the question, isn't it? I was about to call you about this.
Have you told Sam?
No,
he said as he reached for her phone and scrolled for Sam's number.
He won't pick up,
she said, the phone still in her ear.
You haven't heard?
He looked at her.
What?
Everyone had convened outside the den. The air was rife with the blood of Coda's stepfather, whose corpse decorated the den's interior. Thema lay next to the body, attempting to suppress her cries of anguish. A sequence of huffs, whines, and whimpers could be heard from inside. The group waited for hours until she strode out, leaving behind crimson footprints. Are you okay? Coda asked, nearly inaudibly.
I can't come with you,
she replied vacantly. What?
To your new home. This is where you have to leave me,
she said. No, he choked, realizing what she meant.
You asked when you'd begin your journey.
You said it would be the day you and Lent left, Coda said.
Mom,
Nay cried, pushing past the group, shaking her head. You can't leave us. We need you now more than ever, Coda stated.
You've needed me for too long.
Ryan Elsie took a few steps away, not wanting to invade this very personal moment. You didn't have to kill Lent. You could have left with him, Coda said. His outrage was thick.
It was the only way. Mom, you can't. I'm not ready for you to leave,
Nay sobbed.
Change comes. No one's ever ready for a loved one to go.
Thema looked into the emerald green eyes she had given her daughter.
No, you don't understand. You can't go. I do understand, Nay. You're pregnant,
said Thema. Coda jerked his head to the pair of them, his eyes wide.
How did you? A mother knows. But why? Why do you have to leave? Nay asked. It's my harvest, said Thema.
What? Coda asked. This sudden realization on top of Lent's death sent his emotions into overdrive. What is your harvest? Losing 2 husbands and half your children? Walking away from the only 2 you have left? Leaving a pregnant daughter who may need your gifts now more than ever?
My gifts have been as much a burden on you as a virtue. You know this, Coda. Why else would you refuse to use yours?
He averted his gaze, not keen on having that argument again.
What's going to happen will happen whether I'm here or not.
She pressed her face to his.
Your path does not lie with me, child. It lies with him.
Thema pointed to Jerry, who was approaching with Kalo at his side. Nay ran straight to Kalo, desperate for a mate's embrace. The rest gazed at the dog in surprised confusion.
Hello, Jerry. Do not run. No one shall harm you. Please come,
Thema assured him. Slowly he paced closer. You know my name?
My children speak very highly of you. Well, most of them. She glanced at Coda. You're much more handsome than they described. But then again, humans have a tendency to select the more attractive members of your species. Your family chose well.
She ignored the gashes and wounds that covered him. What do you know of my family? He asked.
That you miss them very much. You want to get back to them. He can help you.
She nodded to Coda.
How did you get here?
Raya asked. Seda freed me. I wandered the woods until I came across Kalo foraging. He shared his food and showed me to the rendezvous point. But you never showed, so I wanted to see if you were all right. I had nothing better to do, so I came along. What happened? Why do I smell so much blood? My stepfather was killed in the burrow last night, and I took command. Where's Seda? Jerry asked, looking around. Taken by the 2 legs. Put in a large metal beast that sped off. What? He asked, jerking his head. Where'd they take her? I don't know. This is all I have from the captors. The coy wolf had kept the sleeve he'd torn from the driver he bit. I can't recognize any of its smells, said Coda. Dipping his nose into the fabric, Jerry took a few whiffs. I smell white spruce, a tree that only grows in Ontario in very cold weather. North. Way north. How do you know? That's where I'm from, where my family lived before they moved here. It's where the mother took her children when they left. I heard her tell the movers when they were packing. Then it was all coming together for the coy wolf. The humans had taken Seda and the fox north. The dog knew where they were going. Jerry exhaled in sorrow over his liberator's abduction. I have one question, the dog said. Who was that blood-soaked female? Was. He looked around to where his mother stood, only to find mist floating above a trail of bloody paw prints leading off into the deep woods. Thema was gone. Sam felt uneasy every time he set foot into the administrative building. On his first day, the dean, along with the most prominent staff, had welcomed him here. The second time was to congratulate him for his help in getting them to the Final Four for the first time in 13 years. And the third was to discuss the season he wanted to take off, when they were 2 wins short of the trophy, and he decided to devote himself to Farhid's project. That same uneasy feeling washed over him again like a cold breeze. In this office, he felt like a tool to be fine-tuned, rather than a student. He was reminded of why he was here, to keep winning. The reason his parents weren't paying full price. He gave the thick wooden door 2 solid knocks.
Ah, Sam,
Gordon Epstein said.
Come in.
He entered to find Dr. Adkins, a thin, clean-shaved man in his 30s with dirty blonde hair, and finally, was Vice Dean Darren Sanderson, a tall man in his 40s with jet black hair and wire-rimmed glasses. "Have a seat." Gordon pointed to a chair reserved for visitors. Sam did so, but the two men remained standing. Only Dean Sanderson sat at his desk. "Do you know why we called you in?" "Nope," Sam said. "We want to inquire about what happened to Shauna Ramirez. Someone gave her a black eye over the weekend," Gordon explained. "Do you know anything about this?" Adkins asked. "I didn't know she had a black eye until I saw her today," Sam stated. It was the truth. He didn't know what happened after he dragged Amy into the Uber. It was only through mutual friends that he learned that Shauna made it home safe. "Do you know how she might have received that injury?" A ball formed in his gut. Now he knew the reason they'd summoned him. He had a fraction of a second to suppress a spasm of rage. "I don't know." "You went out with her on Saturday night," Gordon added. "Yeah, there was a whole group of us." "Some of your friends told us you all went out, then at 2 a.m., she was assaulted. None of them saw who did it."
"Did you ask her?"
Sam inquired. "She told us she fell."
"And you don't believe that?"
"We have a strict no-tolerance policy for student-on-student violence," Adkins said. "Yes, I know," said Sam. "Sam, are you sure you don't know how Shauna got that injury?" Gordon pressed. "No, I don't." "What is your relationship with her exactly?" Gordon asked.
"Just friends?"
"That's not what others have said. We heard the two of you were more than friendly on the dance floor," Adkins added. "We had one dance. That's all," said Sam. He'd played this game before when people were trying to get him to lose his cool. But he was not about to rat out Amy and risk her expulsion. He'd done nothing to Shauna, which meant there was no evidence to prove he had. "Has everything been okay with you, Sam?" Adkins asked. "What do you mean?" "How often do you go out drinking?" "Hardly ever," he answered. "You quit basketball. Spend most of your time out in the forest on Dr. Farhid's project." Gordon pressed. "I'm focusing on my grades." "We just want to make sure the pressure of the court isn't getting to you. We don't want you to feel overwhelmed." "I'm not. What's my class schedule got to do with Shauna?" "We want to explore why you've been making such erratic decisions lately," said the dean. "How's getting all my science credits erratic?" Sam asked. "You took our team to the Final Four last year, and you've achieved notoriety and fame. Everyone was looking forward to next year. Then you abruptly decided to abandon the season. Some people might call this behavior a little strange." "Are you thinking of becoming a scientist?" Adkins asked. "Probably," Sam answered. "Sam, if there's any truth to violence against a female student by an athlete, it reflects poorly on this institution. So this matter will be thoroughly investigated until we uncover the truth." "And what truth is that?" Sam asked. "Someone heard the two of you having an argument in the hallway. You mentioned you were glad she was hit. Is this true? Did you say that?" Adkins inquired. Sam considered this. If a witness had confirmed it, he'd be punished for lying. "Yeah, I did." "Why?" "She's a rude, arrogant person who hurts and harasses anybody who doesn't feed her ego. She was frustrated at me for personal reasons. I got angry. I told her what I really thought." "Okay. Well, Sam, I think you can see that this doesn't look good. Not for the school and not for you. As a precautionary measure, some of the administration voted that you be suspended on suspicion of ungentlemanly conduct. But we wanted to speak to you first before we reached a final decision," Gordon said. They wanted him back on the court. The team would let him join mid-season. These recent events had provided enough leverage to get him back, and he had to obey. Suspicion was only a first step. They could take away his scholarship. He couldn't afford tuition on his own. He'd have to drop out, or maybe be expelled. All he had to do was play ball, literally. He wanted to rage at them. They could do anything they wanted to him on pure suspicion, and he was helpless. They had him. "Sam," Gordon said, "we believe that—" The door to the office burst open, Every staff member jumped at the sudden intrusion as a tall, blonde girl entered with a cold look on her face. "Amy," Gordon said, "we're in a meeting."
"I know,"
she said. "It's rude to barge into a room without knocking." "I'm sorry, but I heard you were currently trying to ascertain the cause of Miss Ramirez's black eye." "We were, and do not require any assistance in our investigation." Adkins stepped forward. "Well, I thought I'd inform you of the identity of the person who assaulted Shauna," Amy said. "You know who hit her?" Gordon asked. "Of course, I did." "You? Why?" "She said something that angered me, so I knocked her to the pavement outside the club." Sam sat there stunned. "What did she say to you?" Gordon asked. "Why? Will her words decide my punishment? If it was mean, I'm suspended. If cruel, maybe a stern warning." "This is not a laughing matter," Adkins said. "No, but singling out a star athlete with a spotless record and bringing him in for questioning with absolutely no hard evidence. Now that's funny. I wonder where the local newspapers would put it. Current events? The funny pages? Maybe the sports column?" Sam's jaw dropped. She was not only confessing to a serious infraction, but threatening the top brass at the same time. "Okay, now just hold on there." Adkins stepped forward, his anger visible. "How do we know it was actually you, that you're not just covering for someone else?" As if expecting this, she whipped out her iPhone, booted up the screen, and showed him a video posted on YouTube labeled, "Closing Time Catfight." The staff members leaned in as they watched Amy punch Shauna. The entire block of pedestrians shouted before the video stopped. "I can produce a witness who will swear it was me. Benjamin Pratt, a student who goes here," she said. "Amy, you do realize you're confessing to assaulting another student?" "I do." "And you're aware we have a zero-tolerance policy on that, both on and off campus?" "I am." "So now, if you'll excuse me, Sam and I have somewhere to be," Amy asserted. "We're not done here," Adkins said. "The purpose of this meeting was to identify Shauna's attacker. You have. I am guilty. And you are going to warn, suspend, or expel me. There's nothing further I have to add on the matter. Now Professor Farheed requires both of us in his office." This time she wasn't talking to either Gordon or Adkins, but looking at Darren Sanderson, addressing only him. Sam had completely forgotten him. He had said almost nothing the entire meeting, just sat there behind his large oak desk, hands resting on his lap. "We'll let you know our decision," Darren said. They stepped into the quad. "Thanks," Sam said. "For what?" "Help me back there?" "Taking responsibility and helping aren't the same thing," she clarified. He smiled at her logic. "Why am I want to see us?" "He doesn't. I made that up." "What?" "There's something I want to show you. Come on." She quickened her pace towards the science building. Chapter 21. The River. When her voice grew hoarse, Nave finally stopped screaming her mother's name. Kalo consoled her. Though stunned to learn he was going to be a father, he was more concerned for her well-being. Meanwhile, Rowan and Raya updated Jerry on everything he'd missed. "So now what?" Jerry asked, looking at Coda. They walked to the cavern in the state park. It took only a few hours. Coda invited them all. He knew Jerry wasn't a danger. Even if he decided to be, there was no way he could take the group in a fight. Having nowhere else to go, Jerry followed them through the forest. Everyone circled the cave in awe. They couldn't believe that such a place existed on the eve of winter. Even Jerry couldn't hide his wonderment. They lapped up the delicious spring water running through its center and feasted on a few animals on their way to the new residence. Coda sat a fair distance from them, staring at the far-off mountain peaks beyond the buildings of downtown Pittsburgh. "Are you okay?" Elsie joined him. "I'm fine," he lied. "She told me she liked you. When getting me through my recovery. Seda protected me, brought me food, and carried me to water when needed. But most of all, she listened, talked with me all day and night, and told me you made her happy." "What did you talk about?" "Whatever I wanted. We shared our life stories. When I lost my home, I fell into an incredible despair. All I wanted was to lose myself in oblivion, until she pulled me back." "And now you're gonna pull me back?" Coda asked. "Someone has to." I don't need your charity. You helped get the food, you paid your dues. You don't owe me anything.
I'm not here for restitution,
Elsie said, offended. She turned back towards the others. Kalo and Nay discussed the possible upgrades that could make the new lair more hidden, fortified and comfortable. Roan was already inside digging to expand the interior. More room would be needed for the arrival of Nay's young. Coda could now see the swell of her stomach beginning to show. Jerry, he called. You said you once lived up north. Is that true? Yes, said Jerry. How far north? Asked Coda. Hundreds of miles. Cross rivers, mountains, cities. You know the scent of that tree? I haven't smelled them in years. Do you think you could find the scent again? Asked Coda, looking him in the eye. I think so, said Jerry. If I help you get back to your family, do you think you could show me how to get to these trees?
Coda, what exactly are you getting at?
Nay interjected. Those kidnappers took us for a reason, he surmised. They took us alive, which means they want to keep us that way.
For what?
Kalo asked. I have no idea.
Coda, you're not gonna do what I think you're gonna do,
Raya asked, eyeing him suspiciously. What? Jerry asked.
He's going north to find her,
Raya said. Gasps erupted all around. Everyone looked at each other as if they misunderstood.
You can't,
Nay said.
Coda, she's gone,
Kalo said.
You can't just wander north hoping to find her.
I don't hope. I will find her. You're insane, Jerry said.
Coda, you can't leave. First Mother, then Lent, now you. Am I supposed to lose my whole family in one day?
Nay pleaded. You have a family. He pointed to Kalo and then her belly. I'm giving you this place to raise them.
You're going to leave me here alone to cope?
You won't be alone. I'm leaving you with them. He indicated to the rest of the group. What? Roan asked. I'm leaving, tonight. I'm going north to find her and bring her back. The rest of you will stay. Fortify the new den and gather all food you can before the temperature freezes, Coda ordered.
You can't go off alone,
Elsie said. Not alone. He's coming with me. He pointed to Jerry. What? Jerry said. The children you lost. She took them north. You heard their mother say it before she left. You know how to get there. I'm going to help you. My payment is you guide me to this scent. He pointed to the sleeve. What makes you think I'm coming? There's somewhere else you have to be? Some pressing engagement? You don't command me, filth breed. No, but honor does. You were bloody, broken, covered head to toe in those wounds. And who was it that freed you from your abusive master? Who saved you, allowed you to go anywhere you want, even back to the human cubs you love? You told me one thing you had that us wild animals didn't was honor. So, what does honor say about helping the female who freed you? The fury in Jerry's eyes was palpable. Coda thought the dog would attack. Roan took a few steps closer to break up the fray should it come. But the dog slackened, lowering his head before nodding in agreement.
Seriously?
You're actually going? Raya couldn't keep quiet any longer. I don't know a way across the river, Jerry said.
The river?
Elsie asked. There are 2 lakes north of here, separated by a river spanning almost 40 miles. The lakes are so large it would take at least a month to encircle them, Jerry said.
Do you know a way across?
Elsie asked Coda. No, but we'll find one, even if we have to swim. You can't swim that river. If the current doesn't pull you under, you'll freeze to death first, Jerry said. There has to be a way, he insisted.
And if you cross, what next?
Raya asked. Head north, Coda said.
Which way? You don't know the cities or the forests? It's an impossible labyrinth of icy lakes, streams, impassable landmasses. Native predators will view you as an invading threat. Bears, mountain lions, northern wolf packs. How are you planning to find Seda on the scent of one tree amid all that?
She reasoned. Coda stared. He could see the painful expression on the left side of her scarred face opposing the beauty of her right. A sudden realization came to him. The North. That's where you're from. She looked away. Years acquainted and they knew nothing about her past. You know how to get across the river, don't you?
You think I'm helping you go on a suicide mission?
She asked. Raya, she came after you and you ran from us. Are you going to do the same for her? She was silent. Coda could see the wheels spinning behind her eyes.
Just tell me one thing,
Raya said.
Why are you doing this?
I have to save her, he said. Her stare pierced him.
I said tell me why.
Looking away, he held his breath before staring into her eyes with a calm expression. Because it's my harvest, Coda answered.
Okay.
She nodded. So you'll tell us the way across? Jerry asked.
No, I'm going to show you,
said Raya. What? Surprise plastered Jerry's features. We just want to know where it is. Once we reach the Georgian Bay, I can get us to the region.
Which way are you going?
Raya asked.
Do you know the safest way between Lake Simcoe and the Natasauga Bay? How to navigate the mountains and the hundreds of lakes along the way?
She took sinister pleasure in their inability to conjure an answer. Eat up. We leave in 1 hour, Coda ordered. Will do, Roan acknowledged. You're not coming, Coda told his cousin. Yes, I am. You're to stay here and protect Nay. Kalo can do that, retorted Roan. Not as well as you.
What's the point of letting her be my mate if you don't trust me to protect her?
Kalo interjected, offended. Coda stared at him. He didn't want the koi dog to come. As a matter of fact, he didn't want any of them to come. It was his decision that had led to Seda getting taken in the first place. If he had had his way, he'd have gone alone. Any enemies we come across would think twice about attacking if they saw him, said Jerry, referring to Roan's massive stature. No, he's needed here.
One day she's going to have to look after herself. It might as well be now,
Raya told him. If I can't decide who's going, what exactly is the point of me being alpha? Asked Coda.
Who said you were alpha?
Raya asked. You're not my alpha, Jerry proclaimed. Then who is? Roan asked.
Do we even need one?
Elsie spoke up. We need a command structure, Coda stated. If we come across another group and there's a fight, a single leader decides. If we debate the issue, we'll get slaughtered. Contemplating this point, Roan nodded to Coda in favor of his rule. Raya followed the gesture. Then they looked to Jerry. I'm not serving him, he said. You don't have to. I'll command them. You can come along and leave whenever you want. All I care about is finding that scent, said Coda. The dog wasn't sure what to do. His whole life, wild animals had been an irritation. He'd encountered ravenous beasts who took what they wanted and killed all in their path. Now he was allying with his enemy.
Oh, geez, Jerry, just agree already. Stop being such a pussycat.
Elsie stepped forward.
Let's just eat and go. We're burning daylight.
You're coming? Roan asked, looking to the feline.
Someone's got to keep you mutts out of trouble,
she said.
Are you worried they might expel you?
Sam asked.
Let them. The only reason that kept me here is being shipped to Toronto,
said Amy. Punching someone can't look good on a college application, said Sam.
I'm tall, thin, blonde, with a 4.0 GPA. I'm good for business,
she reassured. Okay, said Sam. So what's this you want me to see? Entering the zoology lab, Amy booted up her desktop, logging into their surveillance program to show him the location of Coda's thermal chip. What's this? She gave him a knowing look.
Coda's halfway to New York,
she said. Why?
I don't know.
Just then, Professor Farheed came in through the doors. He walked right past them to his desktop computer, booting it up. Did everything go okay at the dean's office? He asked. Yeah, I confessed. Thanks for telling me they were ready to suspend him. You knew I was in the office? Sam asked. A colleague told me about Shauna's black eye and the rumors that you punched her. When I told Amy, she came over to get you. Sam was stunned. When Amel and Amy learned he was at risk of suspension, they stood up for him. Ain't you worried they might get back at you for this? Sam asked. Like what? Shut down a research program I've built for the past 5 years? Amel shrugged as Amy giggled. But what about your job? Sam asked. It's called tenure. He clicked the play icon when enough of the video uploaded. Where is he? A shaky iPhone camera showed Coda and a few animals attacking a man outside a crashed white van before being chased off. The two men got into a matching vehicle, then drove away. Amel turned to his students who were in shock. They crashed right there. He pointed to a specific spot on the monitor. It was exactly where Amy had shown Coda's location to be. Okay, so those guys kidnapped him and placed him in the van. Sam stated the obvious. But if he got away, why is he still heading north out of his territory? Why the same direction the van headed? Amy asked. That's the question, Amel said as he rubbed his eye patch. Chapter 22. Rabbits in Tennessee. Raya wouldn't explain how she knew a way across the river. Refusing to answer any questions they asked, the she-dog was the worst kind of ally. Temperamental. Creatures like her had a difficult time remembering who their friends were. Coda's eyes scanned the new and strange terrain. Could you stop looking over your shoulder? Raya demanded. Am I making you nervous? Asked Coda. No, you're making me annoyed, she retorted. Everything annoys you, whether you keep an eye out for danger or not, said Coda. I'm taking you through the safest route possible. This is why I can't stand your kind, said Raya. My kind? Yeah, wild animals. Even if you're not in danger, you're always looking out for it. He suppressed the urge to further antagonize his guide. Are we far? Elsie asked from the rear. Almost there, Raya replied, walking alongside Roan. Why didn't you tell us you were from the north? Asked Coda. Didn't think it was anyone's business, she said. But you know all about our lives, Roan replied. Information I never asked anyone to volunteer. But that's what friends do. Share their lives with each other, said Roan. Really? You don't say, she said condescendingly. Jerry trailed the group, cautious about his newfound companions. How you holding up? Elsie asked him. What do you mean? He responded. You lost the humans who loved you, along with the place you called home after enduring severe physical trauma, she said to her former neighbor. And all those years looking down on me from that balcony, you never said a word, and now you're concerned about me? Jerry asked. Who knows what you're going through? She admitted. Look, I understand you're hurting, but you're a cat, which means you're sensitive, weak, and need to talk about your feelings. I'm a dog. I don't talk about my feelings. I just take whatever life throws at me and keep going. If you want to cry on someone's shoulder, try the lovesick koi dragging us north to our doom, he said. I did, she answered unfazed. And what'd he say? Asked Jerry. Same as you, only he suggested I talk to the arrogant mutt who takes more pride in being a human punching bag than being free to choose his own fate. She walked ahead of him, not looking back. You gotta admire her. Raya slowed, watching her pass. A lot of sass. Do you really think we're gonna find Seda? Jerry asked. No, said Raya. Then why are you here? Same as you. Nothing better to do. You look up to him, don't you? Who? She asked. Coda, said Jerry. No, but I respect him. Really? 'Cause you don't seem to like him, Jerry observed. I don't like him. But what does that have to do with respect? She shrugged. And me? Jerry asked. What about you? Raya inquired. You don't like me, do you? Of course I do, she smiled. About as much as you like yourself. Sam backed the truck into the science building's loading dock and opened the rear doors. Here, this is all I could manage from the bank,
Make it last,
Amel said, handing Sam a thick manila envelope.
Damn.
Sam peeked inside the packet at the thick stack of large bills.
Remember, I want receipts. Stick to Coda, find out where he's going, record everything. I cashed in a favor with Toronto. If you can give them accurate statistics between now and when this equipment has to be delivered in January, they'll reimburse me.
And if I lose the signal?
Then there goes a chunk of my retirement savings, said Amel. No pressure, huh? Oh, you want pressure? How's this? If anything happens to that van, I'll lose my tenure and you may be prosecuted for theft or destruction of property, which will definitely put an end to your scholarship, he warned.
Oh, good,
came a voice from behind them.
I'm not the only one who thinks this is reckless.
What are you doing?
Amel asked.
What's it look like?
Amy threw her bag into the van next to Rudy. He wagged his tail at the sight of her.
Hey there, boy. Did you miss me? Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
She pet him vigorously.
You ain't coming.
Well, the hell I'm not,
she retorted.
I was able to get Sam time off from his classes. I don't know if I can do it for you, said Amel.
This project was the only reason I'm here. Besides, after confessing what I did to Shauna, I doubt I'll be enrolled much longer.
Sam turned to Amel, hoping for support.
Don't look at me. I'm not your father.
He held his hands up defensively.
Fine.
I'm already screwed if I don't bring back the dog in the van. Sure, throw in a white girl, why not?
I've uploaded its last coordinates near the New York state line. As long as we're within a 30-mile radius, we should pick up the signal,
she said. Can you just tilt the satellite a little further north? Sam asked.
It's not my satellite, and I can't tell them to move it for one animal,
Amel stated.
So, if he's beyond our radius, we lose him.
She looked at the dog.
You sure it's a good idea to bring Rudy?
If he can track rabbits in Tennessee, he can hold his own up there.
How did you get Ben to let you take him?
He spent the holidays out of town with relatives that don't allow pets. So I have to look after Rudy. Besides, we're just going to New York.
What if Coda goes to Canada?
She asked.
No animal can swim the Niagara River in winter,
Amel interjected.
The odds of him crossing are impossible.
Well, that was easy,
Elsie said. It took 10 minutes to walk the railroad bridge across the Niagara River. Coda and the others grew tense with the unfamiliar terrain and aromas.
It's okay, don't worry, come on,
Raya reassured them. She led them deeper into the woods, away from the International Railroad Bridge in Fort Erie through scattered homes that led to an area just outside Hamilton, the first major city past the river. As they proceeded, the northern forest grew dense and colder. The trees seemed harder, more brittle. Coda could smell other animals. He feared how they'd be greeted regardless of Raya's reassurances. Then, finally, he spotted a group of four-legged predators staring at them in the distant brush.
Raya!
A voice screamed. A variety of coyotes and coy wolves he'd never seen came running toward them. Coda and Roan got into a defensive position. Elsie sprinted a few good yards away, ready to run. Jerry froze in place, not sure what to do. But the pack swarmed Raya, screaming praises of adoration, licking, nuzzling, and playfully jumping.
You're alive,
one said.
Oh my goodness,
said another.
Where have you been?
Asked a third.
What happened to you?
You look great.
I guess they remember her,
Jerry said. Coda relaxed his stance. The cat slowed her escape, realizing they weren't hostile. Raya introduced her group to the northern pack, a mix of coyotes, coy wolves, wild dogs, and even a few stray cats. It was a whole community of nearly 24 predators living together. Their leader was a rather large female coyote in her middle age. A distinct combination of black and brown patterned her fur. Her name was Faison, and she was the pack leader of the Toronto area.
I am glad she found herself a group,
Faison stated proudly to Coda. They watched as both their packs shared food, hunted game, foraged plants, and scavenged food from the human world. I wouldn't say she's with us. More like accompanying us. How do you know her? Coda asked.
She came across our borders 2 years ago. She was in pretty bad shape, covered in dry blood, fresh bruises and gashes from head to toe. Kind of like your male dog there.
Did she have that scarred face?
Yes. I figured the wound couldn't have been there more than a week. She was less than a year old. Probably 7 months. Seemed disoriented and unbalanced. My daughters convinced me to take her in. We nursed her back to health.
Faison explained, saddened at the memory. Did she say what happened to her? Asked Coda.
Never. Not in all the months she was with us. We didn't know her name until right before she left. And it's been nearly 2 years since she was here.
Faison said as she watched a gaggle of puppies play with the she-dog. Raya gave their ears little nibbles as they yelped joyfully.
So tell me, what brings you up north?
Faison turned to ask Coda. Who says we're from the south?
Your accents?
She smiled. We have accents? He looked surprised.
When you've met as many animals as I have, you develop an ear. Every one of them has a dialect and a story. So tell me yours. That's the price you pay to visit.
He considered if he should reveal it, but after thinking about it, he couldn't see the harm. One of my own was taken. I've come to get her back.
Her?
She asked.
How do you know she's here?
He'd laid the torn sleeve at Faison's feet, telling her the tale.
So, it's reached south of the falls.
What has? Coda asked with renewed interest.
The disappearances. The past few months, some of our number and others from neighboring packs have been vanishing. Coy wolves, coyotes, foxes, minks, just gone.
It started to make sense to Coda. What happened to him couldn't have been more than an isolated incident. Someone wanted animals, not only from his territory, but from all over. Why? Has there been any word on where they might have gone? He inquired.
None. No blood, no trail, nothing left, nothing to track, gone without a trace.
She searched her memory for anything useful.
All we hear are stories of those who've made their way south. Tales of the first disappearances came from north of the Georgian Bay, near the Spanish River.
Does this tree grow there? Coda pointed to the sleeve.
Yes. But I would not recommend going. The land between us and that river is one of the last great wolf strongholds on the continent. Their territory and food diminish every year. Any intruders will be lambs to the slaughter.
Is your pack in danger from them?
No, but only because we live close enough to the two legs. I urge you to turn back. Or better yet, you could stay and join us. You would make a valuable addition to our numbers. We could help each other survive the coming cold.
Coda considered the offer. Though they were strangers, he'd never seen nor heard of a group so diverse accepting each other's differences with such ease. It was an ideal spot to live off both humans and the forest. Bears and wolves couldn't come close enough to rob their territory. Faison seemed strong yet quiet. Her actions spoke louder than words. He could see that here, no one would criticize him for doing things his way like Lent had. As long as he didn't endanger them or take from anyone, he would belong. It could be a good life. After all, Nay would have her own family back south, close enough to visit. He could carve out a comfortable spot and live the rest of his days in peace. The temptation was incredibly alluring. But then he remembered those amber eyes haunting his every footfall. Would they go away in time, or pierce into him endlessly until the brink of madness? The reason he was here, the reason he couldn't stop. I appreciate the offer, but I have something else to do, Coda said.
Your harvest?
She asked. You know about the harvest?
Of course. Many species have come to this land from far and wide, bringing their stories and dogma with them. Many in search of their own personal destinies, but mostly just for lust, power, better lands, or even out of boredom. Fools. Most are probably dead by now, she speculated.
Is that what I am? Another wandering fool? Coda asked.
You do know the odds against you are impossible, but you left regardless. An animal can only die once. What better reason than for love?
What makes you think it's love?
You take these 4 companions to find one female. You're either in love or a fool. And you're with Raya. The last thing she does is suffer fools.
Nope. She just makes them suffer, he said as they both laughed. Faison turned to speak to some of her children while Coda looked at his group, feasting with the others. The females cozied up to Roan, who grew more nervous with every advance until Raya had to shoo them away. The wild stray cats wouldn't go near Elsie. Her demeanor was far too domesticated for their comfort. Jerry kept to himself, eating his share. Coda pondered Faison's words, the danger standing between them and their destination. Him risking all their lives for Seda, who might be dead already. He felt so selfish. What was he leading them into?
Come,
Faison directed him to join her at the forest clearing.
this is our most secure area. You can sleep here tonight. We'll give you safe passage to the northern bay. But we know nothing of the territory beyond that point.
We'll take any help we can get. Thank you, Faison, he said. Astonished at the unexpected courtesy, he felt ashamed he hadn't had the courage to venture here in his youth. Perhaps his life would have felt less lonely, but he never would have met Seda. Chapter 23. That figures.
We don't have time for this,
Amy said, frustrated, as she and Sam walked out of the elevator into the hallway. Rudy jerked his head around like a hummingbird, taking in every detail of the new environment. Yes, I know. Every minute here, we might not find a signal again, but I am not calling my mom and telling her I'm missing Thanksgiving to chase a wolf, said Sam.
Coy wolf,
she corrected. Yeah, that's going to win the argument, he said. They stepped up to the apartment door. The building was a classic dark red brick layered walk-up with elegant interior beige walls. It resided in the cheaper neighborhood of the city. The students and dogs stopped at the end of the hallway. They heard muffled sounds of people through the door. Amy felt those usual knots in her stomach forming over the thought of the unfamiliar social atmosphere she was about to dive into.
I never actually agreed to this, you know,
she said. Yes, you did. You said if you didn't have anything going on, you'd come to Thanksgiving dinner, said Sam.
But I do have something. Since I'm the one smart enough to work the equipment, track the animals, and navigate the wild, why don't I just leave you here and head north on my own? She asked.
Because I'm the one smart enough to hold on to the keys. He jingled them in front of her, then closing his fist to give the door 3 solid knocks. Deep breath. He smiled. The thick wooden frame swung open to reveal an adorable 8-year-old African-American girl with large brown eyes like Sam's. Her hair was braided into several intricately tied extensions. Decorated with purple and yellow bows, she wore a single bubblegum pink dress with matching sneakers.
About time you got here.
She put her hands on her hips accusingly but couldn't hide a small grin. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to you too, Branny.
And who is she?
This is my friend, Amy, and she's our guest for dinner. He glared angrily at her poor display of manners. Amy, this little diva here is Brandisha, my kid sister.
Pre-teen sister,
she corrected. Branny, I told you, you're too young to be a preteen.
Am I younger than a teenager?
Yeah, he said.
Then I ain't one yet. So, pre-teen,
she said. Yeah, we'll get your pre-tween butt in there and tell Mom I'm here before I feed you to the dog, he threatened, loosening his grip on the leash. Stepping back, she rolled her eyes before swinging the door all the way open. "Mom, Sam's here. He brought a white girl," she called, walking back into the enormous living room crowded with the rest of Sam's family. "Well, let him in, baby," a woman's commanding voice bellowed from the kitchen. "All right, that's it. Rudy, get her." Sam released the leash. The dog went straight for the little girl. She let out a high shriek as he slathered her in slobbery kisses. The eyes of 14 people appeared from every corner of the 4-bedroom apartment. "Sam!" his Aunt Louise shouted as she came and pulled him into a bear hug. 2 others around the same age formed a line to embrace their tall nephew, showering him in compliments about how much more handsome he got every year. Then they moved on to hug Amy, emphasizing how welcome she was, adulating her beauty. She stiffened like a board with each embrace. Remembering his colleague's aversion to invasive physical contact, Sam stepped in. Okay. There's one thing the girl likes more than hugs is oxygen," he said, and his uncle and cousin shook her hand cordially after that. By the door was Sam's 13-year-old brother, Andre, who looked like a 5-foot version of him. Andre pulled Rudy off Brandisha, and she ran straight to the kitchen sink to get paper towels. Sam's mother emerged holding a sealed bowl of mashed potatoes for the 12-foot-long table in the living room. From the looks of it, only the turkey and a few side dishes delayed the feast. As Sam's mother, Shonda, came into the living room, Amy was struck by how young and beautiful she looked. She could have passed for 30 years old, carrying herself tall and confidently. Walking up, Amy extended her hand, though she had the feeling of being sized up. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Shonda said. 3 years working with her, and you didn't tell me she was gorgeous." She gave her son an accusatory look. "Yeah, well, you've raised me to judge a lady by her brains." "It's nice to meet you," Amy interjected. She also greeted a tall, handsome man with wire-rimmed glasses, clearly Sam's dad. "So, you're the one keeping my boy off the court," he half-joked. "Keep him off? I can't get rid of him," she stated, and everyone broke into laughter. "Yeah, it's true, Pop. I'm like gum on a shoe," said Sam. At dinner, Sam and Amy sat next to each other. Amy didn't talk much. Sam caught up with his aunts, uncles, cousins, talking about his grades, sharing some crazy school stories. Every few minutes, someone steered the subject toward the basketball court or his scholarship, which he quickly sidestepped. The focus soon turned to Amy. They asked about her background, studies, ambitions. They wanted to know why she couldn't make it home for the holidays. She kept her answers brief, trying to seem as uninteresting as possible. But judging from their expressions, she was anything but. "Yeah, it's cool. You know what you want to do with your life. Just more than most other kids got figured out," Sam's Uncle Darrell said from the far end of the table. "This generation with social media, personal devices, too many distractions flashing in everybody's face. Every decision got to be this 50-pronged fork in the road," his Aunt Louisa said. "No, every 5th kid's bipolar, ADHD, on the spectrum or something," Sam's Uncle Fred observed. "But they're smarter," Shonda said. "Brandon's homework is stuff I didn't have until sophomore year. My kids know more about Macs and PCs than me." "Yeah, but I don't need to know about science and math and stuff like that. I already know what I'm going to be," Brandy declared. She was sitting across from Amy, her chin just a little above the dinner plate. "She wants to be a fashion designer," Sam's mom clarified. Apparently, this wasn't a secret to the rest of the family. "I'm going to change the industry. Prada and the devil ain't got nothing on me," she grinned. "Get that high school diploma first, girl, then we'll talk." Sam's dad gave her a stern look as she lowered her head. "Come on, Joe," Fred interjected. "Let the kids dream. Everybody's got to go into law like you or be a nurse like Shonda." "As long as they get their education," Shonda told her brother-in-law. "I just don't know what history has to do with fashion," Brandy shrugged. "Well, actually, for 800 years, Italy had the greatest clothing designs in the world. They produced and exported their products to all the continents," said Amy. "Really?" asked Brandy. "Yes. From the 11th to the late 19th century, before Paris invented the concept of brand names, like Vogue in 1892 or Chanel in 1925, Amy explained. Everyone around the table listened with interest. "How do you know this?" Brandy asked. "I paid attention in school. And science is useful too. After all, silk comes from worms, wool from sheep, cotton from plants, nylon is coal and petroleum processed through air and water. Things a fashion executive should probably know. See why you need school, Brandy? Shonda said. The rest of the dinner went on pleasantly. The atmosphere around Amy became a bit more relaxed. She tore off a little piece of turkey, sneaking it to Rudy under the table. When everyone was finished eating, Brandy begged to do Amy's hair. Sam apologized, said that his sister loved doing complex styles and she was a dab hand at it. Fighting a tidal wave of apprehension, Amy gave a nod before being yanked by the hand away from the table and down the hall. Her bedroom was littered with multicultural Barbie dolls, each with a different hairdo. Meanwhile, the table was cleaned, the leftovers wrapped. Sam helped his mother wash and put away the dishes. So, you been practicing on the chord in your free time? Shonda asked, looking down at the expensive china plate she was running a soaking hot rag over. Yeah, a bit, said Sam. Baby, don't you lie to me. I know you can't look me in the eye when you lie. You really gonna make me interrogate you? She asked, still rinsing the dish on autopilot. I don't know if I'm gonna go back on the team next season. Okay, she said, processing the information. So, what you gonna do? I don't know. You just gonna keep going out into the woods? Look, Mom, I'm just trying to figure some things out. You don't have to worry about me. I do worry, baby. I'm your mother. That's my job, to worry day and night what could happen to you. I want you to finish your education. Give yourself a future, not just be another broke man in the projects. You think I want that? That I don't know how much you're going to be worrying about me? All my life, I never did drugs, no criminal record, good grades in school, pushed myself on the court, did what's expected of me. One foot out of line and everybody throw their hands up and say, yep, that figures. Another black man who couldn't cut it. Like we always knew. He set down the dry dish, still not looking at her. I like what I'm doing. When I'm working with her, yeah, she's got some issues. But not with me. She don't please others. She just calls it like it is. Gender, race, money, don't mean nothing. She's just herself. And that's why people don't like her. But you do? Asked his mother. Out there, working with her, I ain't a black man. I'm a man. Everybody's telling me to walk away from that, go back to the court. She placed a firm hand on his upper shoulder. Are you happy, baby? I am, said Sam. You do what you gotta do, said Shonda. Just then the sound of gasps came from the other end of the apartment. Woo! Andre blurted. Damn, Uncle Fred yelled. Look at you, girl, Louisa said. Sam and Shonda stepped from the kitchen to see Brandisha tugging Amy from her room. Sam's jaw dropped at what his sister had done. Amy's golden blonde hair formed one long interwoven strand flowing down the side of her neck. It was entwined into a series of complex braids which started thick at the top and got thinner all the way down. Buried in every braid was a flower with white silky petals and a golden core. The flowers got smaller with each downward braid. As for Amy's makeup, black eyeliner made her blue eyes pop. Blush highlighted her prominent cheekbones. A pinkish shade softened her lips. She looked like a Disney princess on her wedding day. Baby, learn to do that, her mother asked. Wikipedia, Brandy said. Brandy searched for any lingering flaws she may have overlooked. Amy forced an embarrassed smile, never feeling more self-conscious in her life. Does it look okay? Amy asked. You look good. Sam barely got out. You look amazing, Shonda smiled, placing both hands on Amy's shoulders. You never wore this much makeup before? I didn't know this much makeup existed. Amy flashed her a dazzling smile. Brandy, how'd you get the right shade of foundation on her? My friend Jessica has almost the exact same skin tone. She left the bottle here last week. She reached up to secure a loose flower. Those the flowers that were on the dinner table? Sam's father asked.
Yeah, I thought the jasmine would look nice on her.
They do, Louisa said.
So, are you ready to go?
Amy asked, looking to Sam. She wanted to flee the spotlight and get back on the road before the coy wolf was able to gain more ground. Yeah. We gotta head out. We're running behind, Sam announced to everyone.
You take care, baby.
Shauna hugged him. You call us if you need anything, Sam's dad said, patted him on the shoulder while Shonda enveloped Amy in a tight embrace.
We are so happy you came, and you are welcome back anytime. Thank you. Now, you remember what I did if you want to look like that again?
Brandy asked.
I put on pore primer, then light primer,
said Amy.
Apply a coverall foundation that matches my skin tone with an even spread using a damp sponge, followed by an eye roller for a bit of coverage with a blending sponge. Top it off with a dash of concealer for full coverage, then apply a light layer of bronzer, followed by some blush and a highlighter on my cheek and the side of my face. Apply eyeshadow along with a brush to define my eyebrows. Put eye primer on my eyelids, top lightly with a champagne shade. Then put black eyeliner on my lashes, a hint of golden yellow on my lower lids to make my eyes pop, and use Soft Touch Karma or Heartbeat moisturizing lipstick. Finish it off with a setting spray to hold it in place for the next 6 hours.
Amy said in a flat monotone, repeating Brandy's instructions word for word. Sam let out a chuckle, watching his family gaping at her impressive memory. Yeah, I think she got it, Sam said. Taking Rudy's leash, he waved goodbye, leaving the apartment. Was that so painful? He asked once they were out the door.
Well,
she pushed the flower braid behind her ear.
That depends on your definition of the word.
Chapter 24. Tight Corners. The path through Toronto was as uneventful as Faison had promised. She led the path down a perfect trail devoid of humans, cars, or rivals. After a day's walk, they made it to Lake Simcoe, but any further north, they'd encounter miles of open country rife with frozen lakes and mountains, not to mention wild beasts. Along desolate landscapes devoid of food and water, the wrong direction could spell doom. Knowing this, Coda had given the others another stern warning to turn back, but they didn't hesitate to continue on. Jerry recognized much of the region from his youth. From Simcoe, he led them by the safest route he knew to Midland, Canada, the town where he was born, along the southern shores of Lake Huron. Jerry was adopted from a litter of 6 when his human children still crawled. He told Coda that the scent from the torn sleeve was north of there. The smell would strengthen as they made their way around Lake Simcoe. He had first encountered it in his family's camping trips in the summer when he was a pup. Elsie's discomfort increased as the temperature dropped. Her fur wasn't made for the cold, and she wasn't used to snow on her paws, yet she persisted. Coda couldn't help but admire her stoicism. She was out of her element, but she didn't complain once, though half the time she hopped on Rowan's back, riding him like a horse. The coy dog actually enjoyed it and would quicken his pace when she commanded, "Giddy up!" With 124 miles separating them from Midland, Ontario, they left Faison at dawn. They made it to the lakeshore town just before sunset. Jerry brought them to a tall hill that overlooked the region. From there, they could see the streets and buildings of the town perfectly sprawled out on the lake's shore. The shore stretched for miles. The other side couldn't even be seen. Lingering patches of autumn green coated the landscape as snowy white flakes settled in. At the bottom of a shallow hill, a pair of tiny humans could be seen playing in the snow behind the safety of a chain-link fence. The very same children Coda had seen swallowed by that long yellow metal beast the day he'd met the dog. They were all impressed that Jerry still remembered where the children's grandmother lived. But what interested Coda was Jerry's subdued reaction. His face was impassive at the sight of the family he loved. "Well, what are you waiting for? You got us here. I can smell those trees coming over the water. You held up your end. Go play. Run with them. All that human dog stuff." The dog remained immobile. "Come on. You told me how much you missed him the whole way up here." Rowan nudged his shoulder. "You still going north?" Jerry asked. his gaze fixed on the young. "That's why I'm here," said Coda. "Why are you doing this?" Jerry looked at Coda. "Because something inside tells me I have to. Why aren't you going down there?" "Because something's telling me I can't." Coda threw his head up, suppressing the urge to rip his face off. "You hate wild animals, but you accept our help. You say you'll never trust us, yet you came north. I get you to your human family, and you won't go to them. What is it you want?" "To know what happened to her. She freed me. I'm honor-bound to help save her. And I will," said Jerry. Coda deliberated. He didn't like the dog. He didn't want him around. And though he'd never admit it out loud, he envied him. It was the love those humans had for him. Even the affection and concern Seda gave him when he was wounded. And, for the life of him, the coy wolf didn't understand why. All he knew was he hated it. "We're burning daylight. Let's move." He turned away, returning to their northern path. No one spoke. Roan and Elsie followed without question, leaving Jerry on the top of the hill. The dog gave the children one last longing look. "Why?" Raya asked him.
You love them. They love you. They're right there. Go be with them."
Jerry had never heard such vulnerability in her tone. "They're not going anywhere."
You're an idiot.
She turned away to join the others. Hours passed as civilization faded. They circled the lake until there was nothing but forest, fields, and hills of snow. Again and again they found peninsulas of freezing water, unswimmable rivers, and jagged, treacherous terrain often causing them to double back, trying a different path. They were moving at a snail's pace, and they hadn't eaten anything since Hamilton. There was nothing to hunt. Coda felt panic rising in him. If he couldn't find food soon, they'd be too far out to turn back before starvation set in. The madness of hunger would drive them all to eat each other if the stomach pains grew severe enough. Just then, Coda's nose came across a scent. A familiar one.
Do you smell that?
Raya spoke. Yes. He rushed through the woods towards its origin. He knew the scent, and his mind racing, but it couldn't be what he thought. It was impossible. After half a mile down a narrow path of freezing brush, Coda gave the order for the assembly to halt. "Wait here," he told them.
What?
Raya objected. "You heard me." Jerry stepped forward. "If you think I'm just going to do what you tell me. If you're going to stay, you follow my commands or I will kill you," directed Coda. "Yes, Alpha," Roan said, signaling to the others that the debate was over. Further into the thick field of brush, Coda made it 80 yards when he found a large, flat, snowy area. At its center, there was a pool of mud 7 feet long. In any other time of year, its color would be dark brown or black instead of white from the thin layer of snow which made it indistinguishable from the surrounding earth. There was a little patch of yellow fur sticking out of the pool like a pimple. He approached. Now he could see the fur was connected to a pair of ears and a mouth. He couldn't believe it. It was Blush, the yellow fox he had last seen in the second van in the cage beside Seda's before they sped off. But there was something different about him. Half his left ear was missing, and what remained was a bloody stump of coagulated blood. How did that happen? Coda wondered. But his question took a back seat as the mud surface slowly crawled up Blush's neck. Had Coda arrived 5 minutes later, he'd have drowned beneath the frozen muck. "Hello?" said Coda.
Hey there.
The fox attempted to turn his head towards the creature approaching him. "You doing okay?"
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I've got a perfectly good raccoon under me.
"A raccoon?"
Yeah, the one I was chasing when I got caught in this. Why do you think I'm here, taking a mud bath?
Blush asked, sinking to his jawline. "Oh boy." He gulped. "Something the matter?"
I have a sneaking suspicion the situation might get worse before it gets better.
"From where I'm standing, I'm going to have to agree," said Coda.
Look, buddy, if you're trying to figure out a way to get me so you can have an easy meal,
Take it from someone who knows. I wouldn't try.
Well then, it seems to be a good thing you're not me. Coda moved around so Blush could see who was talking to him.
Oh, hey! Funny running into you here.
Blush said, realizing who he'd been talking to. Yeah, small world. How did you escape? And what happened to your ear?
Let's say I have a knack for getting myself out of tight corners. As for my ear, well, that's a long story. One I don't think I have time to tell.
His neck stiffened to make sure no sudden movements quickened his descent. You seem to have a knack for getting yourself into these tight corners.
I'm not dead yet.
You will be, unless I do something about it.
So, you came all this way to watch me drown?
How did you escape? Where did you escape from? Tell me, and I'll save you, said Coda. The fox was no use to him dead, and he was running out of time. But Coda didn't want to reveal how desperately he needed his help.
If I do, you'll have no reason to save me,
said Blush. If you don't, I'll have no reason either. Tell me where they took her.
Get me out, and I'll take you.
No, you tell me. I'll get you out.
You need to find her. I need to breathe,
the fox stated, locking eyes with Coda. I think your need to breathe trumps my need to find her, said Coda, as the fox sank further.
I could tell you right now, but I might be lying and send you in the wrong direction. Or if I get out then tell you, you might kill me anyway because I'll be of no use,
said Blush. The mud pushed past his eyes, blinding him. Blush was in pure darkness, the freezing sludge oozing its way through his lids. Only his snout remained visible.
I come with, or you never find her,
he mumbled with a slight edge of panic, no longer able to maintain his composure. He shook from head to toe, his ears plugged up. He could only hear the air rushing through his snout like wind through a rusty pipe as he plummeted. Then he felt it, something cold and hard touching his lips like a kiss. His tongue traced the hard, thin object. It was wood, a tree branch. His jaws tightened on it with all the strength he could muster. A little mud slid down his throat, his brain screamed for air. Inch by inch, he was pulled up. He felt the solid ground beneath his paws. Using every ounce of remaining energy, he pushed himself from the sinkhole, wiping the mud from his eyes. The coy wolf spat out the long stick he had used to pull out Blush. Coughing up a hunk of wet soil, the fox looked into the familiar blue and green eyes.
Hey, Coda.
Hey, Blush. We're gonna take a little trip. The blinking signal on the screen wasn't an error. Somehow Coda had crossed the river. With both their passports updated, Sam and Amy had to spend the night in a cheap hotel on the American side to wait for some important documents. Ben had emailed Rudy's medical documentation and Professor Farheed obtained the proper permits for taking the equipment into Canada. The border crossing agent grilled them with intense scrutiny. He was clearly unhappy to see Sam driving a stunningly gorgeous white girl around. Sam was secretly grateful she had removed Brandy's makeup and floral hairdo. By the time they got through Border Patrol, the signal had vanished, and Coda's whereabouts were now anyone's guess. But first, coffee. They parallel parked a meter in downtown Toronto. Sam, Amy, and Rudy had all sat in the warm confines of a mom-and-pop diner. The local Starbucks didn't allow dogs, but the cashier was a short, round-faced Filipino man. The place was half deli, half cafe, with a shelf of refrigerated, locally brewed beer near the counter. So the question is, north or east? Sam asked. Amy spread out their map of the Ontario region over the table.
East is level terrain, but far more densely populated. North, especially northwest, is all forest and valleys stretching for at least 300 miles. It's a wilderness up there,
she said. Okay, so which way you think?
We should go north. If we're wrong, it will be easier to backtrack and take the highways east.
Ruff, Rudy echoed, looking up at them. Fine. Sam threw his hands up. 2 against 1, but I'm driving.
No, you're not,
Amy retorted. You were driving 10 kilometers over the speed limit since we got here, he said.
We have half of Ontario to cover and no time to do it.
I want to find Coda too, but you gonna get us pulled over. And you think the Canadian cops are gonna be any cooler with us than the Border Patrol?
he asked.
I know this area,
she said. That's why I need you navigating. Besides, we gotta get some chains on those tires. It's only a matter of time before we skid off the road and hit a deer, he said. Rudy got up, strolling over to the bottom shelf near the counter.
Your driving is so slow. Coda will be at the North Pole before we can get to him,
Amy retorted. The dog grabbed a bottle from the lower shelf with his mouth and brought it to Sam, nudging it against his leg. No, Rudy, I said deer, not beer. Put that back, said Sam.
You droll on it, you pay for it,
the cashier called.
It's okay, I got it. Give it here, boy.
Amy smiled. She wiped the bottle's neck with a handful of her t-shirt before prying the cap off.
Since I'm not driving, apparently.
Sam, Rudy, and the cashier all stared as the pretty skinny blonde chugged the beer in the blink of an eye, giving a very audible exhale followed by a long, drawn-out belch, then got up, gathering her coat.
What? I thought we were in a hurry.
She grabbed Rudy's leash, leading him out the door. Chapter 25. Feral Hungry Lust.
Can we at least eat the snow?
Elsie asked.
No point. Our bodies will lose too much water trying to absorb the ice. Kinda defeats the purpose,
Rye explained. They had passed 3 steep hills and 2 valleys clothed in dense forest with nothing to eat or drink since Midland. Their stomachs grumbled loud enough that it could be called a conversation. Endless flat snow covered everything, and sinkholes hid beneath the icy canvases like landmines. One wrong step, and they could plummet just like the fox had. Blush didn't say how he escaped from his captors or lost half his ear. Coda's curiosity plagued him. Everyone in the group had asked what happened, but the fox politely refused to answer. Not to say Blush was disgruntled. Quite the opposite. He was willing to engage everyone in small talk, and his recent near-death experience had zero impact on his comical demeanor. Coda had no choice but to keep the fox by his side, knowing he could run off at the slightest opportunity. Jerry had quietly suggested torturing the information out of him, but couldn't risk the fox being killed during an interrogation. He was their best lead, and Coda wasn't willing to risk losing him. Everyone treated Blush with an air of indifference, all except Roan, who walked by his side.
Okay, I got another one.
What do you call a wolf that's got everything figured out? Blush asked. What? Roan asked, enraptured.
A werewolf.
The coy dog burst into fits of laughter. The others rolled their eyes. But the lightheartedness distracted everyone from the hunger pains, which slowly shifted from discomfort to agony. 6 hours hiking the high terrain, Coda had seen only one thing of interest. A distant forest where he spotted what looked like the tallest wolf he'd ever seen. Getting closer, he realized it wasn't a wolf at all, but an elderly woman wearing wolf fur from head to toe. He didn't know what a lone two-legged was doing out here, nor did he care. He was hungry, but Jerry and Raya wouldn't allow them to hurt a human, even if it meant their death. He was too tired to argue as the elderly human stared into his mismatched eyes before they pressed on. Everything ahead was just one more wide-open wilderness of snow, wood, and rock. Nothing to hunt, not even vegetation. Coda had to find a way to feed them. Elsie started gradually keeping a distance in the rear, ready to run if they started to see her more as a meal than a friend, a theory she had no intention of testing.
Coda,
Raya halted.
We're starving. There's nothing to eat. No game to hunt. A few more miles and we'll turn on each other.
There's nothing behind us if we turn back. If you have any suggestions, I'm open, he breathed. Jerry looked at the fox. You're not taking us to Seda. He turned to the others. This was his plan all along. Lead us out in the middle of nowhere to starve. The minute we're at each other's throats, he'll flee like the cowardly scavenger he is.
Hey, standing right here.
Blush raised a paw. Not for long. If we share him as a meal, it just might keep us alive long enough to find some real food, Jerry proposed.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. Looks like it found us.
Blush gestured ahead as everyone turned to see something approaching from the trees. The bear was 1,047 pounds of bloodthirsty evolution. Its fur browner than the surrounding trees. Its eyes were ravenous. Looks like we're not the only ones starving. Elsie turned the run from the advancing predator.
Watch the fox,
Coda said to Roan. Steadily he approached the charging grizzly. His face was cold with calculated determination, prepared for battle.
Coda? Bear. Bear? That is a bear,
Raya almost shrieked.
I don't think he gives a shit,
Blush said.
Coda, just leave. Leave now. He can't outrun us. He'll give up and go away,
Raya yelled.
I don't want him to go away. I want to kill him so I can eat him,
Coda whispered.
He's crazy,
Jerry said.
Hunger'll do that to you,
Elsie commented.
Oh yeah, I like your style.
Blush scurried up next to him, matching Coda's stance. Roan followed suit.
We can't beat him. If he gets his claws on any of us, we're dead.
Raya stood back.
If we run, we'll starve anyway.
Lamenting the logic of their ominous situation, Raya joined.
Do we have a plan?
She asked.
Keep snapping at him from all directions,
ordered Coda.
Get him to chase me. I'll do the rest.
He couldn't explain it, but he felt a strategy forming. Insane, but doable. Rapidly closing the distance, the bear was almost upon them.
Hold together,
Coda called. The beast gave deep, bellowing heaves of breath, not 10 yards from them.
Hold,
he said. Jerry rocked back and forth unsteadily. Raya gave way to slight tremors.
Come on, Smokey, bring it,
Blush smiled.
Now,
barked Coda. They burst apart inches from the first swipe of claws. Circling the bear, when he lunged for Raya, she sprinted back, and Roan took an annoying snap at his heels before running from his reach. The same happened when he was chasing Jerry, and Blush bit at his rear. And on the pattern went as the beast grew surlier and louder, roaring with every painful bite and jab. Coda knew they couldn't keep this up forever. Their energy was low from hunger. It would take hours to wear him down, hours they didn't have. It was only a matter of time until he got one of them. Coda slowed on purpose, allowing his pursuer the hope of catching him. The others kept their distance. They watched the coy wolf lead him back along the path of snow tracks from where they had come from. He gained a little distance before stopping, allowing his pursuer to catch up. The bear's eyes were greedy, enraged, coming at Coda with all the strength and speed he could muster. Coda just stood there, letting him get closer and closer. He took a great sidestep leap a fraction of an inch from the claw's reach. The bear had built so much momentum he couldn't stop, tumbling into the muddy sinkhole camouflaged by snow. The coy wolf had been standing on the precipice of the last one they passed. The bear shrieked at the freezing cold, thrusting and thrashing to make it back to the solid edge. But he was in too deep, submerged all the way to his shoulders. Staring down at the once mighty predator, Coda surveyed all that warm, edible flesh. The rest of his party surrounded the sinkhole. The bear's cries of rage were now feeble pleas of anguish. Another pang lurched in his stomach. Coda threw his head back. He howled in dominant triumph, leaping at the immobilized beast in feral, hungry lust. Okay. Sam held up a hand, signaling Amy to stop. She inched the van over the 4 chains they had purchased from the auto store.
Did your parents teach you how to put chains on?
She asked, watching Sam fumble with the metal brackets. Never lived out of reach of a snowplow, he replied. Amy got out of the van, kneeling down next to him. She fastened each extension as though she was buttoning a coat.
I used to do a lot of camping,
she explained. What do I need the internet for? Sam smiled. I got you. He put his phone away, and for a moment he thought he saw her blush. They had left the confines of the city and suburbs of Toronto to the northern shores of Lake Huron, where the forest grew denser. The snow thicker, the terrain was far less forgiving. They were just north of the Lakosha Mountains. The last vestige of civilization had dissipated 20 minutes prior. Nothing lay ahead but fields of snow between patches of green and white trees on the horizon. Amy turned away from her radar screen, seeing something out the window. Curious about what caught her gaze, she leaned forward to see birds in the sky circling something below. What's that? He asked.
Something's dead,
Do you think it's Coda?
Hard to say. I can't get an exact pinpoint out here.
The road we're driving, will it get us close to those birds?
No. It'll position us on the other side of that hill a quarter-mile away,
she said, reading the map. Pulling over to the side of the road, Sam slowed the van to a halt.
What are you doing?
She watched him open his door. Rudy and I are going to see what the buzzards are circling, he said.
Are you kidding?
She said, as the dog leapt out.
Whatever's dead is probably attracting more than just birds. You could run into something dangerous.
That's why I'm bringing the trank gun. This could lead to Coda's trail. Plus, if Rudy can get his scent, we can track him better.
Why don't I come with you?
You have a better chance of picking up a signal on the other side of the pass. We'll keep in radio contact. Call me when you make it to the other end of the hill. I'll let you know what I find. He pulled out the bag with the radio, the trank gun, and other items he needed.
I don't know about this,
Amy said. Trust me, he said, heading off, Rudy at his heels. He could almost hear her exhale of frustration over the roar of the van's engine as she continued on the back road. The snow was about 8 inches deep, but his watertight boots protected him as he trudged up the hillside through the forest. Rudy kept pace with him. As they drew closer, Sam caught the faint smell of blood in the air past the tree line. They were in a long, snowy field. All manner of birds, from vultures to crows, picked at a giant mound of something red. The dog took a few steps toward it and froze in place, his head alert, the hair along his spine on end like a miniature mohawk. What is it, boy? Then, in the corner of his eye, Sam thought he saw something move along the trees. Crouched in a defensive stance, Rudy let out a low growl. He was staring down 2 wolves to his left. Sam heard the distant crunch of snow to see another wolf behind him, followed by another on the right, another 2 flanking them. He'd never felt so stupid in his life. Of course, the blood would attract other dangers. And now he and Rudy were surrounded by 6 wolves. The dog betrayed no fear. His eyes were locked on the 2 wolves to Sam's left. A black-pelted male and a brown female a bit larger than the others. Slowly, the young athletic human reached for the tranquilizer pistol from his backpack. Although he had enough ammunition, the pistol was a single-shot weapon. The moment he fired, he would have to pull back the chamber to place a new dart, seal it, and fire again. The reload would give the pack plenty of time to attack. Rudy couldn't take them all. Each member was equal to his size, some larger. Come on, Sam commanded Rudy in a hushed voice. He took a slow step back the way they came. Rudy, come, he said more firmly, and the dog followed. His stomach lurched at seeing the wolves close in, and he realized that their escape route was cut off. His heart rate surged, and he gripped the gun, carefully choosing his first target. Hey, get out of here, he screamed, gesturing with his arms as the 6 predators closed in, baring their teeth. Rudy growled back. Feeling the darts in his pocket, Sam counted them. Each round contained 75 milligrams of immobilion, a combination of etorphine and espromazine. It was enough to bring down a 90-pound animal within a minute. Too long. If Sam could get 2, they might have a chance to fend off the rest and sprint back to the van. He would have to do a lot of kicking with his snowshoes to keep them at bay, all while making sure they didn't overtake Rudy. Rudy's eyes never left the large brown female. She let out a low growl, encouraging the others onward as one went for Sam from behind. His reflexes were sharp enough to turn and fire. A dart hit her neck, and she let out a whimper as the other 5 charged. Sam tried quickly to reload but paused to kick his next attacker in the chest, then aimed at the 2 swarming Rudy and fired. One of them whined from the shot. Sam's winter clothing provided a thin layer of shielding from their sharp teeth and powerful jaws. One leapt, sinking its teeth straight into the arm holding the gun. As a light gray male tore at his jeans, "Ah!" He let out a wail of pain as the fangs ripped into his calf muscle. From the corner of his eye, he could see Rudy snap at the others. With all his strength, Sam lifted the wolf gripping the arm of his winter coat. He threw him 3 feet into the air, then used his free foot to kick the one biting his legs square in the face, forcing the animal to relinquish his grip. Rudy was locked in combat with the large brown female as Sam distracted the others. The shrieking snarls of dog and wolf trying with all their might to rip the other sent Sam's adrenaline into overdrive. The two wolves he darted now lay asleep on the snow. The two Sam had knocked aside rejoined the fight. Both grasped his jacket, puncturing it. He kept moving in a semi-twirling motion, not allowing the one below to get a grip on him as he tried to throw the others off. Adrenaline coursed through him. A lingering thought crept into the back of his mind. Is this it? Is this where I die? The weight of the two wolves, along with the third biting his leg, was enough to make Sam lose his footing. He fell to the snowy ground. Instinctively, he put his hands to his face, protecting himself from the imminent onslaught. A roar, primal and savage, erupted as the two wolves whimpered in pain. The grip on his jeans released. He looked up to see Amy, her hair tied back into a ponytail, carrying the extendable metal billy club. She had used the weapon to clock both wolves in the face and neck as the third one retreated. "Get up!" she ordered. She kept on the rallying predators. Sam stumbled to his feet. She threw the metal billy club to him, pulling out a road flare and igniting its end. The black male wolf lunged. With the fiery stick, she stabbed his forehead. The flames sent the wolf into agonized howls, which made the large brown female disengage from her duel with Rudy. They were both battered and bloody, with scratches and teeth marks. The pack retreated into the forest, and the dog furiously ran after them. "Rudy!" Amy screamed as he turned back. "Come here!" When he came up, she grabbed the side of his head, checking his mouth, eyes, and neck, and then moved down the rest of his body, not caring how much blood got on her clothes while she assessed his injuries. The dog's bronze fur was now stained partially red in various places. All his cuts seemed shallow except for two parallel gashes tattooed vertically below his left eye. If they had been half an inch higher, he'd look as though he were crying blood. The brown female wolf had tried to bite his face off but hadn't been able to secure a firm grip. Lucky for him. She was confident that none of the wounds were too severe. She turned to Sam. "Sit down," she told him. "I'm fine," he said, but he let out a wail of pain when she examined his injured leg. "They punctured your calf muscle." "Coach Willis ain't gonna like that," he groaned. Amy made sure the wolves were far enough away before unzipping her winter coat and throwing it off to show a plain white t-shirt that fit her snugly. "What are you doing?" Sam asked. She pulled her t-shirt off, exposing her bare skin in a blue bra to the 20-degree freezing cold. "An artery's nicked. You're losing blood fast." Ignoring the temperature, she ripped the t-shirt in half, making it into one long rag. "Your mother's gonna kill me if I don't get you back in one piece," she said. He winced in pain as she tightened the shirt around his wound. "I thought you were heading to the other side of the hill," he said. "Up the road. I saw their tracks heading straight for the birds." Once she'd secured the makeshift bandage, she threw her winter coat on, covering herself. "Good thing for me." He laughed through the pain. "You saved my life. Thanks." "Next time I tell you to wait for me, you wait." "I will, but just so you know, when someone thanks you for saving them, saying you're welcome is customary." Amy considered his words, tightening her grip on his arm to steady him. "You're welcome," she said. Chapter 26. Crimson Mist. The bear had left them feeling bloated. Their hunger now satisfied, they lay around and napped briefly before moving on. With the animal immobilized, Coda had opened a main artery as it bled out in minutes. He allowed a fair share for everyone who had helped take down the beast, which didn't include Elsie. The cat had run off during the skirmish, only returning to see the conflict's outcome. She tried to explain that there was nothing she could have done. Coda could hear Sada's voice in the back of his head forgiving the feline. With some persuasion from Roan, he allowed Elsie a small portion to keep her from starving. This was a disciplinary example for the rest of the group, a reminder of what happens when you don't contribute. They got up and traveled the next few miles in silence. Coda led them with the fox by his side. Tensions between Blush and the others had eased after the bear. He could have used that moment to flee, but not only had he stayed, he also sunk his teeth into the animal when it was almost on top of Jerry. Grateful not to starve or be killed, Elsie agreed to the large piece Coda tore off for her. Roan kept the cat company in the rear of their formation as Blush led them into the deep valley. Coda didn't like the look of it, It was a valley. The path ahead had high terrain on either side. They could easily be spotted and trapped, but Blush told them this was the way he had come. They needed to get through to reach the lake on the cusp of a massive labyrinth of steep hills coated with thick forest. He told them nothing after that, not wanting to give too much detail about the path ahead, lest he might lose his utility. They hiked amid the thickets of snow-covered trees and bushes, the surrounding treacherous forest caging them in. I don't know any other way around, Blush shrugged apologetically. Relenting, Coda signaled them on. Sticking to the trail most of the tree coverage, which wasn't much. In the eerily silent valley, any sound would have been a welcome distraction from the wind and faint crunches of their footfalls in the snow. They were almost through when a mysterious aroma came across his nose. Do you smell that? Elsie asked. Everyone stopped. I smell... Wow, it smells really good, said Raya. Where do I know it from? Elsie asked as she sprinted towards its origin. Elsie, get back in formation, Coda ordered. 1 second. She spat, annoyed at his paranoia. Elsie, back in formation, he repeated. It's right here, she called. A small pile of meat with an orange-pinkish hue sat atop a layer of leaves. This close, the mouth-watering flavor filled her lungs. It's food of some kind. Just sitting here? Jerry asked. Wait, Blush said. I know that scent. Elsie, don't touch it! But it was too late. As she took a bite, a loud snap erupted. Something fastened on her foot, hoisting her into the air. She shrieked. Elsie! Raya called. The group gathered beneath her. What happened? Coda asked. A human trap, Jerry said. What? When she tugged on the food, she triggered the rope that strung her up, Blush explained. Coda, Jerry, and Raya climbed up onto their hind legs. Pushing up against the tree to reach her, she was just inches above their fangs. Twisting and contorting her body, she scratched at the rope, but to no avail. The strands were too thick. Roan, called Coda. Got it. Roan climbed up, barely able to reach the thin rope above her feet. Hold still. He was unable to get a secure grip while she squirmed. Don't bite me. She felt his hot breath on her foot, which was going numb. Don't worry. His mouth picked away at the twine. You getting it? Coda asked. I am, Roan answered. Raya looked down to see Roan's hind legs trembling as he tried to stay upright. Almost there. Beside him, Coda saw the fox's 1.5 ears prick straight up. What is it? A feeling of dread churned within his gut. Elsie hit the cold, hard ground with a thud accompanied by a pained meow. Oh no, Blush whispered. I got it. Roan smiled as the bullet ripped through his left temple then out his right. Crimson mist sprayed Coda's face, blinding him as Roan's body collapsed on the ground like a puppet with every string severed. Instinct moved the Koi's legs without thought. Scatter! He bellowed. Sprinting with no knowledge of the path ahead, another metal shard flew by. Man is in the forest! Blush screamed, diving into the nearest thicket of bushes. A third shot rang out. A bullet pecked the tree bark. Coda hurtled to some nearby brush. Its thorny stickers were unforgiving. He blinked rapidly, scanning for any sign of the shooter. Dressed in camouflage, the hunter surveyed the green and white labyrinth for another target. He expelled foggy steam of warm breath between his pink lips. His weapon traced the lower tree line, following a patch of light brown fur. It looked almost like a dog trying to conceal itself in the thicket of trees. He had Raya in his sights, aiming carefully as he clenched his wrist around the handle, slowly squeezing the trigger. Then he heard the murmur of soft thuds drumming the snowy ground. Snapping his head to the right, he didn't have time to aim at the four-legged koi wolf with a blood-peppered face leaping at him with jaws open. Ah, son of a... Hold still, Amy interrupted, removing the torn shirt she had fashioned into a tourniquet on his leg. Don't move. She gritted her teeth as she placed hand sanitizer soaked into a paper towel on the wound, then wrapped the bandage from the first aid kit around his calf. Keep still, keep it elevated. She pushed a rolled-up sleeping bag beneath him, making certain his leg remained above his heart as he lay on his stomach on top of a pile of blankets in the back of the van next to Rudy. The dog was covered in scratches and bite marks, but none of them seemed deep enough to leave any permanent damage, none except for the 2 deep gashes beneath his eye. Certain the marks would never truly fade. She was just relieved the wolf's teeth hadn't pierced the white or pupil of his eye. She used handy wipes to clean most of the blood from his fur. A great surge of newfound respect for the Ridgeback came upon her. He knew how to fight.
That should do it.
She leapt from the back of the van and buckled herself into the driver's seat. Shifting in the drive, they made their way onto the dirt road. "Are we turning around?" Sam asked.
"I'm taking us back,"
she said. "We can't. Coda's the other way," he said.
"I did all I could for that leg, but you need antibiotics. The kind you can't get over the counter at Walgreens."
"But we'll lose the signal," Sam pleaded.
"I don't know any other way through this valley. I can't get a call out onto the emergency services. If we hit a dead end, you're screwed."
"I'll be fine," he said.
"If that leg gets infected, you could lose it. Now shut up or I'll shoot you with the tranq gun."
After 20 minutes of driving, she stopped at a dead end that wasn't there before. The path they'd taken back was blocked. A thick pine tree had collapsed over the road. There was no way around. "What happened?" he asked.
"The road's blocked,"
said Amy. She unfolded a local map from the gas station. "What you doing?"
"Trying to see if there's another way around."
She scanned the large piece of paper.
"Nothing. It's not showing me any roads."
She put the car into reverse but then stopped. There was something in the rearview mirror. It was a dark-skinned woman in her 60s wearing a jacket made of brown fur. An elegant design that fit her slender figure. Her hair was dark gray with traces of the raven it used to be, a pile of thin branches tucked beneath her right arm. She peered solemnly at the vehicle.
"Wait here,"
Amy told him, getting out of the van.
"What?"
he asked, unable to see over the dashboard.
"Are you okay?"
The woman spoke in a deep, throaty voice.
"Huh?"
Amy looked down, realizing her winter coat was covered in Sam and Rudy's blood.
"Oh, yes. We had a wolf attack."
She gestured back to the van.
"My friend's injured. I've bandaged him. He's okay for now, but he needs help." "And the road back to town is blocked?"
she asked.
"Yeah. Do you know a way around?" "There is no way. Your only chance is to go through the other side of the valley."
Nervous, Amy looked from the van back to the woman.
"Do you know the way through?" "Yes, but you won't make it before sundown, and the road is far more treacherous at night. The temperature's dropping to freezing at dusk. I have a house a little down the road. I can put you up for the night. Let your friend rest,"
she offered. Amy sized the woman up, unsure if she should accept the help of a stranger in a desolate valley in the dead of winter. But the closed road had left them in dire straits.
"What's your name?"
asked the woman, taking a small step forward.
"Amy?" "Emmerich,"
she said as she placed a hand to her chest and smiled warmly. He could taste the blood on his tongue. Delicious. Whether it was because it was man or because it was vengeance, Coda didn't know. Perhaps a bit of both. Breathing in and out, he rode the sudden high that surged through his body. "What have you done?" Jerry took a few steps toward him. The human lay upon the ground. His rifle rested next to him. The snow was scarlet from the motionless man who was staring up at his killer, expression terrified, eyes vacant. Jerry looked horror-struck. His entire life had been designed around the companionship and protection of the very creature that lay dying before him. Coda turned away. The dog's eyes bore into him with contempt. Raya, Blush, and Elsie returned to the grisly scene. Knowing it was futile, Raya nudged Roan's head, wetting her nose in his blood. The cat broke into a row of sobbing meows, hoping he'd just get up and give her that goofy smile she had come to love. But her friend didn't move. Coda kept his gaze on the dead human, focusing more on his rage than his grief.
Guys?
Blush said, lifting his ears again.
I hate to interrupt the internal affliction, but, we have company.
Coda turned his head to look where the fox was staring. Even he could hear them now. Hold your ground, he said. They formed a defensive line on both sides of the coy wolf. The valley didn't let much light through the canopy. 6 full-grown wolves emerged. Coda and the others stood in close formation as the wolves moved in from all sides.
You killed a human,
one of them said, astonished.
Yes,
Raya shrugged.
An armed human,
another spoke. Yes, Coda said. How did you do that?
Oh, it's simple. Firmly insert jaw until you taste blood, then repeat.
Blush interjected, trying to ease the tension. Anything we can do for you? Coda asked. From among the eclectic ensemble, a belligerent-looking black-pelted male with a dark burn mark on his forehead approached, growling. But the one Coda had his eye on was the large female with piercing blue eyes and brownish-red hue to her fur. Covered in cuts and gashes, some of the others also had injuries, as if they'd recently been in a fight. He could tell she was in command. What brings a subbreed, 2 dogs, a cat, and a fox this far north? The dark male asked, struggling to get the last noun out. What business is it of yours? Coda spat back. Our territory, our hunting ground, our home. We'll decide if you live. We'll ask the questions. And I'm the one deciding whether I leap for your throat and making sure you go with me. Just like I did this human, Coda threatened.
It's our business to patrol and ask these questions.
The brown she-wolf stepped between them, her blue eyes x-raying the coy wolf with interest.
We're just passing through, taking in the sights,
Blush responded nonchalantly.
Beautiful real estate you got here. We'll be sure to let Zillow know. Where do you come from? She asked. And the Zillow you speak of?
The gray female inquired.
Who is she?
Who cares? Let's kill them now, the dark one said as a few others closed in.
Hold it, Reito,
the brown female commanded. She took in a deep whiff of the strangers.
You're the ones who killed the bear.
Sure did. You're welcome, Jerry spoke up. For what? Reito said, offended. I can smell its leftovers on you. And I'm guessing you recognized our tracks in the snow after we finished our share, said Jerry. That still doesn't explain what you're doing in our territory. Nobody answer, Coda commanded. Then he addressed the wolves. It's getting late. The temperature's dropping. The scent of blood could bring large predators and more armed humans. We have no intention of staying on your land, so if you don't mind, we'll just leave. The coy tried to make it not sound like a demand, rather a request, as every wolf looked to the brown female. She surveyed the intruders. All non-wolves were looked down upon, but never had she seen these many species socializing in one group, nor did she think they could take down an armed human or bear. And there was the coy wolf. His eyes, his face. There was something about him. The alpha might want to know why they're here. We should take them back, the light gray male wolf to their right suggested. The dark one shook his head in warning while she deliberated.
We'll take them back,
she said. What? Reito was aghast. Nevra, we don't socialize with subbreeds.
Subbreed or pure, the alpha will decide what to do with them,
she commanded. Excuse me, Coda said. What makes you think we're going anywhere with you?
Yeah, we kind of got our own itinerary,
Blush added.
How would that benefit us? Because if you refuse, we'll kill you,
the one called Never declared. They all exchanged brief glances.
Well, it's bad manners to refuse a host, the fox said as he trotted toward the wolves. Lead on.
Coda stared at the narrow line of blood that slid along the forest floor. Blood he knew had resided within the body of his best friend and cousin. Raya gave a stiff grunt, snapping him back. All their lives hung on a thread. The wolves formed two lines as Koda and his group marched in between their ranks, which cut off any routes of escape. Koda was up front near Nevra as her pack led them out of the valley. He could feel the eyes of the Dark Ones staring at him disapprovingly. "So, Nevra, is it?" Koda said. "Strong name," he commented, trying to distract himself from his own grief and sense of danger.
"And what do they call you?"
she asked. "Apparently around here, it's subbreed. Back home in the south, it's filthbreed."
"Is that what your mother calls you?"
"She called me many things, but the most common one was Koda."
"Koda. Interesting name. What made your folks come up with that?"
"They're not the ones who gave it to me.
"Who then?"
Some strangers I met when I was a puppy. It kinda stuck." "What happened to you? Those cuts look pretty fresh," he said, spotting her bite and scratch marks. "Did you fight someone for what was left of the bear?"
"Something like that."
She shrugged. He looked back. Elsie shivered nervously as she walked. Blush, however, seemed serene, smiling pleasantly, especially at the slender gray female wolf.
"So, you live around here?"
Blush asked her.
"Get back with the others before I kill you,"
she growled. Blush immediately obeyed, skipping right up beside the trembling cat.
"She wants me,"
he whispered to Elsie. Koda peered over to the light gray male wolf who suggested never bring them back. He kept staring at the coy wolf.
"Pay no mind to Kale,"
Never said.
"He can't seem to fathom how you were able to take down a bear and a human in one day. You'll never hear anyone say it, but they're impressed."
"How about you?"
"You fed us today. I'm grateful."
"You seem pretty capable of dealing with intruders. Why bring us to your lair?"
"When new predators come, it could mean a shift in wildlife migration that might affect us. Our alpha wants to know about all intrusions in our territory and why,"
she explained.
"Why can't you just ask the questions? Why does it have to be him?"
Raya said.
"Because he has the greatest knowledge of the world outside our borders. And he'll hear what you have to say, and for your sake, I hope it'll be something useful."
Her tone was reverent. "Sounds like you admire him."
"Hard to lead a pack if no one admires you,"
she reasoned. They made their way to a lake, which was about 2 miles long. It rested along the border of a northern valley where the hills rose highest yet. Koda recognized it as the heavily forested valley the fox had been leading them to. They made their way around the body of water to the woods on the other side. Through the frozen labyrinth, they finally arrived. The pack's lair housed gray, black, brown, and even reddish wolves. All of them sat near a steep circular ridge made up of countless rocks.
"It's a gravel pit,"
Blush muttered to Koda.
"Humans had made it and abandoned it."
The mound of rocks formed a curved, oval-shaped hill that climbed a 15-foot slope. The highest-ranking members of the pack stood on top, while the subordinates encircled them at the bottom. Koda counted 24 wolves in all.
"Show no fear,"
Raya quietly ordered the others. Several wolves bared their large teeth. "Lady, you're asking a lot," Jerry muttered. The group halted near the center of the circle, and only the whistling wind could be heard. A distant crow cawed. They stood like statues, the wolves appraising them. Some glanced curiously at Koda, whose chin still stained with the blood of the human.
"Nevra, what are subbreeds doing here?"
A large female with dark red hair demanded as she walked to the hill's edge.
"Mother, I brought them to see the alpha."
Koda noticed Nevra's voice falter for the first time.
"Why would the alpha want to speak to them?"
asked Nevra's mother.
They're from the south. He gave orders to bring in and question all intruders. The alpha is resting. It's been a long day. We've caught very little and have the final harvest hunt to prepare for. We have no time to deal with strangers,"
said the elderly female, scrutinizing Koda.
What makes you think they have anything useful to tell us? And consorting with a fox.
The others murmured in agreement. Some even laughed. Ryan and Jerry looked at one another with foreboding. Elsie shrunk closer to them. But Coda didn't flinch.
This one killed a two-leg.
Never said. The laughter stopped.
Impossible,
said her mother.
You can smell the blood on him. I saw it myself. The human was armed,
she explained. A slew of muted gasps and mutters crept among them.
You must be mistaken,
another retorted. We also killed a bear, whose leftovers have fed members of your pack. And you can address your questions to me, Coda declared. Mouthy little runt, isn't he? Rados said from behind.
We should kill them now,
the elderly female declared, some nodding.
How did you kill the bear?
Another asked, changing the subject. Quickly, he answered. A few couldn't help but chuckle.
And when more humans come looking for the dead one, what then?
She asked.
When your life's threatened, you fight for it. You don't stop to think about who it affects around you,
Raya said as she glared at the contentious old she-wolf.
We made a deal with Nevra. Information for safe passage so we can be out of your land and away from your food. So, we going to do business?
She barked.
Or we could just save time and start chewing legs off until you talk,
the female elder threatened. Some of the other wolves began to move in closer. Coda and the others were crouching low, ready to go down swinging.
You could,
a deep voice bellowed. Everyone stopped, turning to see a wolf walk into view at the top of the ridge. He was gigantic, over 6 feet in length, his fur white as snow.
But you won't,
he stated calmly. The pack froze, gazing at the large alpha, his blue eyes peering down at the newcomers.
You've grown. Taller than I expected,
he said to Coda.
Father,
the brown female stepped forward, looking up at the pale leader.
Do you know this Koi?
I do, Nevra. He's your brother.